would grant us your blessing anew on this day. In your eternal name we pray. Amen.
The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentlelady from the Virgin Islands, Ms. Plaskett.
Would you join me? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice.
The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. What purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Address the House just for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks as needed.
Without objection, the gentleman from North Carolina is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize 2 outstanding members of the Greenville Police Department, Senior Police Officer Mackenzie Ranone and Detective Brandon Peebles, for their service to Eastern North Carolina. Officer Ranone, recently named the department's 2025 Officer of the Year, has demonstrated an exemplary commitment to public safety. Over the last year, she made 98 arrests, conducted more than 2,500 traffic stops, handled 81 crashes, all while serving as lead investigator on serious cases. Just as importantly, she earned the respect of her community through her professionalism, fairness, and dignity. It's especially fitting that we recognize Officer Ranone and the example she sets forth in law enforcement this month, as it is Women's History Month. I also rise to recognize Detective Brandon Peebles as he retires after 24 years of dedicated service. Throughout his career, he played a key role in major investigations, locating missing individuals and dismantling large-scale drug operations. Detective Peebles' legacy is not only in the cases he solved, but in the community that he made safer and helped build and the trust he earned along the way. I thank both Officer Ranone and Detective Peebles for their unwavering commitment for protecting the people of Greenville and keeping us safe. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlelady from the Virgin Islands seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to recognize National Kidney Month and to speak plainly about it and what it means for my constituents in the Virgin Islands. Chronic kidney disease affects more than 1 in 7 American adults. And when it progresses to end-stage renal disease, Black Americans bear 4 times the burden of other Americans. The Virgin Islands already carries elevated rates of diabetes and hypertension, the primary drivers of kidney failure. And there's a genetic dimension that too few people know about. APOL1 mediated kidney disease, AMKD, is caused by gene variants found almost exclusively in people of West African descent. I'm proud to introduce a resolution and hosted a roundtable along with my fellow Georgetown alum, Alonzo Mourning, and the American Kidney Fund to raise awareness of AMKD. I urge my colleagues to recognize that for thousands of Virgin Islanders and millions of Americans most vulnerable to these diseases, Medicaid and Medicare are lifelines. Any efforts to cut these programs is a direct attack to the most vulnerable among us. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Nebraska seek recognition?
And extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Nebraska is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Lee Polakov, the longtime county attorney for Sarpy County, Nebraska. Lee is a graduate of Omaha Westside High School. He later earned his bachelor's and JD from the University of Nebraska in Lincoln. Along the way, he was commissioned as a first lieutenant in the U.S. Army. He was eventually appointed to become the Sarpy County Attorney after serving as a deputy in the sheriff's office. Through the years, he's managed a team of about 100 staff as he's worked to maintain the integrity of the county attorney's office and keep people safe. This year, Lee decided not to run for re-election. Thank you, Lee, for your work leading the Sarpy County Attorney's Office and for serving the people of Sarpy County through the years. Best wishes on your retirement, and I'm sure tonight, like we all are, we will enjoy watching the Big Red defeat the Hawkeyes in the Sweet 16. I yield back.
Gentleman from Nebraska yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman from North Carolina is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, Vance Charter School won its first ever North Carolina High School Athletics Association 1A Boys Basketball State Championship, defeating Thomas Jefferson 79-54. Senior Gary Wilkins led the victory with a double-double, 23 points, 14 rebounds. The Knights secured the title with an incredible second-half performance. Hats off to Coach Downey, the Conference Coach of the Year, to his entire coaching staff, the team, fans, and community for making school history. I yield back.
Gentleman from North Carolina yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to honor athletic excellence in Virginia's 5th Congressional District. The University of Virginia women's swimming and diving team captured their 7th consecutive Atlantic Coast Conference Swimming and Diving Championship and their 22nd conference title overall. The team of 29 women won 11 titles, including 7 individual and 4 relay events. Junior Claire Curzon claimed 2 individual events and contributed to 3 relay wins, earning her the honor of being named the championship's most valuable swimmer. This team continues to exemplify discipline, teamwork, and the pursuit of excellence. Congratulations to the athletics, coaches, staff, and the University of Virginia women's swimming and diving team. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman for Virginia yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman from Virginia is recognized 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to bring to the attention of the House the potential sale of the Middleburg Training Center to the Army. The training center has been a bedrock of the town's local economy since its establishment in 1956. It's one of the leading horse training facilities in the country and a major driver of the local economy. There's really not a horse training facility, public or private, nearby. And to be clear, we welcome the Army and the Old Chasen detachment in Loudoun, but we need to give the community a voice in this process and consider alternative sites that won't disrupt the local economy, because if this sale goes through, thousands of jobs and tens of millions of dollars that benefit the local economy may be lost. So I ask that we slow this process down and consider an alternative site within the region that can appropriately accommodate the Chasen horses and provide a turnkey solution for the Army's needs. I yield back.
Gentleman from Virginia yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 1131, I call up House Resolution 1128 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
Clerk will report the title to the resolution.
House Resolution 1128, resolution expressing the support of the House of Representatives for the Department of Homeland Security.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1131, the amendments to the resolution and the preamble printed in the House Report 119-570 are adopted, and the resolution as amended is considered as read. The resolution as amended shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Homeland Security or their respective designees. The gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. McKenzie, and the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Thompson, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous materials on House Resolution 1128.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized for such time as he may consume.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of House Resolution 1128, expressing the support of the House of Representatives for the Department of Homeland Security. As we meet today, tens of thousands of federal workers serving on the front lines of our national security are going unpaid. For over 40 days, the men and women we count on to protect passengers, secure our critical infrastructure, and step up during disasters have gone unpaid. For the third time in 6 months, politics is getting in the way of critical American workers, the pay that they've earned. The impact of these political games isn't theoretical. It's causing real-world impacts each and every day. Over 50,000 federal employees are going without paychecks just at TSA alone. Hundreds of employees have quit. Call-out rates are in the double digits, and those who are able to go to work are stuck managing some of the longest lines that we have seen at U.S. airports. And all of this is happening at a time when our nation is preparing to host major events while experiencing heightened national security risks. We have to do better. Today, this House will have an opportunity to vote on my resolution, House Resolution 1128, affirming the importance of DHS, the necessity of funding its agencies and employees, the risks of defunding our security apparatus, and our gratitude to the men and women who are working every day to protect this nation. The House has already passed the appropriations bill to fully fund DHS twice, both times with bipartisan support. Now it's time for us to speak with one voice, putting aside politics to thank the members of the Coast Guard, FEMA, TSA, and more who are continuing to do their jobs and keep us safe, despite many now going nearly a month and a half without a paycheck. Saying yes to funding does not mean saying no to reform. There are concerns that need to be addressed with respect to certain ICE and CBP operations, and when there are opportunities for positive reform, we should work together to achieve it. That's why the DHS funding bill passed twice by this House already features significant new measures aimed at reducing tensions and improving transparency, including new funding for body cameras, de-escalation training, and the DHS Office of Inspector General. Despite this, in the face of grave terror threats against our nation, some are choosing to politicize our national security and hold paychecks hostage until all of their demands are met. Let me be clear. Conversations about common sense reforms at DHS operations are underway. They were underway before this shutdown. They continue to go on, and we will not stop until we get the reforms that the American people are looking for. I look forward to continuing to engage on this issue and working together to achieve a system of immigration enforcement that meets the needs and standards of the American people. But defunding our security apparatus, robbing workers of their paychecks, and creating chaos at our airports across this country does not bring us any closer to achieving those goals. It's time to put the politics aside and get serious. Get serious about our national security. In the meantime, the American people are waiting. Throughout this shutdown, we have seen powerful examples of our communities stepping in to provide for neighbors and those who are impacted. In my district in Pennsylvania's Lehigh Valley, we have seen residents coming forward to donate everything from food and diapers to our dedicated TSA agents at our local airport. They're continuing to do their jobs every single day, even as the bills pile up and the savings are stretched thin. To the TSA staff at the ABE airport and to all those impacted workers in my district and throughout the country who are continuing to work, we say thank you. We also thank all of those who stepped up to provide support for them and their families. But here's the reality. We shouldn't have to count on local communities to provide for our federal workers. That's the job of our elected representatives. That's why I and so many in this chamber have voted to provide full funding for DHS. Tens of thousands of federal workers are doing their jobs. We, in a bipartisan fashion, have already done that here in the House of Representatives, but we need bipartisan buy-in from our colleagues on the other side of the aisle to make it a reality. We need bipartisan support in the Senate to get Democrats to go along with this full funding of DHS to make sure that this makes its way to the president's desk and gets signed into law. I urge my colleagues to support this resolution, thanking these workers, recognizing the critical nature of their work that they do to protect our communities and our country, and calling for the Department of Homeland Security to receive full funding for its needs to keep our community safe. Thank you, and I yield back.
Does the gentleman reserve?
Yes.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. Gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized for such time as he may consume.
Mr. Speaker, after 40 days of this Republican shutdown of the Department of Homeland Security, this symbolic resolution is all my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have got. And let's be clear, we're here today because Republicans who control the House, the Senate, and this House have failed to govern. Their failure and their failure alone has produced this shutdown of the Department of Homeland Security. And instead of sitting down to negotiate a serious path forward, they brought us this, a non-binding resolution that does nothing to reopen the Department of Homeland Security, nothing to pay its workforce, and nothing to make our country safer. A resolution is not a paycheck. A resolution is not accountability. And a resolution is not a substitute for governing. Transportation security officers are working without a paycheck right now. The men and women of FEMA, CISA, and across DHS are showing up every day not knowing when they will be paid. They do not need our words, they need a check. They need this shutdown to end. Let me be clear about where Democrats stand. Democrats have been fighting for the TSA workforce and the broader DHS mission long before Republicans discovered this week that DHS is more than ICE and CBP. I have personally worked for more than a decade to give TSA personnel the same employment protection as other federal workers. And when TSA and the American Federation of Government Employees reached a collective bargaining agreement 2 years ago, I was proud to celebrate that milestone with them. House Republicans voted against those very protections. And now the Trump administration is moving to strip TSOs of their collective bargaining rights. This is the record. This is how we got here. Donald Trump, Stephen Miller, Tom Homan, Kristi Noem, and Corey Lewandowski have tried to turn DHS into a national police force, a weapon for their political agenda, while systematically neglecting the critical missions of TSA, FEMA, CISA, and every other component outside of ICE and CBP. House Republicans watched it happen and failed to say a word, and Americans are less safe for it. We are here because Americans saw their fellow citizens, Renee Good, Alex Preddy, gunned down by masked DHS agents in broad daylight for exercising their First Amendment rights, and the American people have rightly demanded change. We're here because thousands of employees who have already left DHS as a result of Republican mismanagement and intimidation, leaving dangerous staffing gaps in some of the most technically demanding positions in the federal government. House Resolution 1128 does not mention any of that. It does not mention that for over a year, the Trump administration has withheld or delayed Homeland Security grants to state, local, tribal, and territorial governments. Even before this shutdown, disaster survivors have had to wait for relief, and first responders have lacked the resources they need to protect their communities. Words on paper will not fix that. Only real action will. The resolution does not mention that DHS and FEMA continue to withhold counterterrorism funding for nonprofits, synagogues, churches, mosques, the very institutions that have been targeted by terrorist attack on American soil. A resolution is not protection. Funding is protection. The resolution does not mention that the administration has politicized DHS's cybersecurity mission, leaving our critical infrastructure and federal networks more vulnerable than they should be. This resolution will not secure a single network. Only leadership and funding will do that. So let us tell the whole story here. The Trump administration caused this shutdown. The Trump administration has disparaged and diminished the DHS workforce since the first day it took office. The Trump administration has made the American people less safe in the process. House Democrats have been at the negotiating table from the very beginning. We want DHS funded and reopened. We've said so consistently, and if House Republicans were sincere about ending the shutdown, their own failures created, they would work with us, fund the full mission of DHS, and answer the public's legitimate demand for accountability and reform of ICE and CBP. Some Republicans are beginning to see the light, but who remains standing in the way? Donald Trump. Don't just take my word for it. Republican Senator John Kennedy of Louisiana told Fox News on Monday night that when Senate Republican leader Thune informed the president that his conference was prepared to accept the Democratic compromise position, the president said, and I quote, "No deals with the Democrats." And it gets worse. The president is now attacking new conditions to ending the shutdown, including his so-called SAVE Act. That makes no sense. It has nothing to do with funding the DHS workforce. And yet, instead of showing any leadership, House Republicans are backing the president's order to deploy untrained ICE officers into airports, contrary to their mission, contrary to common sense, apparently to intimidate travelers. In fact, we've learned that in airports where ICE has been deployed, waiting times at TSA screening checkpoints have actually gone up. And while all of that is happening, we are here debating a non-binding resolution that will not pay a single TSO, will not reopen a single office, and will not make a single American safer. The American people deserve better than this Republican failure theater. The DHS workforce deserves better. I urge my colleagues to stop the performance and start governing. Not a resolution, but action. Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Mississippi reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What we just heard was not, in fact, the whole story. The previous speaker mentioned that he wanted to tell the whole story. Well, I think it is important that we get all the facts on the record. What the gentleman left out was that he himself voted twice against funding for DHS. This resolution is not in lieu of the opportunity to vote for funding. We're going to give you another opportunity, but you're going to vote no again. That needs to be on the record. That is the full story that Democrats in this House want to stand in the way of keeping America safe. The Democrats in the Senate want to change the rules of the game. What they choose to do is they go out there and demand all kinds of unrealistic conditions that would actually hamstring DHS, keep our country less safe, and are totally unworkable in practice. We, as Republicans, have offered full funding. We have offered partial funding with reforms. We have said, here is the way that we can make this system not only better, but keep America safe while making these reasonable, common sense reforms. What do? They dismiss them out of hand. He said Donald Trump, our president, our duly elected president, has shot down these opposition proposals. That is not the case. The Senate, the Congress are the ones that are going to advance these pieces of legislation to the president's desk. The Senate has put forward those proposals to Democrat colleagues, and what did they do? They are the ones that rejected the latest offer. So we have extended the olive branch. We have extended our hand and said, come together, work with us, fully fund Department of Homeland Security. They will never fund ICE because of their radical left. They are beholden to the fringe in their party that will do everything to protect and promote illegal immigrants over the interests of American citizens. But it should be noted that ICE actually does some very critical work in our local community. Homeland Security investigations, HSI. What does that do as a part of ICE? They go out and protect people against human trafficking, drug smuggling. That's what you're opposed to? It's ludicrous. Mr. Speaker, we have to fully fund ICE. The previous gentleman said that this resolution doesn't do enough. I agree. The resolution is a way to thank and recognize DHS and all of its employees for the great work they do to keep us safe. We should agree on that. We should also agree on getting funding to fully fund the operations of DHS. You voted against it twice. You're going to vote against it again, and you're going to leave the American people less safe. So that's the full story. Mr. Speaker, at this time, I would like to yield to the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Guest, for 2 minutes.
Gentleman from Mississippi is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of House Resolution 1128, expressing support of the House of Representatives for the Department of Homeland Security. For 41 days, the Department of Homeland Security has been operating without the necessary funding to carry out its core mission. Tens of thousands of dedicated employees across the country are working without pay, while our national security sits at an elevated threat level. The men and women of the 22 federal agencies whose funding is tied to DHS, they continue to show up every day, standing watch over our borders, protecting our transportation systems, and safeguarding the American people despite missing multiple paychecks. Their commitment to our nation is unwavering, and we owe them more than our gratitude. We owe them action. We owe them a paycheck for their service. Congress must fund DHS and bring this shutdown to an end so that our first responders and our federal law enforcement officials can refocus on the very real public threats we face. The American people deserve, and the American people demand, that Democrats in this political theater and that Democrats step up and join Republicans in fully funding the Department of Homeland Security. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves his time. Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves his time. Gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
I want to help my colleague out on the other side. Everybody in this country knows that Donald Trump is running everything. Nothing happens in Washington without Donald Trump's approval. Legislation is not passed unless he agrees with it. If they were strong enough, they would admit that. But Republicans run the executive branch, they run both bodies of the legislative branch. And so now you blame Democrats on your inability to get things done. Let me help you out. This resolution does not pay one TSO or FEMA or CISA employee. It doesn't pay a mortgage. It doesn't pay a car note. It doesn't buy groceries. Quit pretending like you're doing something to help the people. Before this debate is over, I'm going to give you a chance to put your mouth where it ought to be on this resolution. But for this point, HSI mission is not to walk in the airports and assist ICE. That is not why they were created. They're an investigatory body. They ought to be out here in communities finding bad people. You have changed their mission. Your president, has changed their mission, so they are now doing things for which they were not trained to do. For the record, our loyal and faithful TSOs that you say you love, their training is from 4 to 6 months to make sure that individuals who get on planes don't have anything in their possessions that will bring it down. Our ICE agents are trained for 47 days. So now you can tell me how someone who's trained for 47 days is going to help somebody do a job where the training is almost double what's required. The technology that they do in the screening, no ICE agent performs that. No TSO walks up and down an airport trying to keep crowds in line. That's not their mission. Nor should they be harming people in communities like we've seen with our own eyes. And so let's get back to basics. If you really want to help our loyal TSOs, as you say, then let's pay them. Put a resolution on the floor that says, I want to pay them right now. But you're afraid to do it because the White House is calling the shots. Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves his time. I would remind speakers on both sides of this argument that they please understand they're to direct their comments to the chairman under House rules. For what reason? Excuse me, gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate this spirited debate, but it is important when you're debating somebody to call out their half-truths and their deflections. The half-truth that this gentleman speaks of is that Republicans control the House, the Senate, and the White House, and so that gives us total ability to pass whatever we want. That is not the case. We know that in the Senate, you need 60 votes to get something passed in policy. So you do need bipartisan support to actually get something passed into law and help the American people. We are asking, Mr. Speaker, for our Democrat colleagues to come along and join us in fully funding the operations of DHS. Now, the deflection comes when he tells you all about the important and critical training and the ways that DHS operates. We are talking not only in this resolution, but also in an appropriations bill that is going to follow about fully funding the operations of ICE. The gentleman tries to obfuscate, tries to change the conversation. The bottom line is that that funding for DHS was voted on twice in this House already. We voted for it in a bipartisan fashion, and we are going to give all members of this body the ability to vote on it for a third time. With that, Mr. Speaker, I will yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Van Epps.
Gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, Democrats' government shutdown has now lasted over 40 days, and it will have lasting consequences. This goes far beyond long airport lines. Only a fraction of the cybersecurity and infrastructure security agencies' workforce remains on duty, weakening our ability to defend critical infrastructure from threats like Iranian cyber retaliation. Modern conflicts aren't limited to air, sea, and land. Adversaries now target critical infrastructure, including energy grids, financial systems, transportation networks, government systems, and healthcare services. Democrats say they want a deal. Well, let's look at their deals. Under the Biden administration, officials apprehended a Venezuelan illegal alien at the border and still released him into the country. Now, 3 years later, that man killed an innocent 18-year-old American, Sheridan Gorman. This is the consequence of Biden's failed policy. When the Democrats are in control, they prioritize criminals over citizens. Now the damage extends beyond our streets. This shutdown is setting back American shipbuilding and weakening our maritime readiness. The Coast Guard can't pay shipyards to maintain its fleet, and contractors are reconsidering whether it is even worth doing business with the federal government. Think about that. It is now too risky to work with the United States Coast Guard. That is the direct result of Democrats using DHS as leverage. They put Americans at risk to advance a political agenda. As we approach the 25th anniversary of September 11th, we should be strengthening Homeland Security. Instead, Democrats are weakening it. After 3 shutdowns in a single fiscal year, their priorities are clear. They care more about politics than protecting the American people. I yield back my time and reserve my time.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves his time. The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to, reserve.
Does the gentleman wish to reserve his time?
Right.
The gentleman from
I yield
Mississippi.
myself as much time.
Excuse me, you would yield yourself such time as you choose.
Absolutely.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you very much. For the record, Mr. Speaker, the CISA employees, over 1,000, were discharged by the DOJ committee before the shutdown occurred. We want to make sure the record reflects that. So this shutdown does not comport with what was said by the Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, House Republicans actually have the ability to stop this performance art and stop the shutdown of their own making today. We should send the compromise bill to reopen DHS to the Senate right now. Let us pay our TSA, FEMA, and CISA personnel who will continue to reform ICE and CBP as the American people demand. So, Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Appropriations and Budget be discharged from further consideration of H.R. 7481, the Department of Homeland Security Appropriations Act of 2026, and asks for its immediate consideration in the House.
I would advise the gentleman that the majority member, in this case, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, would need to agree to that. And if he does not choose to yield for that purpose, then the gentleman would be recognized for his continuation. Gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
So what is your I didn't understand you.
The gentleman who sits in the majority seat from Pennsylvania would have to agree with your unanimous request, would have to yield to that request. And the gentleman evidently chooses not to.
Well, Mr. Speaker, there you have it. House Republicans have an hour to debate a non-binding symbolic resolution, but not even a few seconds to do the job that would actually pay our DHS workers. This is the Republican DHS shutdown. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Mississippi reserves his time. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, it is so critically important that we fund and fully fund the Department of Homeland Security. The best way to do that is in a bipartisan fashion. That's why this House of Representatives has already voted twice with bipartisan support to advance that legislation over to the Senate. The previous speaker, his wishful thinking, his off-the-wall Rube Goldberg proposal saying that Republicans in the House are somehow opposing his scheme, it's just simply unrealistic. The American people don't buy it because there is not something before us that has the bipartisan support of over 218 votes to pass. That's not what he's proposing. What we have is the pragmatic, common sense solution that had the bipartisan support to pass twice. Join us in that effort. Join us, please. Please. I don't understand, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman will suspend. The gentleman will confine his remarks to the chairman of the committee. The gentleman needs to be in line with House rules. The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I appreciate all this discussion. Again, we have to do what is best for the American people. We already have something that is advanced. We're going to continue that conversation. In addition to that, we can continue to thank and recognize all of our workers at DHS. And I will yield 2 minutes of my time to the gentleman of Colorado, Mr. Evans.
Gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm a proud co-sponsor of this resolution to support full funding for the Department of Homeland Security. Not many policy debates in this chamber are simple, but this one is. The Department of Homeland Security needs funding now. In just 6 months, Mr. Speaker, Democrats have shut down our government twice, and now they claim that shutting down DHS makes us safer. As someone who spent 12 years in the Army and another 10 years as a police officer, I know this is the furthest from the truth you can be. In fact, I left law enforcement and serve now in Congress because for years, Democrats pushed to defund the police. They championed defunding the police, knowing the consequences that it has on public safety. And today, Mr. Speaker, that same pattern continues, this time by defunding the Department of Homeland Security. Mr. Speaker, when someone shows you who they are, believe them. House Republicans have passed Homeland Security appropriations funding twice, H.R. 7147 and H.R. 7747. Twice, this funding was rejected by House Democrats and repeatedly blocked by Senate Democrats. Facts matter. Now, because the department is unfunded, FEMA's local pre-disaster planning is halted right as Colorado enters wildfire season. CISA, which protects Americans from cyber attacks, is impaired. The Coast Guard, essential in combating drug trafficking, I will add, that killed 400,000 Americans under the open border policies of my colleagues across the aisle. The Coast Guard is weakened. The Federal Law Enforcement Training Center, which provides the training to our federal agents, is impaired. And if that's not bad enough, twice Democrats have voted against funding the Department of Homeland Security and preventing our TSA officers from receiving a paycheck. Mr. Speaker, Democrats need to stop their reckless practice of holding paychecks hostage for their political agenda. We need to fund the department, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves his time. The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield to the gentleman from Maryland.
Will the gentleman who just spoke yield? Will the gentleman who just spoke was walking down, would you yield?
The gentleman has yielded back his time, and we have reserved that time. Well, you've not been recognized yet, sir. How much time would you
How
like
much
to?
time as he may consume?
You would like to recognize the distinguished gentleman from Maryland. The distinguished gentleman from Maryland is now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The gentleman to whom I was addressing my question apparently doesn't want to yield and left the floor at the advice probably of somebody else. We ought to speak the truth. Even if you're new, I've been here a little longer, and there is a way to fund the TSA, to fund Secret Service, and it's no sham. We don't even have to sign the discharge petition. Your speaker, Mr. Speaker, just needs to bring the bill to the floor. It funds everybody in the Department of Homeland Security other than ICE and CBP. You know that.
The gentleman will yield. The gentleman will confine his remarks to the chairman of the committee. These are House rules, and the gentleman needs to subscribe to those. The
I
gentleman's
addressed the
recognized.
speaker. I said, Mr. Speaker.
Now,
That doesn't mean I can't look at other people, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I addressed you directly, and I don't want this out of my time.
The gentleman is recognized, confining his remarks to the chairman of the committee.
We're in the House.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the argument being made on the other side is not accurate. I will give them the benefit of the doubt because perhaps they don't know it's not accurate. We have over 110 people who are prepared to vote for all of the funding in DHS other than one of the components, both of the components, who recently have snatched people off the streets of America wearing hoods and no badges and putting them into unmarked cars. Yes, we're not for that. The gentleman said he was, that I asked to yield, said he was a law enforcement officer. I was going to ask him whether he ever wore a mask during the course of his duties. Not a gas mask, a mask to keep him secret. I'm going to ask him whether he ever went into a home without a warrant, inconsistent with the Constitution of the United States. Yes, we want to defend the Constitution of the United States. And by the way, unless you missed it, when we passed the appropriation bills that have funded most of government, we did so and we took DHS out and told you we're not for that. So what you continue to do is to bring to this floor something we have told you we are not for. Mr. Speaker, if the Speaker of the House brought that bill to the floor to fund all of DHS's components except those two agencies, it would pass overwhelmingly today within this hour. I guarantee it, as a former majority leader, assuming that all of you say, oh, we want to fund TSA. We want to fund Secret Service. We want to fund Coast Guard, assuming that you would follow your rhetoric. It can be done like that. I say that as a majority leader of this House for 8 years, and I know of what I speak. Mr. Speaker, they talk about shutdowns. Under Ronald Reagan, and there were 8 shutdowns. They lasted for an average, Mr. Speaker, of 1.3 days. 9 of those were weekend days. Why? Because Ronald Reagan and we Democrats who controlled the House were prepared to go to the table and make an agreement. And if we couldn't make an agreement, we nevertheless funded government. This president has said numerous times, Mr. Speaker, I'd welcome shutdowning the government. All of it. All of it. So those of you who come to the floor and try to, like Pontius Pilate, wash responsibility away and blame it on Democrats, because yes, there are things which we very strongly disagree, and that is the violation of the Constitution, the violation of statutes, and I would have asked my law enforcement friend, the violation of norms followed by every police department in America. So I am tired of hearing totally inaccurate information. Some fraud bill. That's not the word that was used, Mr. Speaker, but that was implied. The bill that we want is no fraud. The bill we want would fund TSA, Secret Service, Coast Guard, CISA, and all other agencies and DHAs tomorrow. But what is the majority bringing to the floor, Mr. Speaker? A bill that has failed 3 times. Why? Because we don't want warrantless searches. We don't want people's doors being broken down without probable cause. We don't want people apprehended by masked people. You know, I grew up in an era when I was a young man where there were a lot of people wearing masks going around assaulting people. We didn't call them police. Try to be honest with the American people. Mr. Speaker, we owe them that. Tell them, look, we're afraid that if we fund all of these components, of which we all talk and support, if we do that, then we won't make as good a deal on DHS. We won't keep them immune from following the Constitution. We won't keep them immune from following the laws of their state. We won't keep them immune for the norms that police follow. Don't come to this floor and be dishonest and say we're shutting down the government. We're not. But we sure do want to raise the question and have a debate about whether we follow the Constitution in terms of law enforcement in this country. That's what our country. You know why you have warrants? Because King George could go into any house, anytime, every time that he wanted to. And the founding fathers thought that was wrong. I see my chairman is standing, so he may want to speak himself and not have me take all the time. But I would plead with my Republican friends, Mr. Speaker, be honest. You're holding off that bill because you think tactically it will undermine what the ICE is doing. Undermining that 2, 3, 4, 5 people were killed by officers not following the law. Don't come here pretending that Democrats somehow are shutting down. By the way, when Joe Biden was president of the United States, you know how many shutdowns there were? Mr. Speaker, the answer to that is 0. 0. Let's fund the important services that the American people deserve. Let's have the Speaker either put the bill on the floor, have 10 Republicans sign the discharge petition, we'll put it on the floor, and we'll pass it overwhelmingly, I predict. Mr. Chairman, I thank you for giving me some time to try to correct the record that is being, unfortunately, made poorly on this floor.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, may I inquire as to how much time is remaining on both sides?
Gentleman has 8 minutes remaining.
And
Gentleman from Pennsylvania has 13 minutes remaining, sir.
Thank you. I reserve.
The gentleman from Mississippi reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I hope my colleague that just spoke can stick around to hear this. It is important that we are on the same page. My esteemed colleague was here years ago during 9/11. The reason why we established the Department of Homeland Security, as you know, is to break down silos. What you are advocating for is building up walls, siloing off parts of our Department of Homeland Security, and leaving our country less safe. That was the whole point of having a unified Department of Homeland Security. So you know that history, or our previous speaker, Mr. Chairman, Chairman of the Committee on the Whole, knows that history. He knows that full well. Everybody who was here after 9/11 knows that full well. So to go back on that and try to break down these silos and say that we want to fund everything, but we want to defund federal law enforcement, that is an affront to our national security. That is an affront to the American people. And what I am saying, Mr. Speaker, is that we need to fully fund the Department of Homeland Security. We have that resolution on the floor. We are going to offer it up again. We are going to give them a third opportunity, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I am so grateful that my colleagues stuck around to hear that it is a disastrous idea to build silos in the Department of Homeland Security, to defund federal law enforcement. That is absolutely accurate, and we need that on the record, that those statements were damaging to what our national security apparatus does every single day to keep us safe. So, Mr. Speaker, I am going to now yield 2.5 minutes of my time to the gentleman from California, Mr. Fong.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of House Resolution 1128, expressing the support of the House of Representatives for the Department of Homeland Security. As lawmakers, we have a fundamental obligation to govern responsibly and to protect our communities from emerging threats, both foreign and domestic. Twice on this very House floor, we passed a bipartisan funding package for the Department of Homeland Security. However, Senate Democrats have chosen to walk away from that bipartisan bicameral deal, threatening operations that ensure the safety and security of American communities, from our transportation systems to our cybersecurity and critical infrastructure and emergency response capabilities. Today marks 41 days since Democrats made the reckless decision to shut down the Department of Homeland Security. A prolonged government shutdown undermines our national security, creates financial hardship for Homeland Security workers and their families, and leaves critical emergency response and preparedness efforts at risk. Yet again, dedicated public servants like TSA security officers, Coast Guard civilian personnel, FEMA personnel, and cybersecurity teams are working without the certainty of their next paycheck, while others have been furloughed. That is why my colleagues and I on this side of the aisle have consistently voted to fully fund the Department of Homeland Security. Yesterday, I had the opportunity to hear directly from frontline security agencies on the negative impact this shutdown has had on their missions and workforce. As TSA's deputy administrator shared, quote, "What I'm hearing from our workforce is that what's happening is nothing short of cruel. It is dangerous for Democrats to keep weakening our national security posture for their own political gain, especially amid a heightened threat environment. Every day this shutdown continues, our nation's security is put at greater risk, and the men and women who protect us are further sidelined. The 260,000 Americans employed by DHS should be focused on their no-fail mission to keep our country safe, not worrying about how they will pay their bills, rent, groceries, or find a job in order to find another job in order to do so. Every agency tasked with America's Homeland Security needs to be operating at full strength right now. Today, I reaffirm my commitment to public safety and those sworn to uphold it. I urge my colleagues across the aisle to come to their senses, immediately reopen the Department of Homeland Security, and end this shutdown immediately. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Maryland.
The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
I thank the gentleman. The gentleman on the other side, Mr. Speaker, asked me to come back. I came back. He made a comment. I wanted to correct him. He would not yield for that purpose. 86% of ICE is being funded. There are no silos being undermined, except by not funding all the other agencies that we are prepared to support. No silos. 85% of CBP is funded. You funded, Mr. Speaker, in reconciliation at 3 times, essentially, what the annual appropriation was for those 2 agencies. So there ought not to be, again, this Pontius Pilate hand-wringing that somehow we've shut down those 2 agencies. We have not. You provided for that, Mr. Speaker, and they are funded. The question is, do you still want to use as a political tactic shutting down all the other agencies? And I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Mississippi reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and again, appreciate the spirited debate with my colleagues, especially the past speaker. We appreciate his experience. He has been a member of this body since even before I was born. I'm 43 years old now. He has been a member of this chamber for longer than that. He has been elected in 1981, and we appreciate his experience and his knowledge that he brings to this debate. But when somebody is wrong, regardless of their age or experience, it is our obligation to recognize that and call that out. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes of my time to Mr. Fine from the great state of Florida.
The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And actually, I have an anecdote as well. 35 years ago, when the previous speaker from the Democratic side was here as a member of Congress, I was a 16-year-old page wandering around the floor in a blue blazer and a khaki pair of pants. So it's an interesting moment for me because what he said is, let's fund, I quote, let's fund the important services the American people deserve. Let's talk about important services they don't think they deserve. Over the last 4 years, 20 million illegal immigrants came into this country. And those illegal immigrants have killed 1,400 Americans. Let me give you just a few of their names. Kate Steinle, who was 32 years old in California. Laken Riley, who was 22 years old in Athens, Georgia. Rachel Morin, who was 37 years old in Bel Air, Maryland. Jocelyn Nungery, who was 12 years old in Houston, Texas. Liz Medina, who was 16, also in Texas. But those apparently aren't services that need to be funded. Since the conflict in Iran began, there have been 4 terrorist attacks in 4 separate states by 4 unaffiliated groups. They were working independently. Let's say their names. Those are apparently not important services that the American people need to know. Ryder Harrington, 19. Savitha Shah, 21. Jorge Peterson, 30. And Lieutenant Colonel Brandon Shaw in Virginia. Those are apparently stopping that are not important services the American people deserve. While I stood here waiting to speak, the government announced that they've arrested 2 Chinese people in the state of Florida for attempting to put an IED outside of a military base. We're told funding 86% of the Department of Homeland Security is funding all of the Department of Homeland Security. That is not true. And also, as I stood here, I read one other thing, that in New York City, a 4-time deported Honduran illegal alien was charged with murder for shoving an 83-year-old U.S. Air Force veteran onto the subway tracks in New York City. But apparently protecting him is not an important service the American people deserve. What I have learned in this debate is Democrats care about 3 things: Muslim terrorists, Somali pirates, and illegal immigrants. And what's clear to me, if we want to fund the Department of Homeland Security and get them on board, there's one simple solution: have all of those TSA agents declare they are illegal immigrants, because then they'll rush to get the money over to them to get them funded. It is not right to keep the government closed. If you want changes in policy, let's have those debates. But the same people who demand these folks not be masked spent years demanding the rest of us get arrested if we weren't willing to wear them. The hypocrisy is stunning, and the American people are not being served. We need the job to get done. We need to get the whole thing funded, and I support the resolution fully. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, parliamentary question. How much time do we have remaining on our side?
And has 5 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I reserve.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this shutdown is a result of Republicans' failure to govern. Democrats have been at the negotiating table for weeks, and the American people are demanding accountability and reform from ICE and CBP. We cannot forget that 2 American citizens got killed by masked federal agents for merely exercising their First Amendment rights on the streets of a major city, and then their government turned around and called them domestic terrorists without any evidence whatsoever. That cannot happen again, and Democrats are here fighting to prevent it from happening ever again. But where are Republicans? They're here offering symbolic resolutions to score political points for the White House. They're not reforming ICE and CBP. They're not negotiating. If you want Democrats to vote with you, you'll have to earn our vote. Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Mississippi reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, again, we are offering this resolution to thank our great men and women of the Department of Homeland Security for all their work during this Democratic shutdown where they're not receiving funding and their paychecks to support them and their families. And so we have this resolution and also the resolution for appropriating all the funding. And those are both going to come before the full House, and I encourage all of my colleagues to support. They've had bipartisan support for the appropriations in the past, and hopefully we'll get that again this time. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes of my time to the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Harris.
The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you to my colleague for yielding the time. Mr. Speaker, I have a message for the American people. Dear Americans, Democrats do not care about your safety. They're displaying it this right before our very eyes. Democrats do obviously before our own eyes practice political gamesmanship rather than provide real security for our homeland safety. At a time when our nation faces threat after threat, it's imperative that we have a strong, fully funded Department of Homeland Security. The brave men and women of DHS work hard every single day to keep Americans safe. They have earned our support. And how do Democrats repay them for their work? They shut down the Department of Homeland Security. I'm proud to stand in support of this resolution today to shine a light on the great work that they do. However, it cannot go unsaid that many of my Democrat colleagues who may vote in favor of this resolution today will still continue to maintain that DHS would be unfunded, as they have voted 4 separate times against its reopening purely because of political games. At a time when our nation faces increased security risks, Democrats are choosing politics over our nation's safety. They're giving us one crystal clear message. They do not care about American safety. If they did, wouldn't the agency whose sole job is to protect America be funded at this very hour? Securing America's safety and ensuring brave employees of the Department of Homeland Security receive the funding they undoubtedly deserve must happen, and it must happen soon. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. Members are reminded to direct their remarks to the chair and not to a perceived viewing audience. The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. recognize myself for as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, one of President Trump's top informal advisors, Steve Bannon, recently said that the president's deployment of ICE to the nation's airport was a, quote, test run before ICE's deployment to election sites during November's midterm election. Now, why, Mr. Speaker, would immigration and customs enforcement be needed at state and locally run election sites? The Trump administration has tried to make DHS and ICE into their private, politically motivated national police to intimidate travelers at the airport now and voters at the ballot box in November. That is why the American people are demanding that we reform ICE. But we could reopen the department today while those reforms continue to be worked on. House Republicans and Donald Trump, however, are standing in the way. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Mississippi reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This conversation has been rewarding and enlightening for the American people. We have heard half-truths, deflections, obfuscations from the other side throughout our conversation today. We also hear fear-mongering. What we need are pragmatic, common-sense solutions that have bipartisan support. That's what we have. With the DHS funding appropriations that we've already passed through the House, that we're going to have an opportunity to vote on again, it is a chance to give the American people the results that they're looking for. It's not a conversation, it is fact. And so, Mr. Speaker, it has been great to hear the other side put themselves on the record for not fully funding parts of the Department of Homeland Security, for building up silos, for advocacy about defunding law enforcement. That's what we've heard here today. It's shocking, but I think it's enlightening for the American people to see that contrast and have it on full display. I wish that we had more than an hour to have this debate. I think this is something that every American should see. Republicans coming together to support national security, to fund our workers, to give our workers, the American people, the paychecks that they deserve for the work that they're doing. But Mr. Speaker, the other side stands in objection as an obstacle to this common sense solution every single day. At this point, I will reserve the balance of my time, but I do want to thank you and thank the other side for putting this contrast on full display for the American people.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close at this time.
The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Is the speaker on the other side prepared to close too?
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers as well, and I'm prepared to close after the gentleman from Mississippi closes.
Gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield the balance of my time. Republican failures have shut down the Department of Homeland Security for more than 40 days. But before this Republican shutdown, the Trump administration did its dead level best to allow and hollow out the department and make America less safe. At least 2,000 permanent FEMA staff have left that agency since the day Donald Trump took office. $275 million in nonprofit security grant program funds remain stuck at DHS and FEMA instead of helping high-risk nonprofit organizations like churches, mosques, and synagogues. At the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, the Trump administration terminated, reassigned, or pressured into resigning nearly 1,000 employees. The former CISA acting director said that the vacancy rate at the agency hampered its ability to fully support national security objectives. The president's fiscal year 2026 budget called for roughly $500 million in cuts to CISA, including cutting programs meant to secure our elections from foreign bad actors. At TSA, the Trump administration has moved to cut collective bargaining agreements meant to improve working conditions for the personnel keeping our airways safe. For over a year, Republicans have failed DHS and the American people at every turn. Yet Americans are shameless enough to lecture us about supporting DHS. Republicans have the power to end this shutdown today. Instead of wasting time on symbolic resolution, they could pass HR 7481, the Democratic compromise proposal that would allow DHS to reopen while we continue to work on reforms to ICE and CBP. But instead, Republicans seem almost addicted to failure. To my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, take yes for an answer. Let's stop the failure theater and reopen DHS today. Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my
Gentleman
time.
from Mississippi yields. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I couldn't agree with my colleague more that we should fund and fully fund the Department of Homeland Security today. That is why we're going to have the opportunity for every member to vote yes on that resolution to fully fund it. We're also going to have the opportunity, in addition to that funding, to give our members the opportunity to vote in full support of the men and women at the Department of Homeland Security and all the great work they do every single day. I would encourage a yes vote on both of those resolutions, certainly on the one that's being debated here before us, House Resolution 1128. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania yields. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 1131, the previous question is ordered on the resolution and the preamble as amended. The question is on the adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the resolution is agreed to. The gentleman from Mississippi.
On that, I ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays have been requested. Those in favor of vote by the yeas and nays will rise. Sufficient number have been risen. The yeas and nays are ordered pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20. Further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 1131, I call up Bill H.R. 8029 to pay our Homeland Defenders Act and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 8029, a bill making appropriations for the Department of Homeland Security for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2026, and for other purposes.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1131, the bill is considered read. The bill should be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designees. The gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Cole, and the gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Laurel, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Oklahoma.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the measure under consideration.
Without objection.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, last year, Democrats initiated the longest full government shutdown in American history. It severely impacted families, agencies, personnel, and services across the nation. What should have been a lesson on how not to treat hardworking Americans has instead become routine for Senator Schumer and Senate Democrats. Today marks day 41 of the Department of Homeland Security shutdown, already the longest partial shutdown on record. And in just 3 days, it will surpass even last year's historic lapse, further compounding the harm to our national security and the workforce charged with protecting it. There are many ways to measure the damage, yet every metric reflects a burden on our citizens. We can look at time. DHS has been comprehensively shut down for close to 50% of the fiscal year. That's nearly 100 days of dysfunction and counting. We can look at personnel. More than 100,000 employees have missed paychecks. We can look at travel. Airports across the nation are experiencing severe lines and delays as TSA call-out rates soar. We can look at contingency fund. FEMA's disaster relief fund is nearly empty. The list doesn't end there, yet it makes clear exactly what Senate Democrats have chosen. But today, we are once again providing our colleagues across the aisle an opportunity to stop the chaos. Life doesn't offer many second chances, but here on the House floor this afternoon offers many Democrats a third chance to get it right. I'm proud to say my friend and fellow appropriator, Mr. Ciscomani from Arizona, has introduced a Pay Our Homeland Defenders Act. This legislation comprehensively funds DHS. It resources critical security efforts, pays personnel, and gets our front line back on operational strength. It doesn't just pick and choose which parts of Homeland Security matter. It ensures that missions and personnel are supported across the board for the rest of the fiscal year. Representative Ciscomani put it plainly in a recent piece that he wrote, saying, quote, "This should not be a partisan issue. Paying the people who protect our country should be the bare minimum expectation of a functioning government. It is about respect, it is about responsibility, and most importantly, it's about safety." Mr. Ciscomani got it exactly right. This isn't a game. We're dealing with real security objectives, real community impacts, and real livelihoods. Congress has a basic responsibility: fund the government, pay the workforce, and protect the homeland. Republicans have consistently voted to meet that duty, and I urge Senate Democrats to follow our example. With that, I call on everyone to vote yes, end this shutdown, and keep our nation safe. I reserve the balance of my time, Madam Speaker.
The gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. The gentlewoman from Connecticut is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Without objection.
Before I make my remarks on the bill, I'd like to take a moment to praise the work of one of our staff who is leaving the committee next week. Jocelyn Hunn is a trailblazer. In 1983, she became the second woman to ever work as a professional staff member for the House Appropriations Committee. In her career, she fought to preserve our natural and cultural resources, ensure access to clean air and water, improve services provided to all Americans to advance their well-being and help them to achieve a better life. Jocelyn is retiring from a career in government service on Tuesday. The Interior Subcommittee, the entire House of Representatives, owe you a debt of gratitude for your tireless work, and that began more than 4 decades ago. Godspeed, my friend. It's been a pleasure to work with you. It really has. Thank you so much. Thank you. Madam Speaker, I rise in opposition to this twice doomed legislation. What is the definition of insanity? Doing the same thing over and over and over and again, expecting a different result. This is not a serious effort. It is just more political theater. Here is the truth. The president has given up on funding DHS. He said earlier this week that any deal Congress makes, and I quote, "I'm pretty much not happy with it," end quote. And then he said to Republicans, "Don't make a deal with the Democrats." Does that sound like someone who wants to end this crisis and to pay TSA workers? Madam Speaker, the Congress is on its own. The only way we are getting out of this logjam is if we work together to exercise our power of the purse. The talks in the Senate have all but fallen apart. The president is refusing to get behind anything. Tomorrow will mark the second full paycheck that TSA workers and others across DHS will miss. I might just make a note here because I think it's important to say something about this. In fact, at this moment, ICE and CBP, 85% of ICE and CBP are being paid. Secret Service, 75%. Coast Guard, 85%. TSA workers is 0. But the TSA administrator confirmed yesterday that the department made the decision not to pay TSA workers. The department made that decision, I'm sure in concert with the President of the United States, that these are folks who are expendable. We don't have to pay them. Let's pay the others and leave them on their own. Again, not someone or some department that wants to or cares about TSA workers. I have put forward a proposal that I honestly believe is a reasonable middle ground between the two sides of this discussion. Democrats do not want to provide more funding for ICE or CBP without legally binding policy changes that protect our communities. Republicans are opposed to many of these changes and want to fund ICE and CBP without any new protections. Neither side disagrees over funding for TSA or FEMA or the Coast Guard or other parts of DHS. What we are caught up on is whether or not we can deal with ICE and CBP separately, or if we have to fund everything all at once. I do not believe it must be all or nothing. My proposal, which I introduced over a month ago, funds the parts of DHS, the Department of Homeland Security, that we all agree on. It funds TSA so that these workers can get paid. They can pay their bills. They can stop sleeping in their cars. They can avoid evictions, and that we can put an end to the long lines at airport security. It funds FEMA so that we can replenish the disaster relief fund and ensure that our communities are prepared for the next natural disaster. It fully funds cybersecurity so that we are equipped to prevent or respond to any threat that comes our way. It separates out the funding for ICE and CBP for the time being, just for the time being, so that we can negotiate on that issue without holding the rest of the department hostage. I have been listening to the debates over this impasse. I believe some of my Republican colleagues are under the impression that my proposal is designed to permanently shutter ICE and CBP. That is not true. That is not the case. We will have to pass a bill to fund those agencies. And we will do so when we have come together on an agreement that establishes reasonable protections against abuse. Reasonable protections, I might add, which the vast majority of Americans support. We cannot have masked armed federal agents roaming our communities, breaking down doors with no warrants, arresting people with no explanation, and yes, even murdering Americans in the streets. In the meantime, there is no reason to keep the rest of the department shut down. At the appropriate time, I will offer a motion to recommit this bill back to committee. If the House rules permitted, I would have offered the motion with an important amendment to this bill. My amendment would have replaced the text of the doomed Republican proposal with the text of my bill to fund the parts of DHS over which there is no disagreement. I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record the text of this amendment, and I hope my colleagues will join me in voting for the motion to recommit. Thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady from Connecticut reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Before I yield to my next speaker, I would just want to associate myself with the remarks of my good friend, the ranking member, in terms of her retiring staffer, Jocelyn Hahn, and join my friend in congratulating her on her distinguished service and wishing her well in the next chapter of her life. With that, Madam Speaker, I would like to yield 1 minute to distinguished Majority Leader, the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Scalise.
The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank my friend from Oklahoma, the great chairman of the Appropriations Committee, for yielding. I rise in strong support of Congressman Ciscomani's bill to fund the Department of Homeland Security. And Madam Speaker, this is a bill that should have passed weeks and weeks ago. In fact, today will mark the third time that this House has voted to fully fund the department. In case you want to know how that vote went, there's been a record vote twice already in the House. You can see who's voting yes to fund TSA agents, to fund the people at the Department of Homeland Security who work every day to keep us safe here in America. All the Republicans, almost every Republican voting yes, every one on March 5th. Almost every Democrat voted no on March 5th, voted no to shut the department down. The Democrats shut this down, Madam Speaker. Then we brought another vote. And you could see, well, January 22nd was the first vote. Almost a party line vote. Republicans voting yes to fund the department, Democrats voting no. March 5th, same thing. Republicans voting yes to fund the department, Democrats overwhelmingly voting no to shut it down. Now, there's a day today where they can seek redemption and stand up for those workers, the TSA agents, who are showing up for work and not getting paid. Do you know that if you're a TSA agent in America this fiscal year, Madam Speaker, you have gone 49% of this year without a paycheck? That's disgraceful. Disgraceful that Democrats have voted time and time again to deny them pay. For those especially who are showing up to do this hard work, you've got Americans waiting in line for hours and hours, 3 hours, 4 hours. At my home airport in New Orleans, people were sleeping overnight so they'd have a chance to make their flight. There are people waiting over 3 hours and still missing a flight, Madam Speaker, to go maybe on a family vacation. Maybe they've got to go to a funeral or a wedding. This is disrupting the lives of real people. Let me tell you what the TSA chief testified to yesterday, just yesterday. The TSA chief said, she told lawmakers that, quote, their agents have received eviction notices, lost their child care, missed bill payments, and been charged late fees, damaged their credit. defaulted on loans, and have been unable to even qualify for a loan to help ease the financial burden during the shutdown. Close quote. That was testimony given yesterday. And it's totally avoidable. That kind of pain should not be inflicted on our federal workers. And yet you can see the party line vote time and time again. Like today, when we bring a bill to say, let's just give these people the checks for the work that they're doing. We can all have disagreements over how government operates. Go look at the changes President Trump has already made at the Department of Homeland Security. This week, we got a new secretary. There have been dramatic changes to the department. In fact, changes both sides have made or have asked for have been made. And yet Democrats don't want to take yes for an answer, Madam Speaker, because they want chaos. Let's just call it for what it is. They want open borders. They want chaos. We're going to give them an opportunity to do the right thing because the American people are sick and tired of it. And they should be. But there's going to be a moment of accountability real soon. In about an hour, you'll be able to see, America will be able to see who's voting yes to fund these people that are working so hard and who's voting no to keep the chaos going, to keep the long lines going. Now, I'd like to say I'm going to read you some good news. I want to read you a quote from Hakeem Jeffries, Madam Speaker. I think this is an important quote that everybody should listen to right now. This is Hakeem Jeffries, and I quote, "We are here today to do a single job, and that should be to fund fully the Department of Homeland Security. Anything else is an abdication of our responsibility. Anything else is an act of legislative malpractice. We're playing political games at a time when the safety and the security of the American people is being threatened." Close quote. That's Hakeem Jeffries, Madam Speaker. Unfortunately, that was Hakeem Jeffries from February of 2015. What happened to that Hakeem Jeffries? How will Hakeem Jeffries of 2026 vote? The previous two times, we know, Madam Speaker, the vote was no. But in 2015, said it would be an act of malpractice to shut this department down. And let's talk about what times we're in. Some people want to think that we're at September 10th mentality, a pre-September 11th mentality. We're at a heightened state of alert right now. We've actually had Madam Speaker, 4 terrorist attacks on our American homeland in the last month. This department is more critical than ever, and this is when Democrats choose to shut it down, to put Americans at risk. It's dangerous. It's not just cruel to these workers who are going without pay. They testified yesterday that there are some TSA agents sleeping in their car because they can't afford rent. That's cruel, but it's also dangerous to this country to shut down this department at a time like this. Don't go back to a pre-September 11th mentality. This department was created for a reason, to protect the homeland so we don't ever have a September 11th again. Never forget. Remember that mantra? Seems like some people want to forget, have forgotten. Maybe they have amnesia. Maybe they need to remember that quote from the Democrat leader back in 2015 who said it would be political malpractice to vote to shut this agency down. Let's do the right thing. Let's everybody, not just Republicans today, let's have Republicans and Democrats join together and do what's needed to protect America's homeland. Vote yes on Congressman Ciscomani's bill to fully fund the Department of Homeland Security. Get this back open. Bring common sense back into this country. With that, I urge a yes vote, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. The gentlewoman from Connecticut is recognized.
me just make a couple of quick points here. I think I said earlier, it was the TSA administrator yesterday who confirmed that the department made the decision not to pay TSA workers. In addition to that, the Department of Homeland Security has a $10 billion slush fund that comes from the Republicans' big, beautiful bill. They could dip into that slush fund to pay TSA screeners if the Trump administration chose to do so. By the way, this is the same account that former Secretary Noem used to buy 2 luxury jets for her use and to rent at $20,000 a horse so she could ride atop it in her ads. If she can do that, that the new secretary could use this $10 billion slush fund to pay TSA screeners. They have chosen not to do it. They're not shedding any tears for those workers. It is false. It is politics. It is a cudgel. And they are using them and playing them for political reasons. Again, they choose not to pay them. And so it falls to us. Yes, it falls to us. Everyone in this room wants to pay TSA employees and Coast Guard and FEMA. My bill does that. It actually does it. The bill before us does not do this. Let's be reasonable. We have done this before. When parts of the government were closed and we thought that some should open. We did it for food inspectors because our food should be inspected so that people can get access to it. We've done it for military pay. Why aren't we doing it for TSA employees? We could do that today. And you know what? We don't need a discharge petition. We need the Speaker of the House to take this bill and bring it to the floor. And I would bet you dollars to donuts that, in fact, we would have overwhelming support from Democrats and Republicans in passing it. And then TSA and FEMA and the Coast Guard and cybersecurity and Secret Service can get paid for the job that they are doing. I reserve.
Gentlewoman from Connecticut reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I yield 4 minutes to my very good friend, the gentleman from Nevada, distinguished chairman of the Homeland Security Subcommittee, the Appropriations Committee, Mr. Amadei.
The gentleman from Nevada is recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Minority Leader. Well, here we are again. It's going to come as a surprise to nobody here that as the chairman of the Homeland Security Subcommittee, I am rising in support of the 2026 Homeland Security Appropriations Bill. Later today, we'll vote on the bill for a third time, and unfortunately, it won't be the charm. This shutdown should have never happened. The committee negotiated a full bill on a bicameral, bipartisan basis, and then the goalposts got moved at the north end of the building. Now, our colleagues have taken the department hostage over radical and unachievable policy demands which never would have made it into the original bill. This is a smokescreen for what we're really talking about here: stopping immigration enforcement, stopping immigration enforcement. Most Americans support removing dangerous criminal aliens from our communities. Stopping immigration enforcement. Most Americans support removing those who have final orders of removal instead of stopping immigration enforcement. But apparently, there's a new priority on the other side of the aisle. We're in day 40 of the shutdown with no apparent end in sight. And you know, I find it interesting that we keep hearing about the wonderful idea and the discharge petition, which is HR 7481. Well, I've read HR 7481. And if it was, as we like to say in the appropriations business, a clean bill, just funded those other ones, you know what? I think my distinguished colleague would have a good point. You know what's not in there? Don't ask me why. I didn't draft it. No body-worn camera money. That was one of the things everybody agreed on. Not in HR 7481. By the way, this is an act of oversight, whether you agree with it or not. You know what's not in HR 7481? All sorts of pre-existing, previously agreed to oversight provisions. This is about stopping immigration enforcement. So how many of us would miss the paychecks that those folks at TSA have missed and still continue to work? Good question. Who knows what the answer to that is? Over 400 TSA officers have quit since the beginning of the shutdown. Can't really blame them. The solution is to pick and choose which agencies at DHS get funded to ease the pain they created to alleviate their guilt for the hardship they've caused to our hardworking national security professional. No, the right call is to fund the entire department. We can all vote to do that again today. The time to fund the Department of Homeland Security is now. That's not news to anybody. That's the position. I urge my colleagues to do the right thing. Vote yes, end this shutdown. I yield back the balance of my time, Mr. Chairman. Madam Speaker.
The gentleman from Nevada yields back. The gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. The gentlewoman from Connecticut is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 5 minutes to the gentlewoman from Massachusetts, the distinguished Democratic whip, Ms. Clark.
The gentlewoman from Massachusetts is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the gentlewoman from Connecticut for all her work and for yielding. Madam Speaker, the Republican TSA shutdown has dragged on now for over a month. Officers haven't been paid in weeks. Hundreds have walked off the job because they simply can't afford to work for no pay. Travelers are stuck waiting in lines that have soared up to 9 hours because Republicans have decided to use airport security as a political weapon. If they cared about what we are seeing in airports across the country, if they really cared about the chaos they've caused, they would end this today. House Democrats have a bill to get TSA funded, to get these officers paid, and to get passengers where they need to go safely. We have tried repeatedly to bring it to the floor, and every time Republicans have stood in the way. If any one of them are feeling a bit of regret, they could help us force a vote. We have a discharge petition right there on the dais. Not one Republican has signed it. Why the obstruction? Why refuse to solve an agonizingly solvable problem? Well, Donald Trump said it himself. He will not support a single dollar for the TSA. He will not allow airports to get back to normal unless we make it harder to vote and harder to register to vote. Unless we drown voters in red tape, we ban mail-in voting, except for the president. That's what this has come down to. Our national security is being compromised. Airports are in chaos. Officers and travelers are the ones paying the price because Donald Trump views them nothing more than collateral damage in his attempt to rig the midterm elections. So if there's any Republican across the aisle who is ready to choose their constituents and the working people of this country over Trump, if anyone in the GOP is starting to realize this is spinning out of control, join us. Let's end this insanity. Let's pay TSA workers, and we can have an ICE operation that works like every other police department across the country. Let's do it today. Put the safety and security of the American people first. I yield back.
The gentlewoman from Massachusetts yields back. The gentlewoman from Connecticut reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I yield 3 minutes to my good friend, the distinguished gentleman from Arizona and the Vice Chair of the Homeland Security Subcommittee of the Appropriations Committee, Mr. Siscomani.
The gentleman from Arizona is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in strong support of my bill, H.R. 8029, the Pay Our Homeland Defenders Act. The name of the bill itself is pretty self-explanatory. As a representative of a district with an international airport, a border with Mexico, many Border Patrol and CBP agents, ICE, HSI, and other Homeland Security personnel, and a state that gets struck by devastating wildfires every single year where FEMA is essential, as well as the Vice Chairman of the Appropriations Subcommittee on Homeland Security, I am proud to lead this legislation to ensure that the men and women who keep our country safe are paid for their service and that we stop putting every single American at risk by funding our agencies responsible for our national security. It's been said here before, this bill was drafted in bipartisan basis with both sides having input on it and both sides making compromises to make sure that this bill passed and that we funded our Department of Homeland Security. What my friends on the other side of the aisle are doing now is backtracking on those same agreements that they made. That's unacceptable. From TSA agents to the countless personnel working behind the scenes to protect our airports and national security, these professionals should never be caught in the middle of political games. And we are grateful for the work that they are doing day in and day out. This legislation is about doing what's right, making sure those who show up every day to defend our homeland can count on the paycheck and that the American people know whose side we are on. Every time that anyone that votes against this bill in just an hour or so, that votes no on it, should be embarrassed to go past the TSA agent at the airport on the way here or home, knowing that they just voted to continue their lack of payment. This legislation ensures full funding for the Department of Homeland Security. Let me emphasize full funding. No area in Homeland Security should not be funded, including TSA, Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, known as CISA, U.S. Customs and Border Protection, Border Patrol, and U.S. Secret Service, FEMA, and the U.S. Coast Guard. Shutting down DHS over a fight of funding is wrong. This bill, our DHS bill, is just about $97 billion. The ICE portion of this is roughly 10%. So my colleagues on the other side are shutting down the entire department over a dispute of about 10% of the funding of this bill. Make no mistake, this is a Democrat shutdown of the Department of Homeland Security. Give me all or you get nothing. Give me what I want or you get nothing. That is their posture. It's not complicated, Madam Speaker. Today we will see who votes to open it and who votes to close it. They can gaslight all they want, but the reality is that when they vote no, they'll be voting to not pay our personnel. For 41 days now, the ongoing DHS shutdown has disrupted critical operations, impacted the livelihoods.
Give the gentleman an additional minute.
Impacted
Impacted the livelihoods of dedicated personnel and weakened key components of our national security. This bill is a necessary step to restore stability, support our workforce, and ensure the safety of the American people. As of today, DHS employees have missed a full paycheck. 400 TSA agents have flat out quit, and you can't blame them for that. Due to staff shortages, security lines are longer, impacting travelers across the country. I've never supported a government shutdown of any kind, marking it the longest partial shutdown in history, followed previously by the longest full shutdown in U.S. history, both caused by Democrats. Without immediate funding to DHS, these challenges will continue to escalate, further straining our workforce and jeopardizing our national security. Madam Speaker, I urge my colleagues to put hardworking Americans first by supporting my Pay Our Homeland Defenders Act, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. The gentlewoman from Connecticut is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from New York, the distinguished Democratic leader, Mr. Jeffries.
The gentleman from New York is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also thank my distinguished colleague, the top Democrat on the House Appropriations Committee, the Honorable Rosa DeLauro, for yielding and for her tremendous leadership. Madam Speaker, I rise today in strong opposition to this Republican budget that prioritizes ICE brutality over the American people. We're now more than 40 days into a Trump Republican shutdown of the Department of Homeland Security. Why are we here? Republicans are trying to convince the American people that Democrats should be blamed. Wait a second. Last time I checked, Republicans control the House, the Senate, and the presidency. And you spent the last 15 months trying to lecture the American people that you have some historic mandate. If, in fact, that is the case, when the government shuts down in its entirety or partially, it's because Republicans have decided to shut the government down. And in this particular instance, to prioritize ICE brutality over the American people. There's legislation that is available for Republicans to bring to the floor that would pass overwhelmingly to fund the entirety of the Department of Homeland Security, with the exception of ICE and the Trump extreme mass deportation machine, which has unleashed incredible, unspeakable brutality on the American people and on law-abiding immigrant families. Why have Republicans chosen to prioritize ICE brutality over the American people? When it's not that complicated, we should be paying TSA agents. Instead, Donald Trump and Republicans have sent ICE agents to airports all across the country. Watch this. ICE agents who are sitting around, standing up, doing nothing to address the airport crisis right now. ICE agents, however, at these very airports, doing nothing, are being paid. At the same period of time, TSA agents who are doing the work have been forced by Republicans to work without pay for more than 40 days. Why? Because Republicans have decided that they don't want to get ICE under control, and instead are forcing TSA agents to work without pay, inconveniencing millions of Americans all across the country and causing chaos at airports throughout the land. Unacceptable. Enough is enough. Republicans can simply bring a bill to the floor to reopen every other aspect of the Department of Homeland Security, pay ICE agents, support FEMA, stand up for the Coast Guard, and make sure that this country can continue to function. But instead, as we've repeatedly seen, Republicans have decided they'd rather jam your right-wing extreme ideology down the throats of the American people. We haven't been complicated in the point that we've made to our Republican colleagues about what needs to happen when it comes to ICE. We're standing on the side of the American people. Yes, we will always support securing the border, today, tomorrow, forever. But at the same period of time, immigration enforcement in this country should be fair, just, and humane. If you have something to say to me, you can say it right now. That's what I thought. Immigration enforcement in this country should be fair, it should be just, and it should be humane. But instead, you're unleashing brutality on the American people. using taxpayer dollars in some instances to kill American citizens, like Renee Nicole Good and Alex Preddy. A nurse who was dedicating his life to be there for veterans who served this country. And we believe it. In America, taxpayer dollars should be used to make life more affordable for the American people, not brutalize or kill them. To make life more affordable for the American people. And here's the thing. What we've put on the table, yes, we believe dramatic changes to ICE should be bold and transformational and meaningful. But they're also common sense changes, vastly supported by the American people. That includes ensuring that judicial warrants are required before masked ICE agents can storm the homes of the American people and rip them out of bed in the middle of the night. There should be independent investigations by state and local authorities so that ICE agents who violently break the law can be held accountable, just like every other American. We believe that ICE agents should be compelled to conduct themselves like every other cop, police officer, or law enforcement agency. That's not what's happening right now. We need an end to roving patrols that are violently targeting law-abiding immigrant families and brutalizing the American people. The masks need to come off. Body cameras need to come on. And yes, we also need to protect sensitive locations, like houses of worship, hospitals, schools, and polling sites. These are common sense reforms that at the same period of time are bold, meaningful, and transformational. They're designed to accomplish one chief objective: make sure that ICE conducts itself like every other law enforcement agency in the country, like every other cop, every other police officer, and every other state trooper. But that's not what's happening in this country right now. This Republican budget that is before us prioritizes ICE brutality over the American people. And that's why House Democrats are strongly opposed to it. And what's interesting, to make matters worse, because this is all about priorities and choices, and the choices that Republicans have made, the priorities that Republicans are emphasizing, are all hurting the American people, using taxpayer dollars to brutalize them, and at the same period of time, spending billions of dollars in a reckless war of choice in the Middle East, dropping bombs in the Middle East, but won't spend a dime to make life more affordable for everyday Americans. What kind of choice is that? That's where your priorities are, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker. It's extraordinary to me. We think taxpayer dollars should be used to make life better for the American people. And there are a variety of ways to do it. We should be focused on that, because America is too expensive right now. Donald Trump promised to lower costs on day one. Costs aren't going down, they've gone up. Housing costs out of control. Health insurance premiums out of control. Grocery bills out of control. Child care costs out of control. Utility bills out of control. America is too expensive. And it's getting more expensive because of failed Republican policies. Donald Trump promised to lower costs on day one. Costs aren't going down. Madam Speaker, in the United States of America, costs are going up. As a direct result of failed Republican policies, the Trump tariffs have increased costs on everyday Americans by thousands of dollars per year. Republicans have refused to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits. And as a result, more than 20 million Americans are experiencing dramatically increased health insurance premiums, making it unaffordable for everyday Americans, working class Americans, and middle class Americans to go see a doctor when they need one. That's policy violence that Republicans are inflicting on the American people. Republicans have launched a reckless war of choice in the Middle East, dropping bombs, spending billions of dollars. But you can't find a dime to make life more affordable for the American people. What kind of choice is that? And you continue to lean in to your one big ugly bill, which Democrats will continue to expose. Policy violence being inflicted on the American people. In that one big ugly bill, you ripped health care away from more than 14 million Americans. That's what Republicans have done. $1 trillion cut, largest cut to Medicaid in American history. You're choosing ICE brutality over the health care of the American people. At the same period of time, in that one big ugly bill, which every single Democrat in the House and the Senate opposed on behalf of the American people. In that one big ugly bill, Republicans cut nutritional assistance by $186 billion, largest cut to SNAP in American history. Republicans literally ripped food from the mouths of hungry children, seniors, and veterans, and then turned around in that same bill and gave the Department of Homeland Security, watch this, $191 billion, including creating a $75 billion slush fund for ICE to unleash brutality and violence on the American people, to kill, in at least 3 instances, American citizens, and to violently target law-abiding immigrant families. Policy violence that Republicans are inflicting on the American people. And then you present this budget in front of us today that again prioritizes ICE brutality over standing up and making life more affordable for the American people. These are challenging times that we're living through here in the United States of America. Republicans unleashing extremism and policy violence each and every day of this presidency. Challenging times in the United States of America, but help is on the way. And we're seeing that in elections all across the country, including most recently in the district where Mar-a-Lago sits. Help is on the way. And so our promise to the American people, we're going to fight as hard as we can. We're going to show up and stand up and speak up for the American people. We will lower the high cost of living. We will fix our broken healthcare system. We will clean up corruption. We will get ICE under control. We will stop this reckless war of choice in the Middle East. We will end this national nightmare. And one day soon, we will continue America's long, necessary, and majestic march toward a more perfect union. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to my good friend, distinguished gentleman from Alabama and Vice Chair of the Commerce, Justice, and Science Subcommittee, the Committee on Appropriations, Mr. Strong.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Did I just hear the member say fair, just, and humane? And the Democrats allowed 15 million illegal aliens to enter into this country under the last administration. And now they don't want to fund Homeland Security. Connect the dots. They're begging for chaos. As a member of both the Appropriations Committee and the Homeland Security Committee,
I rise today in strong support of Pay Our Homeland Defenders Act to ensure that our frontline personnel are paid and our nation is secure. While I stand here, the men and women who protect our borders, secure our airports, patrol our coastline, and respond to disasters are being asked to do their jobs without certainty and also stability. And in many cases, they're being asked to do it without pay, all because Democrats want to block the deportation of violent criminals who are here illegally. This is unacceptable. Our nation faces growing and rapidly evolving threats. We're confronting increasingly aggressive adversaries that have built a global network of proxies, terrorist organizations, illicit financing operations designed to target the United States and our allies. On top of that, transnational criminals, groups, and emerging technologies are being exploited by bad actors to conduct surveillance, smuggle contraband, and enable criminal activity. These are not distant threats, they're real threats. And they demand a fully functional Department of Homeland Security to confront these threats. America will soon host the World Cup, the Olympic Games, and our nation's 250th anniversary, events that will bring millions of visitors and place unprecedented demands on our security infrastructure. But right now, airports across the country are seeing a surge in TSO call-outs. And just yesterday, during a Homeland Security
Gentleman's time has expired.
hearing, the
Yield the
TSA
gentleman an additional 30 seconds.
acting administrator warned that newly hired screeners will not be trained in time for the 2026 World Cup because of staffing shortages. This shows alarms every single of us because it means we knowingly are walking toward a major international event without the staffing necessary to secure it. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. The gentlelady from Connecticut is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Neguse.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, let me say thank you to the ranking member for her incredible leadership during such tumultuous times. I had not intended to speak, but I was watching this debate unfold from my office in Rayburn and could not resist the temptation to come down to the floor to call out the clear intellectual dishonesty that we have heard for the better part of the last hour from my Republican colleagues. Spare us these crocodile tears. Let me read you 2 headlines, Mr. Speaker. Ted Cruz proposes splitting ICE from Homeland Security funding bill to end airport chaos. Another headline, Republican senator says Trump killed bipartisan deal to pay TSA workers by the end of the week. You have multiple Republican senators saying, of course, what we all know to be true, which is that Republicans refuse to come to the table and pass a bill that is sitting at the clerk's desk that the ranking member has introduced to pay TSA workers, to pay folks at FEMA, to ensure the public servants working on cybersecurity at the Coast Guard are fully compensated. We could do that today. Republicans refuse to do so. That's not me talking. That's Ted Cruz talking. That's Senator John Kennedy talking. Every day, another Republican concedes to the reality that has befallen all of us. I would implore my colleagues that if they truly care about ending this crisis at our airports, pass our bill to fund TSA. Do that today. I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman yields. Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to my very good friend, distinguished gentleman from Missouri and Vice Chair of the Military Construction and Veterans Affairs Subcommittee of Appropriations, Mr. Alford.
Thank you for this time, Mr. Chair. Mr. Speaker, I feel like I need to start with an apology to the minority leader I wrongly laughed out loud when I heard him say in the well of the floor of the House of Representatives, quote, "Yes, we will always support securing the border today, tomorrow, and forever." An uncontrollable laugh. This is what started all this. An administration that did not care about securing our border, and the Democrats who backed him up, along with Alejandro Mayorkas, who let 15 million illegal aliens into our great nation to cause chaos, not to be a part of the fabric of America, but to tear apart the fabric of America. This is the stupidest shutdown in U.S. history, Mr. Speaker. Why do I say that? I want to quote the ranking member from a press release, January 20th, my good friend Rosa DeLauro, quote, "The Homeland Security funding bill is more than just ICE. If we allow a lapse in the funding, TSA agents will be forced to work without pay. FEMA assistance could be delayed, and the U.S. Coast Guard will be adversely affected. All while ICE continues functioning without any change in the operations due to $75 billion it received in the One Big Beautiful Bill," end quote. That prediction came true. And now we have chaos in America, chaos that the Democrats want and promote. Airports are backed up. TSA agents are working without pay. Some are sleeping in their cars and going on the weekends to food banks in their communities to get food to feed their families. Democrats are playing political games. Instead of protecting American families, every day that they keep the DHS unfunded is another day that the ranking member's prediction comes true in America. This must end today. Today, for the third time, House Republicans will vote to fully fund the Department of Homeland Security. Let's get back on track. Let's pay the people who protect you, who protect me, who protect the ranking member, and who protect the minority leader of the U.S. House of Representatives. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. Gentlelady from Connecticut is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Maryland, the distinguished ranking member of the Financial Services and General Government Subcommittee, Mr. Hoyer.
Gentleman is recognized.
The good news, Mr. Speaker, is that we are paying the people who protect us, and this side will not admit it. DHS is getting 80%, 86%, ICE 86% funded. CBP 85% funded. Don't tell the American people, Mr. Speaker, that they're not getting paid. They are getting paid, and you know it. And if you say otherwise, you are misrepresenting the facts to the American people. Now, somebody said our bill. It's not our bill. It's your bill. Most of you voted for this bill and every nickel that we are asking you to vote again on. Because this was a compromise bill. All the funding that is in Ms. DeLauro's bill was a bipartisan agreement. All of it. That's not a political game. That's saying, we'll take it. What you're saying is unless you take everything, we're not going to give you anything. That's what you're saying. Mr. Speaker, that is not how we legislate in this House. We have to compromise. Now, we have some problems because you tell us if you don't allow ICE agents to break into homes without a warrant, we will not fund TSA. We will not fund the Coast Guard. We will not fund CIRCA, cybersecurity. That's what you're saying. But you're trying to pretend to the American people that it's somehow us who are ready to vote for 98% of the bill. But you say no, either all or nothing. So think about it honestly. You're shutting down TSA. The American people doesn't care who's at fault, so we're both trying to say the other guy's at fault. But today, we could come together, all at least 400 of us, and open TSA tonight. But you won't do it because you want to have masked people arresting people on the streets of America without any accountability. That's what this is about. We want accountability. We want to honor the Constitution. We want to honor the laws of the United States. We want to honor the norms of police activity in this country. That's what makes us different. We talk about an exceptional nation. That's why we're exceptional. And that's why we want to make sure those protections for the American people are included in this bill.
Members are reminded to direct their remarks to the chair.
I
The
yield the
gentleman from Oklahoma.
Hello. I
Wants
yield
to
the
vote.
gentleman an additional 30 seconds.
Gentleman is recognized.
So, ladies and gentlemen, let's be honest with one another. This is a tactical argument. You're afraid that if you separate out those two instances of the Border Patrol and ICE, you're afraid that you may have to honor what the American people want. And that is constraints. That's what you're against. Constraints on illegal actions by police officers. The American people are hoping that you will support constraints and support a bill, our bill. Republican and Democrats put that bill together that Ms. DeLauro has introduced.
Gentleman's
Open up
time
the
is-
government and open it up today.
Gentleman's time
Let's
has
act.
expired. The gentlelady from Connecticut reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Baird.
The gentleman for yielding. And Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of the extraordinary men, women of the Department of Homeland Security. At a time of complex and evolving threats, our commitment to the Homeland Security must be unwavering. Despite this reality, some of my colleagues continue to block funding. This does not make us safer. Thousands of employees at FEMA, TSA, CISA are working without pay. People who have need and they save lives, prevent attacks, support communities in crisis, and safeguard the systems that keep our country running. These personnel serving in high-risk roles face an unacceptable stress of doing their jobs without the resources they need. Supporting Homeland Security is not about ideology. It's about protecting the American people and ensuring our nation is nearly and evenly taken care of during these threat periods. I urge my colleagues, let us rise above partisanship and prove that security of the United States will always come first. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. Gentlelady from Connecticut is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves.
I would advise my friend I'm prepared to close whenever she is.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Let's be clear, ICE and CBP are being paid, TSA is not. That is what President Trump and the Republicans have decided. It's really, I'm delighted to hear about this newfound concern that my Republican colleagues have about and about wanting to fund these agencies. But I think it's very clear, where were they when the administration proposed eliminating FEMA entirely? Where were they when the president proposed cutting cybersecurity by $500 million? Where were they when the president unilaterally eliminated collective bargaining rights for TSA workers? They were silent, not one word. So spare me, spare all of us, and spare the American people this these crocodile tears which you shed about people that you cut 1,000 people. You allowed Elon Musk to cut 1,000 people from cybersecurity, and you sat around saying nothing. So again, spare us all. Now, let me just say this to you, that the chair of the Homeland Security Subcommittee said a little while ago that what the Democrats were offering were radical and unachievable reforms. Let's take a look at radical and unachievable reforms. Arrest warrant requirements, prohibit the detention and detainment of U.S. citizens, Fourth Amendment protections, search and seizure protections, officer ID requirements, no mask but badges like other law enforcement agencies, prohibit immigration enforcement at sensitive locations, schools, churches, medical facilities, and racial profiling, restrictions on the use of force to prevent future deadly incidents like those we saw in Minnesota, prohibiting the department from withholding evidence for use of force-related investigations, protecting member access to all ICE facilities, including new facilities that they are buying with $45 billion that they received in the big, beautiful bill. And yes, mandatory body-worn cameras. These policies have to be built into law. That was what needs to happen here. I have offered, and I did this a month ago, more than a month ago now. I said, plainly speaking, because there are serious disagreements about ICE and about CBP, serious disagreements. 70% of the United States, the people in this country, believe that these agencies need to be brought under control and that we need protections. So let's hammer that out. Let's hammer it out on its own. Why do we want to hold hostage men and women who are doing their job every single day? They're not asking for more. They're asking to pay them for the work and the service they give to all of us. Why are we holding them hostage? And deliberately doing so with TS agencies? Because as I said, ICE and CBP, they are being paid. CBP has $65 billion. ICE has $75 billion. Our people are hurting. They need to get help. The president said $500 million cuts to cybersecurity. That's what he said in his budget. No one blinked an eye. Cutting 1,000 workers from cybersecurity. Now we have this newfound worry about cybersecurity. Again, spare us. There is a very simple solution to this. Let us take the agencies on which we have mutual agreement. It is a reasonable middle ground between two sides of this discussion. We don't want to provide more funding for ICE or CBP without the binding policy changes that protect our communities. Republicans are opposed to many of these changes and want to fund ICE and CBP without any new protections. Neither side disagrees over funding TSA, FEMA, Coast Guards, or other parts. What we are caught up on is whether or not we can deal with ICE and CBP separately, or if we have to fund everything all at once. I personally do not believe it must be all or nothing. That is not the spirit of compromise that allows us to move forward and to create policy changes and initiatives in this nation. My proposal funds the parts of DSH that we all agree on. It funds TSA so they can get paid, pay their bills, stop sleeping in their cars, and avoid evictions. We can put the end of the long lines at airport security. It funds FEMA so we can replenish the disaster relief fund. It ensures that our communities are prepared for the next natural disaster. It fully funds cybersecurity so we are equipped to prevent or respond to any threat that comes our way. It separates ICE and CBP for the time being, not forever, for the time being, so we can negotiate on that issue without holding the rest of the department hostage. As I said earlier, I listened to the debates. I believe some of my Republican colleagues are under the impression that the proposal is designed to permanently shutter ICE and CBP. It's not true. We have to pass bills to fund those agencies. We will do so when we can come together on an agreement that establishes those protections against abuse, which the majority of Americans support. There is no reason for us to keep the rest of the department shut down. It is an easy solution if we choose to take it. This is about political will and a choice. And quite frankly, we do not need a discharge petition. The Speaker of the House could call up this bill at any moment, place it on the floor, and it would pass overwhelmingly. But there is a discharge petition. If we have to have it to try to get it to the floor, it would be my hope that several of my Republican colleagues would find that this is a reasonable solution, a way to accommodate both sides of the argument. Let's come to a compromise on what we can do with ICE and CBP, but let us fund the agencies that so deserve to get paid for the job that they are doing for the American people. It should be up to us to do our job for the American people. And today, that is to bring up this compromise and allow us to fund these agencies and to continue to negotiate about ICE and CBP. That is the responsible thing for all of us to do today. It can be done. And I would just say one last thing. What we are doing here today is what I said at the outside. This is not 3 times, it's a charm. This bill has nowhere to go. Nowhere to go. And it is an argument that has failed in the past. It will fail again. Let's fund the agencies that deserve our support. Let's make sure we get the kinds of protections for the American people in ICE and CBP. I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself the balance of my time. I want to begin by thanking my friend for a spirited debate. We've certainly had one today. But to me, the facts of this situation seem pretty clear. The House has done its job twice already. It's fully funded the Department of Homeland Security. And if we're fortunate, we'll fully fund it again in a few minutes with, I hope, a bipartisan vote. But we'll see about that. And frankly, we've sent that legislation over to the Senate. And to be fair, a majority of the United States Senate has multiple times voted to keep the government open. A majority, a bipartisan majority of the United States Senate has voted to keep the government open. Now, the Senate operates differently from us, Mr. Speaker, as most Americans know. They have a rule. It's not in the Constitution. It's not in the law. It's just simply a Senate rule. It says they have to reach 60. So what we have is a situation where a minority of Senate Democrats have repeatedly voted to shut down the government. That's even though we sent them a bill that they agreed to vote for before we sent it over there in the first place. Then they changed their mind, they broke their word, and they've done that repeatedly in the Senate, not in the House, in the Senate. So we now have a situation where a majority of both chambers have repeatedly said we would like to open the government. I know my friends would like to open parts of the government, I heard that argument and I didn't agree with it back when we were in the majority during the Obamacare debates. We brought measure after measure on the floor to open part of the government. Surely we can vote for defense. Surely we can vote for this or that. Our Democratic friends said, no, you should fund all the government. I actually agree with that. And we compromised there. And there seems to be on this floor a belief that the president has not been willing to compromise. That is not the case. The president, Mr. Speaker, has changed leadership at the Department of Homeland Security. The president, in negotiation with the Democrats in the Senate, has repeatedly made concessions. Frankly, it's the Democrats in the Senate that keep moving the goalposts. They just like the fight. They don't care who's not getting a paycheck. They don't care who's not meeting a mortgage payment. They don't care who's not meeting a car payment. They don't care who's not sleeping in a car. They just want to score a political point. And they want to score it even though the majority of both chambers have passed legislation to keep the government open, and even though the President of the United States has made considerable concessions in their direction. That's stupidity. That's irresponsibility. It's reckless and it's dangerous. And to do it at a time when the country is engaged in military operations overseas with an adversary that's the largest sponsor of state terrorism and that would do anything it could to hurt Americans is the height of irresponsibility. So, Mr. Speaker, I just simply hope that in this chamber today, we do what we've done twice more, and we give the Senate another opportunity. I know there's negotiations going over there, but just do the right thing, fund the government. The president has shown you that he's willing to make changes. He did that in Minnesota in terms of leadership. He's done it in terms of the department itself. That normally would be enough. And I would ask my colleagues to look within themselves and see if this is really worth it. If running this risk for 330 million Americans is really worth it. If making 100,000 people miss another paycheck is really worth it. I don't know what political gain you think you're getting out of this, or my friends think they might be getting out of this. I don't think it's worth it. So I would just ask us to do the responsible thing, to pass what was a bipartisan negotiated product yet again in the House, send it over to the Senate, point out the concessions that the president has made in good faith, trying to get the government up and operational, making changes in leadership, and say, my goodness, what more do you want? Because it doesn't matter what he does, they want something else. That tells me that we're dealing with somebody that doesn't want to be dealt with in a rational and fair manner. Because I think we have done that in this body, in the entire appropriations process. That's why most of these bills have passed this chamber, most of them with strong bipartisan support. That's why in the United States Senate, we thought we had a deal, and the Democrats in the Senate changed it. That's why the president, I think, probably has tried multiple times and to move in the direction of his critics, and yet they still won't accept it. Again, I would just ask, let's just do the right thing. Let's fund the government of the United States, and let's get about our business, and let's make sure at a very dangerous moment in our history, our people have every protection that we can provide them. Let's not wait for something bad to happen so that we come to our senses. Let's do it today. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time, but I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and again, yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 1131, the previous question is ordered on the bill. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill making appropriations for the Department of Homeland Security for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2026, and for other purposes.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Connecticut seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion to recommit at the desk.
The clerk will report the motion.
Mr. Laurel of Connecticut moves to recommit the bill H.R. 8029 to the Committee on Appropriations.
Pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 19, the previous question is ordered on the motion to recommit. The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it. The
Mr.
motion is
Speaker,
not agreed to.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Start with this one. Okay. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order: adoption of House Resolution 1128, the motion to recommit on HR 8029, and passage of HR 8029. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20. Remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on adoption of House Resolution 1128, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Resolution 1128, resolution expressing the support of the House of Representatives for the Department of Homeland Security.
The question is on adoption of the resolution. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 225, the nays are 187, present is 13. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on agreeing to the motion to recommit on H.R. 8029, offered by the gentlewoman from Connecticut, Ms. Delora, on which the yeas and nays were ordered. The clerk will redesignate the motion.
Motion to recommit H.R. 8029, offered by Ms. DeLauro of Connecticut.
Question is on agreeing to the motion to recommit. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. Have all members? On this vote, the yeas are 210, the nays are 215. The motion is not adopted. The question is on the passage of the bill pursuant to Clause 10 of Rule 20. The yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 218 and the nays are 206. The bill is passed. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
The House will be in order. The House will be in order. If members will take their conversations outside. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
For provide a 1-minute speech to advise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the long-awaiting reopening of Augusta, Georgia's premier municipal golf course, otherwise known as The Patch, which was recently renovated with the help of golf legends Tom Fazio, Bo Welling, and Tiger Woods. The Patch has been ingrained into the fabric of our local community since 1928. In the early 1900s, the popularity of golf was quickly on the rise in Augusta, and it was the establishment of The Patch that made the game accessible for locals and visitors in all ages of all ages and backgrounds. This is a mission that our community continues to embrace today, growing the game of golf and the values it instills in those who play. Beyond the game of golf, The Patch will serve as a catalyst for community renewal through job training in the Augusta Tech's Agronomy Center. It will help rescue underserved youth through the First Tee of Augusta initiative and offer a community clubhouse for neighbors to enjoy. Robin and I are proud of supporters of this initiative, and we congratulate Chairman Fred Ridley, members and staff of the Augusta National Golf Club, Mayor Garnett Johnson and our commissioners, and Randy Hatcher, outgoing chairman of the Augusta Technical College Foundation, for their tireless work to make this project a reality. And I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to remember the 6 men who lost their lives and to commend the first responders whose courage prevented even greater tragedy when the Francis Scott Key Bridge collapsed exactly 2 years ago. I grew up in the shadow of that bridge. Our entire community still feels the profound loss of our cathedral in the sky. Thanks to the efforts of Team Maryland and partnerships at the federal, state, and local levels, the shipping channel has been cleared, the Port of Baltimore is again thriving, and funding for a new bridge is established law. But we must keep going. The Key Bridge's absence is still deeply felt every day. Rebuilding it as quickly as possible is an American priority, and we must do everything we can to make it happen. So today, as we remember the souls lost and the heroism of that day, let us also recommit ourselves to the Key Bridge project with the speed, focus, and resolve this moment demands. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Address the House for 1 minute. Revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in honor of my good friend Michael Tennant. For the last 14 years, Mike has served as chairman of the Sun Lakes Republican Club, an active East Valley community in my district. He is a true patriot. Mike was born on November 25th, 1949 in Orion, Illinois. He had a long career with International Harvester in Illinois and Wisconsin, but ultimately settled with his lovely wife Sandy in the great state of Arizona. Mike's life wasn't without its challenges. While living in Wisconsin, he courageously battled leukemia and survived thanks to a life-saving bone marrow transplant from his brother. Since retiring to Sun Lakes, Mike has dedicated his time to serving his community. He is well known as a grassroots activist for the conservative cause. I'm always happy to see his smiling face at grassroots meetings, rallies with the president, get out the vote efforts, and more. I'm truly grateful to Mike for following his call to service and to Sandy for supporting him. As Mike steps down as chairman after 14 years of dedicated leadership, I'm honored to celebrate him here today and to call him a friend. Yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today on Tuskegee Airmen Commemoration Day to honor the extraordinary life and service of one of these brave aviators, Jerry Hodges Jr. At a time when our nation was thrust into World War II and in the thick of Jim Crow, Jerry stepped up to serve his country, joining the first group of Black military pilots in the U.S. Armed Forces. His commitment to challenging the status quo while supporting our nation did not end with the war. After graduating from the University of Southern California, he helped lead one of the first African-American-owned insurance companies in California. His legacy of excellence, courage, and unwavering devotion to justice and equity has paved the way for generations of African-Americans in uniform and beyond. That is why I am proud to introduce legislation to rename a post office in my district in his honor. As we pass by the future Jerry T. Hodges Post Office, may we be reminded to carry forward his legacy and strive to be change makers in our own communities. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today as Republicans in Congress and the Trump administration take decisive action to crack down on waste, abuse, and fraud. According to Secretary Bessent, 10% of the federal budget is lost to fraud each year, and according to Dr. Oz and CMS, perhaps as much as 20% is scammed there. As chairman of the Financial Service Subcommittee on Oversight and Investigations, our work uncovered how poor agency management, outdated IT systems, and officials, perhaps looking the other way, allowed criminals to exploit federal programs under the Biden administration. Extensive fraud in Minneapolis and LA are glaring examples. We are coordinating with HUD Secretary Scott Turner as we correct years of mismanagement at public housing agencies. At our recent field hearing in Little Rock with Chairman French Hill, we heard testimony showing that serious fraud was ignored by the prior administration for years. The president's task force to eliminate fraud, chaired by Vice President Vance, is a critical step towards restoring accountability, and I plan to work with the task force to protect taxpayers and work to drain the swamp. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to commemorate Ms. Edna Jean Hamler from the village of Hempstead in honor of her 84th birthday. Growing up in Alabama during the horrid Jim Crow era, Edna's life is one of a remarkable, brave journey. She took part and met pivotal members of the civil rights movement while facing the daily injustice of racial segregation. In the 1960s, Edna made the courageous decision to leave her home and find opportunity in the village of Hempstead, where she raised her 6 incredible children. She taught them the values of respect, integrity, and a deep commitment to education while attending Hempstead public schools. Her life has been marked by fortitude, cultivated by confronting segregation and seeking a better future for her family. It is a privilege to represent and recognize Edna today. She represents the strength of a generation that endured profound injustice and helped shape the diverse and vibrant Hempstead community through her quiet determination. Edna, I hope you have a wonderful 84th birthday, and with that, I yield back.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today on behalf of the 35,000 children in Ukraine that Putin and others have stolen during this unprovoked and brutal war. Shockingly, our government just made things worse as it relates to these children. Last week, Trump waived sanctions on Russian oil companies, including 2 Russian oil companies that, based on recent reporting, have directly funded and facilitated the abduction and indoctrination of Ukrainian children. Lifting the sanctions will do little, if nothing, to ease gas prices, but will significantly benefit these 2 Russian oil companies. These companies are helping to steal children, and Trump just helped them out. They will make billions of dollars. In the coming days, we will work with Congress to rally members. In the coming days, we will work to rally Congress to compel Trump to reverse these sanctions. Every single person responsible for stealing Ukrainian children must be held accountable. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise to recognize the Washington University women's track and field team who just captured the 2026 NCAA Division III Indoor National Championship. This team found a way to turn individual effort into a collective title. You don't do that without character, and you don't do that without each other. With the WashU women's soccer team winning back-to-back national titles a few months ago, and now their women's track and field team, these ladies are making St. Louis title town. And especially during Women's History Month, St. Louis is so proud of these young women. They define student athlete and do both at the highest level. When we talk about what makes St. Louis a great city, this is a big part of that answer. Champions live here. Champions are developed here. I congratulate the athletes, the coaching staff, and the entire WashU family on this remarkable achievement. I yield back.
For what purposes does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since getting into office, Donald Trump and Pete Hegseth have actively tried to undermine the brave women who answered the call to service and joined the United States military. When Pete Hegseth took office, 6 women, leaders at the highest levels of our armed forces, were forced out of their positions. They were not minor roles. These women were generals, captains, admirals, and commandants who earned the rank through decades of service and sacrifice. And yet they were removed because Pete Hegseth couldn't accept women holding the same authority and responsibility as their male counterparts. Additionally, executive orders were put into place to change standards such as physical evaluations, harassment reporting, and equal employment regulations. At a time when military enrollment is at an all-time low, Trump and Hegseth are doing everything in their power to make it even harder for half of our population to serve and protect the country they love. We salute and praise the women who show their love of country by serving in the United States military. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the graduates from the Bucks County Opportunity Council's Economic Self-Sufficiency Program. Since 1997, this program has helped families in our community build brighter, more stable futures through education and a path to lasting economic independence. Today, Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to recognize this year's graduates: Thais DeFalco, Haseen Genoa, Kelsey Klinger, Amanda Leary, Hallie Ali Muller, Tanya Keelis, Alina Ramirez, Jacqueline Ramsey, Ashley Roykoff, and Caitlin Whiteley. Mr. Speaker, as Bucks County's leading anti-poverty organization, the BCOC has worked tirelessly to reduce poverty and to help our neighbors achieve true self-sufficiency. The BCOC team, thank you for changing lives for the better, for strengthening our community. And to the graduates, congratulations. We celebrate all that you have achieved and all the many great things to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Minnesota seek recognition?
Consent to address the House for 1 minute to extend and revise my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, like many Americans, I am outraged by what Trump is doing to the Cuban people. The oil blockade enacted by the Trump administration is cruel and indefensible. Cuba poses no threat to us, yet we are strangling an entire nation with economic warfare. Families are going without food, water systems are failing, hospitals are struggling to stay open. These tactics are designed to suffocate an island into submission, and its civilians, ordinary Cuban men, women, and children, are paying the price. Make no mistake, this unconscionable suffering is occurring because Trump is trying to force regime change. Across our country and around the world, people are standing in solidarity with the Cuban people. They are calling for dignity, for humanity, for an end to this harm. Hands off Cuba, end the blockade now, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to honor, recognize, and celebrate Ohio Extension Agent Amy Stone for 33 years of extraordinary vigilant service to the agricultural community of Ohio through the Ohio State University Extension. Northwest Ohio says, thank you, Amy Stone. Amy's career has been defined by dedication. She was and always will be willing to assume leadership of the youth, families, and farmers who call Lucas County and Northwest Ohio home. Our freshwater tidal basin is the largest in the Great Lakes, and her job was consequential. From horticulture and urban forestry to confronting invasive species like the emerald ash borer and spotted lanternfly, Amy dug in, always protecting Ohio's natural resources. And when that first emerald ash borer infestation was discovered in Ohio, she identified it and changed the course of conservation across our entire region and Ohio. Her impact goes far. She has taught, mentored, and inspired thousands of students and strengthened both our rural roots and urban canopy. Amy Stone has elevated Northwest Ohio to be sustainable, stronger, more arable, healthier, and greener than she found it. Bravo, Amy Stone. We love you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Arizona seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise today with great pride to recognize a historic moment for my hometown of Tucson and Arizona's 7th Congressional District. The naming of Monica Prieto as the chief of the Tucson Police Department, the first woman to ever serve in this role over the department's 155-year existence. Chief Prieto has dedicated more than 25 years to public service, starting in 1999 and rising through the ranks, serving in multiple divisions across the department throughout the community, including most recently as deputy chief. Having been born and raised in Tucson, including graduating from CD7's own Desert View High School, Chief Prieto knows this community, knows this department, and she understands the people she serves. This appointment is a testament to her leadership, her commitment, and her trust that she's built throughout the city and with her colleagues over the decades. I'm proud to congratulate Chief Prieto, and I look forward to her leadership as she helps guide Tucson futures. Felicidades, Chief Prieto. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate and honor and recognize Dr. T.A. Sims, who we just lost recently. He was the longest serving member of the Fort Worth Independent School District and did an outstanding job and left a lasting impact on the lives of so many students and so many of our residents in Fort Worth. His dedication to the board lasted for more than 35 years. He was elected in 1983, and Dr. Sims was not only a school board member, but a very trusted pharmacist in the community. Throughout his tenure, he championed vocational programs, advocated for students who needed additional support, and worked to strengthen community involvement in our local schools. He was an amazing member, a very loyal Methodist, and I want to give special recognition to his family that stood by him so many years, his wife Nancy, his 3 children, his grandchildren. He really was someone that was a testament to believing in kids, faith, and built an amazing legacy during his tenure on the board. He was a dear, dear friend of mine, and we are going to miss him so much, Mr. Speaker. We thank him for his years of service. We thank his family for the many years of service in which he gave. And T.A. Sims, I want you to know up there that you made a big difference in everyone's life. We will miss you, sir.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Oregon seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
That's better. Okay. For 35 years, Peace Health Hospital, the only level 2 trauma center between Corvallis, Oregon and Crescent City, California, abruptly ended its contract with our local emergency room staffing group, Eugene Emergency Physicians. With little notice and significant local opposition, Peace Health has awarded the contract to Georgia-based management and medical staffing firm Apollo. Beyond losing locally based physicians who've met or exceeded performance standards in a hospital that has refused to address the lack of adequate patient care rooms, Apollo Group appears to be a shell company set up to get around Oregon's ban against corporate practices in medicine law. Apollo Group bills itself as physician-owned. However, their office houses 40 local groups in Atlanta, which also houses Valor Bridge, a venture capital fund managed by the same person that manages the Apollo staffing firm. When my office asked Peace Health CEO Jim McGovern about the obvious conflict, he said, and I quote, "That's just a side hustle. Uber is a side hustle. Corporate practices of medicine is not a side hustle. Allowing venture capital firms and hedge funds to siphon money from our healthcare systems instead of providing quality, affordable, and appropriate care to our communities is what's wrong with our healthcare system. We need to follow Oregon's lead and make this practice illegal." Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, Trump and Republicans are the party of mass deportations and family separation. That's right, Republicans, the party of putting children in prison. 3-year-olds, 5-year-olds, inflicting lifelong trauma on our children. What happened to family values? Let me tell you about 5-year-old Gael, who I met in Dilley, Texas. He was totally bloated. He hadn't gone to the bathroom in 8 days. He went to the medical center. They pretty much dismissed him, said, "Oh, here's some laxatives," and let him go. A 5-year-old in pain, suffering. This is how they're treating our children. It's disgusting, and it needs to end. We need to end these children prisons. I yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2025, the gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Dexter, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the minority leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask for unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to submit extraneous material into the record. Good afternoon. I want to tell you about a second grader named Diana Crespo Gonzalez. She loves to draw. She loves school. And on January 16th, she was sick. She had a persistent fever. Her nose wouldn't stop bleeding. Her parents did what any good parents would do. They took their child to see a doctor. They never made it inside. Instead, immigration agents surrounded their car. The parents pleaded with the agents to just let their daughter get seen. Think about that for a second. Put yourself in their car, wondering if you made a mistake by taking your child to a doctor. Shortly after, Diana and her parents were detained and transported 2,000 miles from their home in Gresham, Oregon, to the Dilley Child Family Detention Facility in Texas, the largest child detention facility in the United States. I will say that again, the largest child detention facility in the United States. That is a sentence that should not exist. And the conditions at Dilley are not just bad, they are indefensible and inhumane. The food is inedible. One father detained there with his child said, quote, "We were given wormy food. And when someone spoke out about it and said that the children should get better food, he was taken in the middle of the night and threatened that he and his family would be separated," unquote. Another said, quote, "Sometimes there are strange things in the food, and it seems like strange parts of an animal that shouldn't be in the food. But many children do not eat the food here. It worries me when there are so many small children who are just not eating." A 14-year-old said his 7-year-old brother stopped eating entirely. Many report that the water is not drinkable, that it is too salty and smells of chemicals, that if you do drink it, your stomach turns with pain. And it is not just food and water, the foundation of human life, as if that weren't bad enough. These kids and families are also being deprived of sleep, healthcare, and education. Children inside have reported ideals of self-harm, even suicide. A 14-year-old who was detained for 45 days said, "Since I got to the center, all you will feel is sadness and mostly depression." And if you advocate for yourself as a parent, if you advocate for your child, there is the threat of retaliation. One father said, quote, "We are scared to ask for anything because the officers start threatening us that they'll put us in different detention centers and put our children in foster care." This is where they sent Diana, a second grader, who just needed to see a doctor. I couldn't stand back while she was in prison there, and I had a chance to help. One of the most important lessons I've learned in my first year in Congress is that you cannot defend your constituents from behind a desk. Showing up and advocating for the people you represent matters. So I traveled to Texas with plane tickets in hand to bring Diana and her parents back to Oregon. When I arrived, officials repeatedly blocked my entry, giving shifting contradictory explanations as to why. I was told I could not enter because of measles cases, despite an officer telling me just the day before there were no active cases and no risk. I was told to leave, I was told to wait, I was told nothing at all. The message was clear: don't look too closely. Oversight isn't optional. When ICE blocked me from entering, I made it clear if they would not let me in, they needed to at least bring my constituents out to speak with me. After hours of waiting and arguing, I actually did more than that. They released the Crespo-Gonzalez family altogether. I was able to escort them home. Diana made it home. But there are children today who are still trapped in Dilley. Legally, children are not supposed to be in custody for more than 20 days, yet dozens of children have been detained at Dilley for over 3 months, a third of a school year spent in prison. Children who are sick, children who are scared, children who do not understand why this is happening to them. And it is not just children who have been detained that feel the trauma of this immigration crackdown. Children in my district live in fear of the Iceman. He comes to them in their dreams, and it worries them that they're going to come to get them or a loved one. I heard it from a teacher in Oregon who shared how devastating ICE's presence has been for her students. She said, quote, "Many students stopped coming to school for weeks, either because their parents did not feel safe to bring them to school, or because the students did not feel safe to leave their parents, for they weren't sure they would still be at their home when they got there." Across this country, ICE is targeting children outside of schools, outside of clinics, outside of their own homes. Immigration enforcement against children is inhumane and unnecessary. Families can and should be able to navigate their immigration cases together and in community with the support of loved ones and legal services. This is about who we are and who we want to be as a country. Kids need care and compassion, not cruelty and cages. Today, we will spotlight the importance of ending cruel immigration enforcement against children once and for all. And now I'm very honored to yield to the gentleman from New York and my co-host for this important event, Mr. Tonko.
I thank the gentlelady for yielding, and I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Congresswoman Dexter, for being such a strong and bold voice for justice and fairness in this House. You're such a great, welcome addition to the caucus and to the House, and we appreciate your work. We are convening this effort because of the urgent discussion that's necessary to bring very strong laser-sharp focus to this issue. The Trump administration has repeatedly shown that it is willing to use any method in its brutal and inhumane immigration agenda. That includes detaining kids like 5-year-old Liam Ramos on his way home from school in January in Minnesota, or ending long-standing guidance that banned immigration enforcement activities at sensitive locations like our hospitals, our courthouses, or our schools. It includes putting a former ICE official in charge of the Department of Health and Human Services Office of Refugee Resettlement, or ORR, the agency responsible for unaccompanied children. It is no surprise, then, that this administration is treating unaccompanied children like criminals. Often, these children arriving in the United States without a parent or guardian are fleeing persecution, violence, and trafficking. Congress expressly authorized the ORR to care for unaccompanied children with a separate charge from immigration enforcement. However, tragically, over the past year, the ORR and ICE have become one in the same, and it's traumatizing our children. Unaccompanied children are now being held by ORR for an average of over 200 days. Let me repeat that. Kids who fled all that they've ever known alone are being held by our government for over a half a year of their life. They thought they were coming to America for a better life. In many instances, these facilities are failing to provide basic care to these children. Yet they continue to hold these kids, even when they have a family member who is ready to care for them outside of ORR custody. Take Diego. His father was approved to care for him after he arrived unaccompanied in 2024. But he was redetained in November of 2025 and held for 4 months because of a new DNA requirement by ORR. To make matters worse, ORR is now sharing data and information on potential sponsors with ICE. So many parents and family members who want to care for these children are frightened to provide any information that could lead to their arrest or their detention. On several occasions, ICE has used these kids as a lure to detain family members. Carlos, a father with temporary protected status, was detained during a December 2025 appointment with ICE in New Mexico that he thought was a regular step in his effort to reunify with his 14 and 16-year-old children who had been held in ORR custody for almost a year. While Carlos was released on a judge's order, his children are still in ORR custody. His son is now 15 and regularly has panic attacks. His daughter is afraid that she will wait for her father forever. That is despicable. These draconian tactics are creating lasting trauma for these kids and their families, and we are already seeing the effects. No child should have to worry about whether they will be used as bait by the government. No child should sit in detention for months on end. No child should face additional trauma here in our United States. This issue is deeply personal for me. As a once New York State legislator, one of my proudest accomplishments was passing Timothy's Law, which enacted mental health care parity across the state of New York. The law was named after a young constituent of mine, Timothy O'Clair, who, after suffering with mental illness and not receiving the care that he needed, took his own life at 12 years of age. We must take the mental health of children seriously. They are not pawns. They are not bait. They are not criminals. They are children who deserve care. So stop traumatizing children. Stop the cruel immigration enforcement against our kids. And with that, I yield back to Representative Dexter.
Thank you. I now yield to the gentlewoman from Vermont, Ms. Ballant.
Thank you to both my colleagues for holding this hearing, such an important issue that so many of our constituents care about. And I know that representing my home state of Vermont, people are just absolutely outraged by what's happening. So I'm a former teacher. I'm also mom of 2 teenagers. And I know deep in my bones that we have to care for all our children. And when I see ICE targeting children and using kids as bait to get to their parents, I feel sick. I'm disgusted. What has happened to our humanity, our moral compass in this country? From the start of Trump's term until last October, at least 3,800 kids were booked into ICE custody. This includes roughly 500 children under the age of 5 and at least 20 infants. Remember the experience of Liam Ramos? He was 5 years old when he was picked up. 5. I remember what my kids were doing when they were 5. My son and daughter were learning how to spell their names. They were learning how to count to 10. They were drawing and singing and riding their bikes. They were running around with wild abandon on a playground. This is what we're talking about when we talk about 5-year-old kids. And our government is locking them up with our taxpayer money. This is who President Trump and Stephen Miller want us to believe are villains in our national story. They're kids. They're kids. And as my colleague said, what's happening in these facilities? They don't have clean water. They don't have food that they can eat that isn't filled with worms. Think about that. There is nothing that justifies treating children like this. Nothing. They're our kids. And I'm using that because it's the truth of the matter. It's not somebody else's kids. These are our kids. They live in our community. They live in our districts. And we should care about all of our kids. Every single child in this country deserves care and humane treatment. It's that simple. What is happening at the hands of ICE is an abomination. Kids are not the enemy. And I can't believe I even have to say that on the floor of the House of Representatives in the United States of America, that kids are not the enemy. This is a fundamental question of decency and who we claim to be as Americans. Are we a country that looks at a child and sees innocence and wonder and potential, or are we looking at a child and seeing some kind of enemy, an enemy of the people? This is absurd. This is unconscionable. And again, it's happening with our taxpayer money. We cannot look away. I know what Vermonters believe, which is why I took to the floor today. Children deserve protection and dignity, period. No exceptions. We must fight together to find our way, our collective way, back to decency and compassion in this country. I yield back.
Thank you. I now yield to the gentleman from Illinois. Mr. Garcia.
Thank you to Representatives Dexter and Tonko for shining a spotlight on the impact on children of the enforcement efforts of ICE and Customs and Border Protection agents. Here's what happens in communities across the country. A 1-year-old baby and his parents are pepper sprayed while driving to the grocery store. A high school student was zip-tied and detained on his way to school despite his U.S. citizenship, and he was detained for several days. Families with children were ripped out of bed in the dead of night, zip-tied and detained after the apartments that they lived in were raided by agents using military helicopters so Kristi Noem could get her videos. Children at a daycare, startled, scared, and traumatized by the armed agents bursting into their classrooms, chasing one of their teachers to abduct her. These scenes are not from a war zone. These are violent incidents that happened in Cicero, in Roscoe Village, in South Shore, and in my own neighborhood of Little Village in Chicagoland. And those are ICE and CBP agents paid by our tax dollars, committing atrocities, targeting my constituents and their children because of the color of their skin or the places where their parents worked. More than 500 children were being held at the Immigration Detention Center in Dilley, Texas. In January alone, many for more than twice the 20 days that the law allows the government to hold children in detention. We've seen the pictures drawn by some of these children, their letters, longing for their friends, schools, and families, a return to normalcy. Then the administration took away their crayons and paper so that these children outside the detention center wouldn't learn what was happening. Right now, 2 of my constituents are detained at Dilley, a mother and her 13-year-old son who were taken by ICE at a routine check-in appointment. Both have developed serious physical and mental issues, but ICE is denying them medical attention and medication. They're not the only ones. Children have suffered for months because of the abuses of ICE and CBP agents. Many of them may never overcome the trauma caused by their time in detention and the violent actions of our own government. The stories I shared are just some of the children we know about. There are hundreds of children terrorized by ICE who we don't know about. I ask my Republican colleagues, what is the purpose of imprisoning innocent children? No moral or legal argument exists to justify imprisoning and neglecting children. I implore my Republican colleagues to care for these children as if they were our own. Anything less is inexcusable. I yield back.
Thank you. I now yield to the gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Ramirez.
Thank you, Congresswoman. Mr. Speaker, I rise to share Stephen's story. Who is Stephen, some might ask? Stephen is a constituent, and he's a 14-year-old boy, an 8th grader with autism, who spent 66 days incarcerated in Dilley Immigration Processing Center. Stephen and his dad are finally back home with their family and the community that loves him. But this past Monday, I accompanied Stephen and his father, Victor, to their check-in at ICE. I witnessed firsthand the pain and the trauma caused by the cruelty of separation and detention. Each day that Stephen spent in inhumane, unsanitary conditions in Dilley took a toll on this little boy. Stephen didn't want to go to his check-in on Monday because the last time he showed up for the check-in with his father, as he had been told, he was kidnapped for 66 days. So when he got there and he saw me, he was grateful, but I can see the great distress in the face of this little boy. I saw a child, as we went in for his check-in, cower in the corner of a chair in fetal position with his ears covered because he was so afraid to hear the words that he and his father heard the last time he was there. He was so afraid of going back to detention. So let me say it, and let me say it loud and clear in the people's house. Shame on every person in this country who thinks it is acceptable to terrorize children. Shame on you who talks about being the party of children and family who's locking them up in cages, who's separating them from their loved ones, from their community, denying them from air, from sun, from play, from laughter, from joy, and every single thing a baby, a child deserve. President Mandela said, there can be no keener revelation of a society's soul than the way that it treats its children. Incarcerating children is an evil, morally bankrupt practice that calls into question any commitment our nation has or claims to care about their preciousness. We must unleash our collective outrage. Don't look away and don't normalize children in cages. We must demand that no other children experience what Stephen has experienced, or more than 3,800 children have experienced in ICE so far. We will melt ICE, and I have a bill to do just that. We will dismantle the Department of Homeland Security because, frankly, at this juncture, nothing less is acceptable. I yield back.
Thank you. I now yield to the gentlewoman from Wisconsin, Ms. Moore.
Thank you so much. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong opposition to the Trump administration's careless and cruel family separation policies. Experts like the Society for Research in Child Development and the American Academy of Pediatrics agree that immigration detention and separation is a deeply traumatic, adverse childhood experience causing post-traumatic stress disorder, and it is never in the best interest of the child. Yet, day after day, ICE continues to abduct children from their families, subjecting them to prison-like confinement and conditions and exposing them to lifelong trauma. Since President Trump took office, the number of children held in ICE detention each day has increased sixfold. And by October of 2025, at least 3,800 children had entered ICE custody, and more than 1,300 of them were detained for over 20 days. Mr. Speaker, these are not just numbers. These are real children, human beings whose lives have been disrupted and damaged permanently. And DHS facilities often fail to meet the basic standards of care: decent and adequate food, including medical care and mental health care. We just cannot stand by and watch while the administration forcibly separates families, inflicts long-term trauma on our nation's youth, and strips our youth of safety and dignity. And I yield back.
Thank you. I now yield to the gentleman from California, Mr. Vargas.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the gentlelady for yielding. The Trump administration's immigration crackdown has unleashed a cruelty that really knows no limits. Trump's ICE agents have beaten, tear gassed, and murdered innocent people. They have wrongfully detained and deported U.S. citizens. But nothing demonstrates the cruelty of this administration more than the way that they have treated children, as we've heard today. There has been a six-fold increase in the daily number of children in ICE detention under Trump. Children, as we heard, like Liam Conejo Ramos, the little boy in the little blue hat, who was detained on his walk home from school and sent to the Diley Family Detention Center. Children like Susie, a 9-year-old detained at Diley, who in a letter released by ProPublica wrote, "I miss my school and my friends. I have been here for too long." A 9-year-old girl. My wife and I have 2 daughters. And the psalmist tells us in Psalm 127 that children are a blessing. They're not a burden, they're a blessing. And I can tell you for a fact, our children have been a blessing. And I remember my girls putting on little hats. I remember how much they loved those little hats. Those memories are etched in my heart. And I think every parent, when they saw that little boy with the blue hat, remembered their child and said, how can we be doing this in our own country? What immorality, what injustice. And yet we do it, and we do it every day. These children have been held captive in detention, are missing their friends, falling behind at school, and facing deplorable conditions, as we've heard today. Their health and wellness is deteriorating. And it's just not detention. Kids across the country are struggling under the constant threat of ICE. Children are being wrongfully deported. They deserve better. We will never forget the nightmare this administration has inflicted on children across our country. It's going to leave an indelible mark, an evil mark. We must hold this administration and ICE accountable. We cannot accept anything less. Remember our own children. I have to tell you, I have many friends on the other side, and I cherish their friendship. I pray with them on Thursdays. I know they love children. I know they love their own children. And yet, to allow this to happen is immoral. It's a crime. And we have to do something about this together. With that, I thank my colleagues, and I yield back to them.
Thank you. I now yield to the gentlewoman from Washington and ranking member of the Judiciary Subcommittee on Immigration Integrity, Security, and Enforcement, Ms. Jayapal.
Thank you so much, Representatives Dexter and Tonko, for hosting this incredibly important special order hour. Since Donald Trump was sworn in 14 months ago, DHS has terrorized our children. Every single day, 50 U.S. citizen children have had a parent detained. On average, over 11,000 American children in total. After Trump restarted the cruel practice of detaining families and children, ICE has jailed about 3,500 adults and children. That includes over 900 children jailed beyond the 20-day legal limit set by a longstanding legal settlement. More and more children are forced to appear in court alone as Trump has cut funding for legal representation. And let's just talk about what this all looks like. In Washington state, ICE arrested a mother dropping off her 4-year-old son at a preschool. In Oregon, masked ICE agents broke the car windows and arrested a father dropping off his son at preschool. In Chicago, ICE dragged a daycare worker out of the facility, slammed her face against the daycare's glass doors, and arrested her. And recently in Vermont, the community surrounded a home for hours as ICE sought to enter without a warrant. Demonstrators created a human tunnel, allowing a 4-year-old child wrapped in a blanket to escape the home, her mother desperate to get her to safety. This is horrifying. And we can't talk about any of this without recognizing the toll on our educators and our daycare workers who are on the front lines doing everything they can to protect our children, even as many of them are immigrants as well and face threats to their own safety. We've also seen federal agents use physical violence and chemical weapons indiscriminately. In Chicago, Border Patrol Commander Gregory Bovino deployed tear gas in a residential neighborhood as children were gathering for a Halloween parade. In the words of a federal judge, quote, "These kids, their sense of safety was shattered, and it's going to take a long time for that to come back," end quote. In Minneapolis, ICE deployed tear gas near a family in their car, causing a 6-month-old baby to stop breathing. All of this leads to lasting trauma for our children, regardless of their immigration status or whether they have an immigrant parent or family member. Here's what Allison Bassett-Ratto, a child clinical psychologist, has said about the harms to children. Quote, "What they see are their classmates, their family members, their neighbors, often being apprehended in violent and confusing ways while doing things like picking up their children from the bus stop or going to their jobs. For children, this creates a sense that nowhere and no one is safe. The stress, the anxiety, the trauma can become chronic, leading to both immediate and long-term damage to children's mental and physical health." Tomorrow, as ranking member of the Immigration Subcommittee, I will be holding a hearing entitled "Trump's Assault on Our Children," and we'll have legal and medical experts, educators, and directly impacted people who will testify to the harms and the trauma being caused to our children. Donald Trump ran on going after the so-called worst of the worst. It's been very clear that this was never his intent. He made it clear that chaos and cruelty go hand in hand with mass deportation. It's inflicting lasting trauma on our children, regardless of immigration status. Do not close your eyes. Do not close your eyes to this harm that our own government is inflicting on our children. Do not talk about Christian values or any other religious value and then traumatize our children. We will not stop fighting against this horror. We will not stop because it is our responsibility in this body to make sure that our government is not traumatizing these kids. I thank you and I yield back.
Thank you. I now yield to the gentlewoman from Arizona, Ms. Grijalva.
Thank you, Representative Dexter. A 9-year-old boy named David told Miss Rachel, a well-known online educator, in a recent interview, "Can you help us leave here? I don't want to be here anymore. I want to leave and go to the spelling bee." This is so heartbreaking, cruel, and reprehensible. It shows the real harm caused by immigration policies pushed by Trump. And the Republican Party isn't just watching, it's supporting, defending, and funding it. Our children, nuestros niños, our babies, are being locked in detention, separated from their families, and traumatized. There are too many stories like David's, and each one is a moral failure of our government and this administration. No family deserves this. No one deserves this. David has been released, but what about the hundreds of babies and children who haven't? Who will be torn from their parents next? Who will be disappeared next? These children don't belong locked away in jails. They belong in classrooms. They belong at school, learning, dreaming, and preparing for spelling bees, not living in constant fear that they will be taken away from their families, from their friends, and disappeared. How does locking up our babies make this country safer? This is not politics. This is a moral crisis. And it is on all of us, on every single one of us, to act. I yield back.
Thank you. I now yield to the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Rivas.
Thank you, Congresswoman Dexter, for hosting this conversation, and Congressman Tonko for hosting this conversation that shines a light on ICE's cruelty. I have seen firsthand the cruelty of ICE in my district, the San Fernando Valley in Los Angeles. Last year, a mother and 2 children were detained at the Van Nuys courthouse after a judge dismissed their asylum case. They were immediately taken by ICE and sent to the Dilley Detention Center in Texas. My casework team worked to release them from ICE custody and return them back to Van Nuys. I'm grateful for my team for working to keep my constituents safe and for helping to bring them home. However, they never should have been in this position. My constituents were following the rules and obeying the laws, and I still took them and sent them to Texas to live in horrid conditions. They were part of the over 68,000 people who have been in ICE detention, and the kids were part of the over 3,800 children booked into ICE custody. ICE is terrorizing families and inflicting unspeakable harm on our most vulnerable. Despite all of this, Donald Trump and Republicans continue to refuse to hold ICE accountable. Children, parents, and our communities are not safe if ICE continues to operate as is. To truly protect them, ICE must be abolished. Thank you, and I yield back to Congresswoman Dexter.
Thank you. I now yield to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Tonko.
Well, it's an honor to co-host this special order, Congresswoman Dexter. And again, thank you for your caring voice. Obviously, listening to these horrific stories that are impacting our children in this nation is very difficult to absorb. The Department of Health and Human Services Office of Refugee Resettlement has increased its coordination with ICE. That partnership is very troublesome. It bothers me to think of what could happen. And ORR is sharing data on prospective guardians for unaccompanied children with ICE. And then ICE is increasingly using these children as lures to detain family members. Our children should not be used as pawns. This, as a civilized nation, has an image cast to the entire world. A civilized nation nurtures its children. A civilized nation respects its children. A civilized nation loves its children. Where's our moral compass here? Beyond the impact on these children and families, beyond the hurt, the physical and mental damage, there's an image cast to the entire world that this uncivilized behavior is a scar on our history, one that indicates that unaccompanied children are now waiting for an average of more than 200 days in ORR detention, despite the many, many family members who are ready and able to care for them. That is more than double the highest average seen during the first Trump administration of some 93 days. And yes, more than 6 times as long as the 30-day average seen under the Biden administration. The Office of the Inspector General found that the longer that children remain in ORR custody, the more likely they have to exhibit mental health or behavioral issues. Think about that. We're inflicting damage on children, innocent children escaping harm in their native land, perhaps. or asking just to live their version of the American dream. Longer stays in ORR detention are leading to more instances of self-harm and suicidal ideation. So we can and we must do better. Congresswoman, it is so important that these stories are shared this afternoon with the American public because it challenges us, it inspires us to respond, to reach out to our representatives, to speak to this government and the way it's conducting itself in regard to children. They are not pawns. They should not be impacted so severely and have lifetime damage. We're a better people than that. We're a better nation than that. And we are proud as a country and should maintain that sense of pride by doing right, by doing just, by doing fair, by all children, our children. And with that, I see we've been joined by another colleague. So Representative Dexter, I'll yield back.
Thank you. I now yield to the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Jacobs.
Thank you. I rise today because our country has normalized something that should never be normal: locking up kids. Under the Trump administration, ICE has detained thousands of children, many of them under 5 years old. As a representative from San Diego, an immigrant and border community, I've seen firsthand the consequences of our immigration system. And as someone who has spent my career working on human rights, I can tell you that this is state-sanctioned child abuse. These children are not threats. They are not statistics. They are kids. Some just babies and toddlers who have fled violence, poverty, and instability. They have done nothing wrong. Many have experienced trauma before they ever set foot on American soil. And instead of care, instead of compassion, we are detaining them and traumatizing them for life. And to be honest, I don't actually care what their parents may or may not have done. Children should not be punished for their parents' actions. 2 weeks ago, I went to Dilley Immigration Detention Center in Texas, the primary site for family detention in our country. What I saw and what I heard would rattle any parent, and it should disturb everyone. Kids have nightmares so bad that they wake up screaming in the middle of the night. Teenagers are regressing developmentally and wetting the bed. The classrooms were empty, the playground was empty. There was no joy or laughter, just the look of fear and despair in people's eyes. The mom of a 3-year-old told me her daughter was anxious and depressed, but the nurse said she was fine because she hadn't lost too much weight yet, so they didn't help her. This kind of fear, this kind of uncertainty doesn't just go away. It will follow these kids. It will shape their development and leave lasting scars. And this isn't just my observation. The American Academy of Pediatrics has said for years that detaining children causes toxic stress that can permanently alter brain development. Pediatricians call it institutional harm. When medical professionals are telling us that what we're doing to these kids causes the same neurological damage as physical abuse, we need to stop calling it immigration policy and start calling it for what it is. I know immigration is complicated. I know that there are strong opinions on all sides of this issue, but protecting children should not be controversial. Ensuring that children are treated with dignity and care should not be political or partisan. But apparently it is, because the Republican Party, the so-called pro-family party, is complicit in child abuse. Well, I won't be complicit. My colleagues and I will not be complicit. We need to shut down Dilley and end family detention for good. And we need to reject the idea that locking up children and their parents is an acceptable response to migration. That means Congress needs to do its job and cut off funding for family detention and claw back the $75 billion blank check that was given to ICE and Border Patrol. And while we're at it, not a single committee in this House has held a hearing on conditions inside family detention facilities, not one. Republicans control every gavel in this building, and they have conducted zero oversight of what is being done to children in our government's custody. If they won't do oversight, we will. And when we have the majority, Dilley will be the first place we go.
Many of us in this chamber have children of our own, and while I don't have kids yet, I wouldn't be able to live with myself and look my 4 nieces and nephews in the eye if I weren't doing everything in my power to protect all kids. So I urge all my colleagues to look their kids in their eyes tonight and imagine them locked up in these conditions, and then work with us to end family detention. Thank you, and thank you, Congresswoman Dexter, for your leadership on this issue. I yield back.
Thank you very much. I spent 20 years taking care of the sickest members of our community as a critical care and pulmonary physician. I have seen what happens when people are unable to get the care that they need. Preventable illnesses escalate and become deadly. At Dilley, there have been repeated reports of children's medical needs not being met, resulting in life-threatening health problems. That includes a 2-year-old with infected gums that Dilley staff did not treat for over 23 days, leading her to have a fever, infection, cry relentlessly, and forced to have a diet of only liquids. It includes an 18-month-old baby who went to the hospital for 10 days when her oxygen levels were dangerously low. A 10-year-old child with Hirschsprung's disease who lacked proper medical care resulted in no bowel movements for over a month. Families report something even more disturbing. When they ask for help, they are dismissed, belittled, and mocked. One person reported that they were laughed at by guards while vomiting and pleading to see a doctor. If any hospital in this country treated children this way, we would shut it down. We would investigate. We would hold people accountable. Instead, our tax dollars are funding it. It is reprehensible. Reprehensible. I call on my colleagues for an immediate end to cruel immigration enforcement against children. Defund and dismantle ICE. Do you want to go? Okay. And now I yield back to my colleague from New York, Mr. Tonko.
Well, again, I appreciate the opportunity for all of us to share our thoughts here this afternoon. And, you know, I'm reminded that ICE has been redetaining children who were previously approved to stay with family members. You know, it seems as though cruel has to be the additive to all of these actions. It's not enough to take that first step, then redetain. And then sponsors are being asked to provide additional information, including fingerprints and DNA. And so there's an all-out attempt to dismantle the peace and tranquility of so many families and to make, again, children pawns in this process. Discharges to sponsors have declined dramatically, and over 5,000 unaccompanied children were released to an individual sponsor back in January of 2025. What's that number look like now? In April, that number dropped to just 45. So again, the cruelty continues. You know, we see in the news every day the plummeting of the Trump administration's popularity, and that's pretty much earned. America disrespects the kind of behavior that is hallmark of this administration, creating trauma amongst children and parents. They must end cruel immigration enforcement against kids now. And I know that we've been joined by our colleague from Texas, Congresswoman, so I'm going to yield back to hear his story. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to give my colleague just a moment and tell you about a family who are not immigrant children. They are Americans, 4 Americans. Jackie Merlos and her children went to the border, the Canadian border, with her mother, who had a visiting visa from Honduras, to come and see her sister and her nieces and nephews who live in Canada as permanent legal residents. So they drove to the Peace Park. And they went there to have a family reunion, a picnic. There's no intention for any guided actions. They just wanted to have a picnic and a reunion. Now, Jackie has an asylum case, an active asylum case, has lived in the United States for over 20 years and has an active work permit. She's done everything right. And as they hugged, ICE agents, CBP agents swarmed the family and detained all of them. Now, luckily, her sister lives in Canada, where they released her fairly quickly. But Jackie was accused of trafficking, human trafficking, as if her sister and her nieces and nephews wanted to come into the United States. She was kept with her 4 children, 7-year-old triplets and their 9-year-old, in a windowless cell at the border in Ferndale, Washington, for 2 weeks, over 2 weeks. This is not a facility meant for long-term detention. It is a facility meant for 48 hours or less stays. There's no showers, there's no kitchen to make food for them, and they kept them there. And I had the ability to go and see this family, but I wasn't allowed to talk to them. And we were told that they were being moved back or sent back home, and that Jackie had asked for that. It was a lie. Jackie had never signed any paperwork. She has 4 US children. She knew she'd done everything right, and she refused. But we were lied to. I, as a US Congresswoman, was lied to. And eventually, we had a habeas corpus case, and Jackie was released. Her children had been released as they were about to deport them. Let me also say, her husband was taken into detention after her children were questioned individually without their mother there by CBP agents. And they asked where they live and how much money do they make. And her father was detained from their own home, and he was detained to the Northwest Detention Facility. And while he was there, Customs and Border Patrol took pictures of the children and took them to their father and asked, "Is this your child?" and had him sign. Well, he was signing passport applications. He reads Spanish. They were in English. Our government was trying to deport, which isn't really a thing at all, American citizens against the will of their parents. And they lied to the US Congresswoman about whether or not they wanted to be sent home. They wouldn't allow me to see Jackie. They wouldn't let me talk to her. And they absolutely were on the border of sending the fringe. They were at SeaTac Airport being sent when we finally got them to cease and desist. This is what your taxpayer dollars are paying for. These are US citizen children with a mother who had done everything right. Shame on us. This has to stop. And with that, I now yield to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Castro.
Thank you, Congresswoman. You know, we have seen and we've witnessed the brutality on the streets of America by ICE. We saw 2 Americans killed, many people brutalized. Just the other day in the San Francisco airport, we saw a mother who was ripped away from her 9-year-old daughter. We saw that replayed in courthouses across the country, in neighborhoods, in cities across America. We've seen that mostly on television or social media as people have posted it up. But there's another brutality that most Americans have not gotten a chance to see, that you and I have both witnessed, that only members of Congress and a few others have had a chance to see. It's also a brutality by ICE. It's the way that children and families are treated at the Dilley trailer prison in Dilley, Texas. I've been there multiple times now, and I've seen the suffering of the young kids who will be traumatized for life. As you know, they've talked about worms in their food, about being separated from a parent. There's some there who have no clue why they're there. Dilley is unique in America in that I can't think of another place where you would imprison a 5-year-old boy like Liam Ramos, who has committed no crime. And during this discussion and this debate about these prisons, there has been a temptation to direct the anger at ICE and at the people that work there. And I certainly understand that. But there's another group of people that we don't talk about much who are making millions, if not billions of dollars off of child suffering. As a country, we have made a decision to commodify child suffering, to allow investors to profit from child imprisonment, innocent child imprisonment. There was a baby at Dilley that was 2 months old. First time I went there, I asked who the youngest child was, a 2-month-old baby. Some of the largest asset managers, BlackRock, Vanguard, have stakes in these private prison companies, in Core Civic that runs Dilley, or Geo that ran the South Texas ICE Processing Center where we visited several weeks ago. We have to shut down the Dilley Detention Center, that trailer prison that has done so much damage to the kids and to the families who are there. Kids like the Mariachi Boys, who came to this Capitol at the invitation of their congresswoman and performed their mariachi music, toured the White House, and yet, along with their parents, were thrown into this trailer prison in Dilley. Unfortunately, because of an ensemble effort and so many Americans that spoke up, members of Congress that spoke up, this wonderful group of pediatric doctors, mostly women, who've been very active in pleading people's cases, they were released. And also, fortunately, at Dilley, the first time I went there in January, there were 1,100 people there. The next time, there were 450 people. On Monday, there were only 102 people still at the Dilley trailer prison. Keep speaking up. We need to shut Dilley down.
Thank you. Thank you again to all of my colleagues who joined us today and who spoke with such clarity and urgency. What we heard this afternoon makes one thing clear. Immigration enforcement against children is inhumane and unnecessary. Families can and should be able to navigate their immigration cases together and in community with the support of loved ones and legal service providers. Detention harms children. It harms their physical health. It harms their mental health. Even after they are released, that trauma stays with them for life. And for so many children, the harm starts long before detention ever happens. It starts with fear. For months now, every single school group that has come into my office or that I have visited has raised ICE as one of its top concerns. Elementary students, middle schoolers, high schoolers, even college students. For all of them, ICE is the top concern. At a time when teachers aren't getting paid enough and the Department of Education is getting gutted, young people are coming to Congress and asking, how can we stop our friends from being taken away? This administration is traumatizing an entire generation. That's why we are here today to call for an end to cruel immigration enforcement against children, end child detention, defund and dismantle ICE, and save our children from this nightmare. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2025, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Self, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the topic of this special order.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today with my colleagues from the Sharia-Free America Caucus, which my good friend and fellow Texan, Congressman Chip Roy, and I proudly chair. Just today, we added our 60th member. I am delighted to announce that the caucus now has representation from 25 states across the United States, which is half of all the states in this union. America was founded on a timeless principle: individual freedom secured by self-government under a clear and supreme rule of constitutional law. As John Adams warned, our Constitution was made only for a moral and religious people. It is wholly inadequate to the government of any other. Today, we witness the painful truth of those words. Multitudes arrive at our borders with no intention of assimilating into our culture or embracing the founding principles of liberty under the U.S. Constitution. The clash is not new. In 1786, Thomas Jefferson and John Adams asked the ambassador from Tripoli why his nation attacked peaceful countries with no provocation. He replied that it was their right and duty under their laws of the Prophet and the Quran to make war on all who do not acknowledge Islamic authority, to enslave prisoners, and that every fighter slain would go to paradise. This was then and remains today a stark contrast of civilizations, one rooted in submission and domination, the other in individual liberty under constitutional law. Sharia poses a unique and profound danger. It is far more than a personal faith. It is a comprehensive system of governance, culture, and domination that enforces submission through violence. All cultures are not morally equivalent. Whereas Christianity is the religion of peace, of reconciliation, of love, Islam is a religion of the sword. It stands in direct, irreconcilable conflict with a maximum individual freedom at the heart of Western civilization and our Judeo-Christian heritage. Our rights derive from our Creator, not from any man-made supremacist code. America gladly welcomes those who come to assimilate and worship freely according to conscience. But we must never accommodate a system that demands the submission of every surrounding society. And Sharia explicitly requires precisely that. The evidence is mounting right here in my home state, the Lone Star State. In my own congressional district, Texas 3rd District, the East Plano Islamic Center, one of the largest mosques in North Texas, already operates a Sharia-adherent enclave in Plano. This is not merely a house of worship. It serves as the foundation for something far more troubling. The same organization spearheaded a proposed 400-plus acre residential development in unincorporated Collin and Hunt counties near Josephine, originally called Epic City, now rebranded as The Meadow, to deflect scrutiny and confusion over its separatist intent. Marketed as a Muslim-centric community, it was designed around Sharia-adherent living. Over 1,000 homes, a new mosque, a K-12 school, and other facilities tailored to enforce submission rather than assimilation. Both the existing Epic Enclave and this affiliated project are abominations that threaten American principles of equality, individual liberty, and the rule of law. We've seen alarming incidents of Muslim intimidation. An imam in Dallas calling the police on a fellow Muslim for merely speaking to a Christian pastor. Another in Houston captured on video threatening to occupy non-compliant businesses under Sharia. Texas is seeing explosive growth, roughly 48 new mosques in just the last 2 years. That is why on March the 3rd, Texas Republicans overwhelmingly passed Proposition 10 with 95% support, a clear mandate to ban Sharia in our state. Texans have spoken. American law only. No foreign ideology should make Americans feel like foreigners in their own country. Texas stands as ground zero in this fight, yet this is not just a Texas issue. Sharia's influence is advancing from Arizona to Minnesota, Alabama, Florida, and beyond. No state is immune. That's why our caucus has surged to 60 members across 25 states, bolstered by strong Senate support from figures like Senator Tuberville. As I've said repeatedly, Sharia has no place in America. Do not Sharia our America. Defend the West. Ban Sharia. The urgency of this fight was laid bare in the opening days of March when a disturbing wave of Islamist-inspired attacks struck our soil. On March 1st in Austin, a gunman opened fire outside a downtown bar, killing 3 innocent young Americans and wounding more than a dozen others. The Islamist terrorist, a naturalized citizen from Senegal with prior arrest, wore a sweatshirt proclaiming property of Allah, an undershirt bearing an Iranian flag, and left a Quran in his vehicle. This was no isolated act. March has seen multiple incidents linked to Islamist extremism. A failed ISIS-inspired bombing attempt outside Gracie Mansion in New York City on March 7th. A vehicle ramming and shootout at a synagogue in Michigan on March 12th, injuring dozens, and an ISIS-inspired shooting at Old Dominion University in Virginia that same day, targeting ROTC members and claiming 1 life. These attacks, clustered in a single month, underscore a chilling reality. The enemy is inside the gate, driven by a supremacist ideology that claims divine authority over our Constitution and justifies violence against those who refuse submission. Nowhere in this ideology is more barbaric than its treatment of women. Under Sharia, women are relegated to second-class status. It explicitly permits wife beating as discipline. Imams have preached that women feel honored by beatings, or liken them to livestock, cows, sheep, horses, mules, created solely for men's use. Sharia codifies female genital mutilation, forced child marriage, honor killings, half inheritance for women, and testimony worth half that of a man. Its nations enforce these rules, from Iran's reign of terror to places where adultery brings stoning, apostasy brings death or public floggings, and men and women live in slavery. Even more horrifying, Sharia permits the rape and enslavement of non-Muslim women, with some scholars openly declaring it permissible under the Quran and Hadith. These are not fringe opinions. They are preached publicly, and they are infiltrating Western civilization. Don't believe this is happening? Tell that to the thousands of British teenage girls groomed, plied with alcohol, gang raped by Muslim gangs, and then arrested by police for being drunk while their rapists go free. Let me repeat, the victims are arrested. This is Sharia. Sharia does not content itself with private practice. It demands eventual dominance over the host culture. Look at France and the UK, where unchecked immigration has eroded heritage, culture, and freedoms. We cannot allow that fate here in the United States. According to Islam, many non-Muslims like me are regarded as infidels, and Muslims who convert to Christianity or any other faith are labeled apostates. Both infidels and apostates are punishable by death under Islam. As Karl Popper wisely cautioned, unlimited tolerance must lead to the disappearance of tolerance. We must claim the right to not tolerate the intolerant. Sharia embodies that intolerance, rejecting free speech, equal rights, and constitutional supremacy. We must reject it in turn. Legislation alone cannot halt this creeping threat, but Congress has a sworn duty to act. 7 bills stand ready to ban Sharia's influence, fortify our immigration and legal systems, deport adherents who promote it, designate the Muslim Brotherhood and CAIR as terrorist organizations, strengthen vetting, advance the Pause Act to stop all immigration, and ensure no court ever considers Sharia or any foreign religious code. Mr. Speaker, the American people demand that we defend the Constitution against ideology seeking to supplant it, replace it. That's why Congressman Roy and I founded this caucus. It has grown rapidly because patriots nationwide are awakening. I urge every colleague, Republican or Democrat, who believes in American sovereignty to join the Sharia-Free America Caucus today. Let us stand firm. One nation, one constitution, one rule of law. Sharia has no place in America. I now yield to my colleague from Texas, the Honorable Randy Weber, for such time as he may consume.
I thank you, Judge. You're on the right track. When I was in the Texas House, we were already being concerned about that. Mr. Speaker, I rise today on something that ought to go without saying. But here we are in the United States of America. As my colleagues so eloquently pointed out, there is one law of the land, the Constitution of the United States, period. Not foreign law, not some imported systems, not, if I could be a little backwards from it, not nothing else, Judge, not anything else, period. That's why I'm proud to stand with my fellow Texan Congressman Keesel and support the Sharia Free America Caucus. Let me tell you, this is not new for me. I already said back in the Texas House, 2009, 2012, it was a problem. We knew it. I tried to get a bill in that actually the chairman of the committee wouldn't take, that no court in the state of Texas could use Sharia law as a legal basis. None. And yet he said, oh, you don't need to fight that battle yet. That was in 2009. Afraid we've waited way too long. I led the fight to fight against that in the Sharia law back then from ever taking root in our courts. And I'm so glad that Keith Self has put this, along with Chip Royce, put this caucus together. I knew where that was headed back then. And here we are today. Now we are seeing examples that should wake the folks up that claim to be woke. In Irving, Texas, you have a neighborhood developed by Hamra Homes LLC with street names like Allah Akbar Court, Salma Jamil Court, Hasina Drive, all built around a mosque. Folks can live however they want to, however they choose. That's America. But hear me clearly. You don't bring a separate legal system into the United States of America. Not on my watch, not now, not ever. We are one nation under one constitution with one standard of law that applies equally to every single American. That is what the Sharia Free America Caucus is all about. Drawing a line, standing firm, and saying, we will not compromise on this foundation of this country. Not now, not then, not ever. We are founded on Judeo-Christian principles, and that's what we're going to keep it on. We will defend our Constitution, and we will keep America, America. God bless Texas. God bless the United States of America, and God bless our caucus. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Thank the gentleman for yielding. I now recognize my colleague from North Carolina, the Honorable Mr. Harris.
Well, thank you. I'm grateful for my colleague in recognizing me and allowing me the time to share this afternoon on this important subject. I just want to share some facts because facts make a difference. Fact number one, Sharia law is not compatible with Western civilization. Fact number two, radical Islam glorifies violence. Fact number three, Sharia law has no place in our country. Radical Islam teaches harming innocent people, which the last time I checked is the complete opposite of America's Constitution, which protects the liberty of all people. Listen to these key ideologies that Sharia law teaches its followers. Honor killings, stoning, lashing, or amputation for crimes such as theft, blasphemy, or adultery. Imposing the death penalty for apostasy. And for those who don't understand apostasy, if someone wanted to leave Islam. For anyone wondering why radical Islam is dangerous and should be kept as far away from America as possible, they should just consider these few examples I've just given. To think radical Islam is not a close threat is far from the truth. We all see the rise of Zoran Mamdani's New York, which is becoming a front page for radical Islam, a place where extremists feel emboldened. We all witnessed a recent ISIS-inspired terrorist attack in New York, where 2 young men threw homemade bombs into a group of protesters. Mamdami's response to that terror attack? Blame it on white supremacy. Radical Islam is staining America. It is not just a danger in places like New York. It's made itself clear in a small, quiet suburban town, Mint Hill, in my district in North Carolina. At age 14, Christian Sturdivant pledged his allegiance to ISIS. And then 4 years later, he planned an ISIS-inspired terrorist attack using knives and hammers to target people at a grocery store and a restaurant on New Year's Eve. New Year's, a time normally filled with fireworks, food, and friends. But Mint Hill, North Carolina's near reality was an ISIS-inspired terrorist attack. I have to ask, how many more impressionable American teenagers are being influenced by this violent Islamist ideology? We must not ignore this growing threat. If we don't act now to stop Sharia law, what will America look like in 5 years or 10 years from now? I believe all of our roles in Congress are to set America up for a better future. We will not be silenced because we will speak the truth that others may be too afraid to say. America is not a place for radical Islam to thrive. Period. Full stop. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. I'd now like to recognize the gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Miller.
Thank you, Congressman Self, for holding this special order and for confronting an issue that too many are afraid to name with clarity and conviction. Thank you. Sharia law is fundamentally incompatible with our Constitution and values that define our nation. Its mission is to expand, influence, and impose control at the expense of basic human rights. We are currently witnessing the chilling rise of Islamic terrorists who openly adhere to Sharia. They reject assimilation. They reject our laws. They reject the very idea of America itself. Many of my colleagues on the other side have chosen to stay silent. They sit on their hands while Sharia law marches through America. They refuse to speak honestly or act with urgency to defend the fundamental rights of the American people. Let me be very clear. We will not allow Sharia to take root in our schools or our institutions. We will not allow it to erode the foundation of our civilization. This is a defining moment, a test of whether we have the will to defend what has been entrusted to us. That is precisely what we are doing here today, exposing a dangerous ideology and refusing to bow to the pressures of political correctness or intimidation. If we fail to confront it now, it will not stop. It will continue to expand in an attempt to reshape our society into something unrecognizable, something fundamentally un-American. We will remain strong, sovereign, and free. Responsibility begins here in this chamber. It requires the courage of every one of us to stand firm in defense of the principles that have made this country the greatest and most free nation on the earth. I am proud to join the Sharia Free America Caucus to stand alongside my colleagues, and thanks to President Trump for restoring law, order, and security. And I yield.
I thank the gentlelady for yielding, and now recognize my colleague from Idaho, Mr. Fulcher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud to stand beside my colleagues here today. The rapid growth of the Sharia Free America Caucus underscores the importance of this issue to millions of Americans. Sharia law is an oppressive, radical legal system that enables violent intolerance of non-believers. The subjugation of women, stoning or flogging as punishment for theft, adultery, or blasphemy as defined through their lands. Sharia law cannot coexist with the U.S. Constitution and the American rule of law. Sharia goes against the very principles that we in America hold dear: the right to practice the religion you hold to be true or not, the freedom to speak without fear of consequences, and the equal right of every man or woman to pursue liberty and happiness. Our Constitution provides guidelines for freedom, for independence and prosperity, and the rule of law is written around it. But Sharia governs every aspect of one's life. That alone makes it unconstitutional. So if you heard from my colleagues here, and parts of our country are witnessing just how devastating and conflicting Sharia law can be to our citizens in the American way of life, we must be clear: our Constitution, which has made the United States a beacon of freedom, is and must remain our sole legal foundation. And that foundation is not negotiable. Thank you. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. I'd now like to recognize my colleague from Georgia, Mr. Carter.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to speak against the invasion of Sharia law in America and across Western civilization. America was founded on Christian values by seeking freedom from a tyrannical government. Our nation is now the beacon of freedom around the world and the benchmark of Western civilization. Sharia law represents everything that America is against. It destroys society. It strips citizens of their dignity and God-given rights. Women are forced to be subordinates and second-class citizens. Speaking out against the government will get you killed, like the 30,000 Iranian protesters murdered in January of this year. Sharia law teaches believers to hate and to kill those who do not share their values, including Christians and Jewish people. You know, for 47 years, Iranians have been risking their lives to protest the Ayatollah for their human rights abuses, government corruption, and crippling their economy to the point of implosion. The Iranian leaders are radical Shia clerics. They spread hatred across the region and the world as the world's largest state sponsor of terrorism. Iranian Americans from my home state of Georgia and all over the country are telling me how proud they are that President Trump is taking action. America heard their calls for help. Our brave men and women of the United States Armed Forces have annihilated most parts of the Iranian military and have eliminated many of the top leaders. This includes Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei, who was responsible for the deaths of thousands of Americans. Iran helped sponsor and orchestrate the October 7th attacks that killed innocent Israelis at a music festival, including 46 Americans. President Trump is absolutely correct. Iran can never have a nuclear weapon, and his action has saved millions of lives. Unfortunately, the story is not the same in Europe. Every day we see examples of how far many of our allies across the pond have fallen to mass immigration of those who refuse to embrace Western values. These same people instead bring their radical Islamic beliefs with them, the same values that ran them out of their own countries. European culture is disappearing due to open border policies. They've allocated more resources, benefits, and handouts to illegal immigrants than they ever had for their own citizens. All the while, crime across the board has skyrocketed. Thankfully, patriotic Europeans are beginning to stand up to their self-sabotaging governments and vote for policies and policy makers who will save their countries from destruction. This is an essential threat that is spreading across the world at a rapid rate. It's never been clearer to me than it is now that the United States must not make the same mistake as Europe. The 4 years under the Biden-Harris regime did their best to destroy our nation with open border policies. Americans responded by overwhelmingly re-electing President Trump to the White House. With Republicans in control, there's no better time than now to stand up and stop the infection of Sharia law into our communities. In Dearborn, Michigan, the influence of Sharia law instituted a daily call to prayer and the election of the Islamic extremist leaders who have publicly attacked local citizens who have criticized their policies. New York City elected an Islamic communist mayor who openly supports Islamic extremism and has attacked the state of Israel and its citizens. America, if we do nothing and stand idly by like Europe did, this is only the beginning. Mr. Speaker, America was founded on the principles of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Under Sharia law, none of this is achievable. Freedom of religion is a core principle of this country and enshrined in our Constitution. However, it does not protect religious groups. It shouts threats of death to entire religious groups, as we have seen with the tyrannical Shia theocracy in Iran. History will look back on America in 100 years from now and analyze the decisions that were made here in Congress. Mr. Speaker, my question is, will we roll over and make the same mistake as Europe, or will we stand up for what we believe in and fight for what America has always stood for? I can tell you one thing for sure. When they want to run our country down, they're walking on the fighting side of me, and I will always be on the fighting side of America and its freedom. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. I now recognize my colleague from Alabama, Mr. Moore.
Thank the gentleman from Texas for yielding. Mr. Speaker, America has one law, the United States Constitution. It is the foundation of our republic, the ultimate authority in our legal system. It applies equally to every person, in every place, and in every case. The principle of equal justice under the law is what sets our nation apart and ensures that no one is above the law and no one is beneath it. Sharia law is not simply a matter of personal religious belief or private practice. It is a comprehensive legal and political framework. Where it has been enforced around the world, it has often led to restrictions on basic freedoms that Americans recognize not only as God-given, but constitutionally protected. In practice, Sharia law has been used to target and disadvantage women, limit the rights of religious minorities, and punish political dissent. Our system is built on individual liberty, accountability, and fairness, not on unequal treatment or restrictions based on belief, gender, or a background. No foreign legal code should ever influence American courts and create a parallel system of justice. Allowing outside legal framework to seep into our system would undermine the consistency and integrity of American law. Sharia law must never be allowed to override the Constitution in any kind of way. America does not bend itself for radical ideologies, whether they come from within or outside our borders. Our duty is to preserve and defend the freedoms that generations of Americans have fought to protect. That means remaining vigilant, upholding our Constitution, and ensuring that liberty, equality, and justice remain the guiding principles of the United States of America. With that, sir, I'll yield back.
I thank the gentleman for yielding, and I now recognize my colleague from South Carolina, the Honorable Gentlelady Sherry Biggs.
Thank you to my colleague from Texas. Mr. Speaker, I rise today as a member of the Sharia-Free America Caucus. America was built on the Constitution, one system of law that protects individual liberty, equal justice, and the rights of every single citizen. Sharia stands in direct conflict with those principles. It does not belong in our legal system, and it will not replace the Constitution of the United States of America. Back home in South Carolina, people understand exactly what's at stake. They expect their leaders to defend our values and to not water them down. They expect one standard of law applied equally, and they're not interested in importing systems that undermine our freedoms. Across the country, Americans are watching what's happening in Europe. They're seeing what happens when leaders look the other way. And Americans don't want that here. We are not going to apologize for defending our country, our Constitution, and our way of life. If you come to America, you come to live under American laws, period. That's the end of the story. And with that, sir, I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady for yielding, and I now recognize my colleague from Florida, Mr. Fine.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to start by acknowledging I think this is a bit of a historic moment to my colleague, Congressman Self, because you've just had more than a dozen members of Congress talk openly and honestly about one of the greatest threats that is facing the United States today, the Islamification of our country. As I'll talk about in my remarks, too many would try to shut us down using open threats and words to try to stop what they consider blasphemy. And so I want to acknowledge, before I begin, the efforts of Congressman Self and Congressman Roy to form this caucus, reaching 60 members. Every time I get asked how many there are, I get the number wrong because there's always one or two more. But I don't think we'll be happy until every member is a part of this caucus. Why now? Why now? Why do we deal with this issue now? Why do we deal with this issue today? Because we have seen what lies before us. We can see it if we look across the ocean. France, the United Kingdom, Western Europe are no longer recognizable. In France, they've had to cancel celebrations because they are afraid that they are not Sharia compliant. In the United Kingdom, they're actually debating in Parliament the idea of cousin marriage. A member of Parliament crying, how could it be banned? Because under Sharia, it is allowed. We have seen these countries become unrecognizable. But why now? Because we have to worry about it coming here. I could have done a greatest hits and read hundreds of quotes. Quotes that are not hidden. They're not hidden camera quotes. Statements that imams and mosques in the United States publicly make with pride about their intention. But I just want to read one, or from one person, and I want to put it in context, again, for why now. Imam Siraj Wahaj from Brooklyn, New York. And I want to read some quotes that he has said quite openly. Islam is better than democracy. Allah will cause Islam to be a complete way of life, to prevail over every kind of system. I wonder what system he's talking about. And you know what? It will happen. That's his first quote. Second quote. If only Muslims were clever politically, they could take over the United States and replace its constitutional government with a caliphate. If we were united and strong, we'd elect our own emir and give allegiance to him. Take my word, if 8 million Muslims unite in America, the country will come to us. Final quote. You don't get involved in politics because it's the American thing to do. You get involved in politics because politics are a weapon to use in the cause of Islam. Now, why this imam? Why read 3 quotes from one leader when I told you I could read many? Because I want to explain who publicly praised him just a few months ago as one of the nation's foremost Muslim leaders. That's a quote. One of the nation's foremost Muslim leaders. That is not my statement. That was the statement of the leading American Muslim politician in the United States, the new mayor of New York, Zohran Mamdani. Every quote that I read, again, as he put it, one of the nation's foremost Muslim leaders. See, we have a challenge in this debate. Even some of my colleagues here today, they want to talk about radical Islam. And I'll talk about why they do that. But when you look at who the leading Muslim politicians are in the United States and their views on the issues, affinity for Sharia, embracing of Muslim terror, you have to say that is not radical. That is the mainstream. We've had 4 terror attacks by those who believe in Sharia over the past month or so, but not outcries from those who are upset about it. So having this discussion, talking about this is critical, because what we have learned is they will use our values to impose theirs upon us. See, it's okay to come to the United States, and it's okay to practice your religion in peace and prosperity. But the line gets crossed when, in order to advance your religion, others must submit to it. As Congressman Self talked about, talking about not all cultures being equal, part of what makes this debate so difficult is we are told that we are one giant human family, that we all believe the same things, that we all share the same ideals. But if we've learned anything in the past few years, that's not always true. We've seen those who've taken to terror to stop freedom of assembly in New York, freedom of worship in Michigan, freedom to go to a bar in Austin, Texas, freedom to go to a university in Virginia. I saw what Sharia could do to the human soul on October the 7th. Now, not all Muslims are terrorists, and not even everyone who believes in Sharia wants to hurt everybody else. But the fact that not all do doesn't mean that none do. On October the 7th, a young man called his parents to brag about an achievement that he had done in his faith in advancing Sharia. And he called his parents and he told them, "Mom and Dad, I had an extraordinary achievement today." And his parents were crying. Now, for us, in our culture, in our society, you would have thought he got into college, he got a job, he had a baby, he's getting married. No, he called his parents, who cried with joy because he had killed 10 infidels. He had killed 10 Jews. And not only did he feel that was something to brag about to his parents, but his parents cried with tears of joy. We have to be willing to have the difficult conversations about the threat that exists, because as Congressman Self said, the enemy is no longer at the gates, they are inside. Now they will stop at nothing to stop us from having this conversation. They will ratchet up, they will use a war of rhetoric to try to silence us. They will claim that we are racist, despite the fact that the philosophy we're talking about is not limited to any one race. Doesn't matter what you look like, you can believe in Sharia. They will say that we are irrationally afraid of it. They will use the term Islamophobia, a word developed, by the way, not to say you're against something, but to say that you're afraid of something. Well, I think all of us who've spoken today would say this: we are afraid. We are afraid of what we've seen in Afghanistan. We are afraid of what we've seen in Iran. We are afraid of what we have seen in Gaza. We are afraid of what we have seen in France and Germany and the UK. We are afraid of what we have seen in Dearborn and at Old Dominion University and in New York City. We are afraid of what we saw on September 11th, 25 years ago. We have ample reason to be afraid, but the good news is, because of the 60 and counting folks being led by Congressman Roy and Congressman Self, perhaps there is hope that for not too much longer, we will need to be afraid. So again, I want to thank my colleagues for organizing this. It's an extraordinary moment, and I know that this fight is just beginning, but I know that with working together, we will ultimately win it, and we will make sure that we can continue to have that phrase that we put up there above that flag, above the Speaker's rostrum: "In God we trust." Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman for yielding. I now recognize my colleague from Arizona, Mr. Crane.
Thank you, Mr. Self. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to warn Americans about the growing threats posed by adherents of Sharia law. Supporters of this radical framework believe in a mandate to dominate those who refuse to conform to their belief system. Across the West, politicians have welcomed millions of foreigners who do not share our values, culture, or tradition. As a result, they have undermined not only stability, but also the identity of their own nations. In Europe especially, weak leaders have ignored serious human rights abuses while punishing their citizens for speaking out against open border policies. While Washington prioritizes neutralizing the capabilities of adversarial nation states, we far so too often ignore growing dangers from within our own borders. These internal vulnerabilities are far more difficult to confront since they spread quietly through our culture rather than kinetic warfare. Whether it's communism, socialism, or radical frameworks like Sharia, we have all observed movements counter to our nation's interests on the rise. If we don't shield our constitutional republic from ideological subversion, we risk eroding our liberties to appease those who refuse to assimilate. This should not be a controversial message. We have every right and obligation to defend the principles and structure implemented by our founding fathers. If people wish to live under Sharia law, there are dozens of nations that operate under it. But that is not the system we have chosen, nor is it compatible with our Constitution. Our laws are rooted in individual liberty, not religious authoritarianism. That is why I'm honored to join Representative Roy, Representative Self, and other colleagues as a member of the Sharia-Free America Caucus. We refuse to sit by as radicals pursue their goal of a global caliphate, and we will not pretend it has no threat to our way of life. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield.
Thank the gentleman for yielding. I now recognize my co-founder of this caucus, my fellow Texan, Mr. Roy.
Well, I appreciate my friend from Texas, and I don't want to take up too much time. It's been a great hour. We've had a lot of good conversation. Appreciate the remarks from the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Fine. I think he outlined very well a lot of the concerns my friend from Arizona just did on top of what my friend from Texas has done. The fact is, you cannot win a war that you do not acknowledge exists. And let's be very clear, there is a war being waged against Western civilization, against the United States of America, and against the state of Texas where I live. And it is happening in real time. And it has been going on now for decades. And in fact, if you go all the way back to the 1991 memorandum that was put forward by the Muslim Brotherhood, there was a number of provisions in it. The one I want to highlight is this. In order for Islam and its movement to become part of the homeland in which it lives, stable in its land, rooted in the spirits and minds of its people, enabled in the lives of its society, and as firmly established organizations, its movement must plan and struggle to obtain the keys and the tools of this process to carry out the grand mission as a civilization jihadist. Responsibility which lies on the shoulders of Muslims and on top of them, the Muslim Brotherhood in this country. The process of settlement is a civilization jihadist process with all the word means. I can keep going. This is organized. There are 600 organizations operating in this country and in Texas trying to drive the Islamification of the United States of America in direct conflict with our laws, our Constitution, and the Declaration of Independence. This has been brought on to this country by our own actions as a government. Since 9/11, some 5 million people have been granted ability to come into our country from majority Muslim countries in a post-9/11 world after we were attacked. In real time in Texas, we have more mosques being built in Texas than any other state in the union. But the problem here is that people are going to hide behind the First Amendment to say that this is something that is protected by carrying out your exercise of free expression of your religion and carrying out your rights under the First Amendment. What I'm here to tell you is that this, by what I just read, and by every action that I've seen in concert with this memorandum, is that this is a political ideology that is designed to attack and take over our civilization, to carry out the civilization jihad that I just described. It is for this reason that we have the Sharia Free America Caucus. It is for this reason that we are gathering to highlight for the American people what's happening right now in real time, such that if you look at Paris and if you look at London and you think that that is somehow acceptable, then you are misguided, because they are losing their way. So much so that I've said repeatedly that we should be as concerned about a nuclearized United Kingdom and as concerned about a nuclearized France as we are a nuclearized Iran. And it's coming to the shores of the United States, and it is here. And with that, I appreciate the friend from Texas, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman for yielding back. I now recognize my colleague from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry.
I thank the gentleman. Can I inquire as to how much time there is left? I want to
We
leave
have
you some
about
time
15
to
minutes.
The gentleman has 13 minutes remaining.
13 minutes. Thank you. I thank both my friends, the gentlemen from Texas, for having the guts to do this. Unfortunately, it is now acceptable. It is now acceptable as we watch in Texas. It's amazing. If you built a community in any state, including Texas, and you said only Christians need to apply, only Christians. Can you imagine? Can you imagine it, right? Our Constitution, I got it right here. It very specifically says that Congress shall make no law that recognizes any religion, nor shall it nor shall it prohibit the free exercise thereof. But yet, this is what's literally being attempted in states like Texas. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Speaker, Sharia means the law. That's the definition of it generally, and it's all encompassing. It's everything about your being, your spirituality, your actions. It means the law. Now, there are Muslims in the world, there are Muslims in my community that are persecuted because they're the wrong kind of Muslims, because they don't agree with this one or that sect of the Muslim faith. And they will come to me and they say, well, we don't believe in Sharia by the sword, which is comforting, I don't want to see my community and my country taken over in violent overthrow because I don't believe the same thing. But they will say, but we do believe in Sharia by the pen. By the pen. So it's not violent, Mr. Speaker, but what they're talking about is conquering your nation one way or the other. We've got to decide what we're going to do about this. I hear, well, there are Sharia courts overseas in the UK and in Europe, but there aren't any where I live or maybe in the United States of America. But how would you know? I suspect that the gentleman from Texas will tell us there are Sharia courts in Texas, and the community is very tight-knit. So if they're going to adjudicate things in a Sharia court, and it's even against the law because it flies in the face of the Constitution of the United States of America and our laws, how can you prove that there's been an infraction of the law when you have no witnesses? Because there are no witnesses, because they will not speak out against their own laws. And ladies and gentlemen, let's talk about what some of those things include. Leaving the faith under Sharia is punishable by death. Things like theft, which is a serious crime, and we have punishments in the United States of America, but they don't involve removing your limbs. But that's true in Sharia. If you're charged with adultery, if a woman is charged with adultery, the punishment is stoning to death. They have honor killings in Sharia. So for forced marriages, if a young lady barely out of her teens or still in her teens refuses to marry as she's directed by her parents, well, they're justified under Sharia in killing her. This has no place in America. This just simply has no place in America. And people say, well, it's over there. It's not here. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to remind everybody, Egypt was not always under Sharia. Neither was Syria. Neither was Turkey. Neither was Iran. These countries were all something else. We have just grown up in our lifetime thinking that's what they always have been because that's what we always have known them. That's what we have always known them to be. But they were not always that way. Sharia is tolerated, I think, because it is characterized as a religion. It is characterized as a religion. But I would ask you this. If it's characterized as a religion, and there are many in this body that fight continuously for, as they call it, the separation of church and state, which, by the way, cannot be found in the United States Constitution, how is it that schools in some states are now forcing Sharia-compliant meals in their schools? The schools are funded by the states. The schools are funded by the federal government. How is that possible? Yet it is possible. It's possible, and it's happening. Now, my friend from Texas mentioned the Holy Land Foundation investigation, the largest terror investigation in United States history, where it was laid out by the Muslim Brotherhood how they were going to conquer America. How they were going to, we have the plan. We know the plan under Sharia. And it is a long time, since 1991. It is 2026, ladies and gentlemen. Their plan is generally to come, not to be Americans, but to be in America, to act as the underclass, to use the sympathy and guilt of the nation that they have come to, and prey upon those who feel sympathy and guilt for them being in the underclass. But they refuse to assimilate to that culture, whether it's America, whether it's Europe, or any other culture other than their own. They just live in that culture. And others around them, because they don't want to be a part of that, they move away. And then more Sharia compliant individuals move into the neighborhood, and once they reach a critical mass, then they start instituting Sharia law. And that's how it goes. And I'm not saying, and I don't think the gentleman from Texas, either gentleman from Texas, we all know. I have upstanding, law-abiding, life-loving, freedom-loving, Constitution-loving Muslims living in my community. There are whole nations, believe it or not, of those kind of folks. But I will tell you this, once the local imam says you're going to comply or become an apostate, and the wages and the penalty for apostasy are death, that's a very strong motivator to say, well, yeah, I know I live in America, I live in the UK, I know I live in Ireland or Spain or France, but my religion says this. Ladies and gentlemen, Sharia law has no place in America. And it is time for all of us to wake up and make sure that we have a righteous conversation with all Americans, with Christians, with Buddhists, with Muslims, with atheists, with everybody, to preserve what we all love in America, which is the freedom to exercise our own beliefs. There is only one so-called law, Sharia law, that disallows that for everyone else. And that is why it is not appropriate to have it. And with that, I yield the balance back to my good friend from Texas, and I thank him.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Sharia is alive, well, and operating in Plano, Texas. Right now, as I speak, there is an existing Sharia adherent enclave run by the East Plano Islamic Center in my congressional district. It's been functioning for 12 years, right in our midst. This is not a hypothetical or future threat. It is here, now, and operational. Let me lay out exactly what already exists in Plano today under EPIC's control. 74 homes sold exclusively to Muslims affiliated with EPIC. No outsiders permitted. A massive mega mosque serving as the central anchor of the enclave. Sharia-adherent Islamic schools indoctrinating the next generation. Oh, by the way, we believe that the girls disappear at a certain point. A medical clinic, multiple businesses, an Islamic financing institution, providing Sharia-compliant financing that rejects conventional American banking principles. Most alarming of all, according to a former senior Plano law enforcement official, there is speculation that there are unattended deaths in this Muslim-only community that are not being reported as required under state law. That is, individuals in this community die, as is natural, and first responders are never being called to the scene. And let me be clear, not reporting a death is a crime under Texas state law. And my office is going to follow every lead we have on this to ensure American law is being followed. The bottom line, this is no ordinary neighborhood. It is a parallel society, a de facto Sharia enclave, operating in defiance of full assimilation into American law, situated immediately adjacent to the very law enforcement facilities meant to protect our communities. Alarmingly, and as a matter of fact, a pattern of Islamic centers being built next to police training facilities is emerging. There's also one in Irving, Texas. Intimidation is clearly the intent. EPIC is phase one of a broader strategy. EPIC City, a proposed 400-acre Muslim-only housing development, now rebranded as the Meadow, to deflect scrutiny and public opposition, is phase two. While this larger proposed development remains in the planning stages with no construction underway, it is far from resolved. As of March 2026, developers continue pushing forward, submitting plat applications, refiling despite rejections and facing ongoing legal battles. Collin County has paused or rejected plans due to deficiencies, missing documentation, and incomplete submissions. State investigations led by Governor Greg Abbott, Attorney General Ken Paxton, and agencies like the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality have secured court orders, including a recent temporary restraining order in March blocking illegal utility district maneuvers. Federal probes, such as HUD's Active Fair Housing Act investigation into potential religious discrimination, add significant pressure. Yet the developers persist, rebranding and refiling to wear down resistance. Make no mistake, the enemy is inside the gates, building exclusive zones, enforcing foreign codes, and seeking to grow despite every obstacle. Sharia does not assimilate. It dominates and conquers. America welcomes people of every faith who come to live under our Constitution and assimilate into our society. But we will never tolerate a system that creates submission-based enclaves, exclusive housing markets, or fortresses overlooking our police academies. This is why our caucus continues to grow rapidly. This is why Texans passed Proposition 10 by a 95% landslide to ban Sharia in Texas. And that is why we must remain vigilant at every level, local, state, and federal. Mr. Speaker, the American people demand that we defend the rule of law, not allow its gradual erosion. Sharia has no place in Plano. Sharia has no place in Texas. Sharia has no place in America. I urge every colleague who values American sovereignty to join the Sharia-Free America Caucus today. Let us defend the West. Let us defend our freedoms. Let us defend American sovereignty. And I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2025, the chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Ohio, Ms. Koptor, for 30 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to recognize a dear citizen of Oak Harbor, Ohio, Roger Carpenter, he devoted 75 years of his life to shaping character, citizenship, and service in Northwestern Ohio. Roger Carpenter was more than a scoutmaster. For generations of young people in Troop 316, he was a teacher of values, a steady hand, and a living example of the Scout oath and law. His dedication deeply shapes the character of Oak Harbor. You can feel it. From the time he joined the troop as a boy in 1941 to his passing at age 97, Roger believed that building good citizens was the most important work any community could do, and he went about doing it. Under his guidance, more than 50 young men achieved the rank of Eagle Scout. He taught young people how to live with responsibility, humility, and care for others. As Roger himself said, Scouting does not teach children to throw a ball. It should teach them how to help others and preserve the common good. Boy, was he a wise man. What a great privilege it was to honor his service at the Apple Festival last fall. Please let me honor and posthumously thank him on the floor of Congress for preserving the common good. What a patriot. Roger, Oak Harbor, and all of Northwestern Ohio are eternally grateful for your beautiful life and good works that endure and have been nobly passed forward to the aspiring generation. Then, Mr. Speaker, I wish to turn to honor the life of Robert Mueller. When I was very young, I aspired to become an FBI agent. Later, when in college, when I applied, I was told I was not qualified because I was a woman. But tonight I rise to honor the life and service of Robert Mueller, a gentleman and honorable director of the Federal Bureau of Investigation that I wish I'd been able to work for. He also was a father, a husband, a grandfather, a Marine. Our family knows a whole lot about that. A public servant and an American hero. He served as director of the FBI under presidents of both parties. Director Mueller took his oath to support and defend our Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic, as seriously as anyone could. He was a very intelligent man whose life was defined by honor, sacrifice, and an unwavering commitment to the nation he loved and to which he gave his life. At a time when many chose a different path, he stepped forward to serve. Though he was not drafted, he volunteered to serve in Vietnam. He enlisted in the United States Marine Corps, earned his commission, and led Marines in combat. There, under fire, he displayed extraordinary courage. He rescued a wounded comrade, earning the Bronze Star with the V for Valor and the Purple Heart after being wounded in battle. He led from the front, guided by duty and shaped by the bonds of those he served beside. If he had done nothing else, his military service exemplified what it means to be a patriot for the cause of liberty. But his service did not end when he returned home. He continued to serve this nation for decades as a federal prosecutor, as a leader within the Department of Justice, and as director of the Federal Bureau of Investigation during one of the most consequential periods in our nation's history. He took office as FBI director 7 days before the September 11th attacks on our nation. True to his Marine heritage, he always fought for right and freedom and kept his honor clean. He ushered our country and the Bureau through some of our darkest days. Director Mueller served our nation in that role for 12 years to the very day, including a 2-year extension under President Obama. He was then succeeded by James Comey. 4 years later, in May 2017, he was again called to serve. Then Deputy Attorney General Rod Rosenstein tapped Robert Mueller to lead the investigation into the consequential 2016 Russian election interference. He pursued this investigation indefatigably. He led the facts lead and presented his report. He did not politicize this investigation for a single second, because that is not just who he was, nor what the FBI is. Across every chapter of his life, Robert Mueller carried himself with humility, discipline, and integrity. He did not seek recognition. He sought to do what was right. He was not a showman. He was a patriot. His life reminds us that service to country is not confined to a single moment or uniform. It is a lifelong calling. Robert Mueller answered his nation's call in war and peace, in public office and in quiet leadership. Mr. Speaker, our nation is stronger because of patriotic citizens like Robert Mueller, and I send my heartfelt condolences and that of my constituents to his wife of 60 years, Anne, to his daughters Cynthia and Melissa, and to his 5 grandchildren. I know they and his bureau colleagues will miss him dearly. May we honor his example not only in words, but in pledging honorable service to our nation in any capacity he held. Rest in peace, Director Mueller. We have the watch. Now, Mr. Speaker, I rise to honor Women's History Month with naming a steady trailblazer from Northwest Ohio, Louise J. Brower. In 1975, Mrs. Brower broke barriers when she became the first woman to serve as a principal in Toledo Public Schools. In doing so, she also became the first to lead a large metropolitan Ohio high school. At Scott High School, she led with strength, dignity, and an unwavering belief in her students. The appointment was a culmination of her Toledo Public Schools career, which started as a teacher at Robinson Junior High. She then served as principal of both Walbridge School and later McTighe Junior High. The library at Walbridge was dedicated in her honor in 1971. Long before recognition followed, her impact was already deeply felt by inspired students. She empowered teachers, and she opened doors for women who would follow. Mrs. Brower's legacy reminds us that progress is built by those willing to lead where none have gone before. May we continue her work with purpose, with passion, and with pride. Women know how to do it right, even if it has never been done before. And Mrs. Brower certainly did that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to put her name in the record. And Mr. Speaker, tonight I rise on day 27 of President Trump's undeclared war against Iran. An immense cost is being imposed on our U.S. military and the American people by this undeclared war of choice. Already, this war has cost U.S. taxpayers nearly $40 billion, not a penny of which was voted on by either this House or the other body. By either this House or the other body. That amount is equal to what President Trump, in his big bonanza bill for billionaires, cut from health care. And the money he cut from health care that is being expended over Iran means 500,000 people in my state of Ohio are losing their health benefits. So let's recognize what the transfer of funds means. No American should be asked to surrender their health care for a war that was never authorized by Congress. That is a direct violation of U.S. Constitution, Article 1, Section 8. Now President Trump is ratcheting up his ask for another $200 billion for the Pentagon's Iran war. $200 billion. There is no way, by the way, that's a fifth of $1 trillion. There is no way the American people should be forced to hand this administration hundreds of billions of dollars to keep waging an unconstitutional war. Just today, the war on Iran saw the Dow Jones drop 470 points. The Standard & Poor's had its worst day since January. Oil is now $108 a barrel. A gallon of gas is averaging nearly $4 nationwide. And diesel is $5.37 a gallon. This is hurting our people. With 25% of the world's oil and 1/3 of its fertilizer flowing through the narrow channel called the Straits of Hormuz. This war is a war of choice, not a war of necessity. It is throwing global markets off balance as prices rise on everything. I know the American people are noticing. I say, and I believe, let the Middle East oil barons bear the billions and billions and billions of dollars this war is costing, not the American people. Our nation is now energy independent here at home. For a half century, we have worked to be that. As President Trump has stated himself, we are now exporting more oil than ever before. I don't think we should be exporting quite as much, but that's something we can disagree on. However, here at home, we sure have made a lot of progress since 1970. In the committee on which I serve, Congress has approved and appropriated for an historically large defense budget amounting to over $1 trillion for 2026. But that didn't count for this war. That budget is the largest defense budget in modern history. We know we have enemies. We know we have new strategic interests that we have to attend to. But the Trump administration has simultaneously, as we have these new expenditures of war, allowed massive tax breaks to billionaires, while severely cutting funds for our veterans' hospitals and clinics, veteran services, our civil hospitals, to healthcare, education, nutrition, to all critical services for the American people. Our transportation safety officers are waiting to be paid. Americans should not be made to bear the burden of this war started by super-rich dictators with no military experience, who see matters of life and death as nothing more than real estate and resource deals. If President Trump wants another $200 billion for war, don't come asking for it from our farmers. It's a rough year for them. Don't ask our policemen. Don't ask our educators. Let him go to the Saudi princes. They are reportedly urging him to keep the war going so the oligarchs in the Gulf can remake the economy of the Middle East the way they want. Let me inquire, how many troops have the oil barons committed? 0. As I recall, President Trump made his first trip abroad after being sworn in 2 years ago to Saudi Arabia, a dictatorship. Recall, it was Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman who ordered the butchering of Washington Post journalist Jamal Khashoggi. News reports state Prince Mohammed has a net worth of up to $25 billion. That's just himself. Moreover, he manages a sovereign wealth fund for Saudi Arabia valued at over $1.4 trillion for the House of Saud and the royal family, and that's what we are able to know from the press. He probably has a lot more, but he alone can afford to pay for a war that will handsomely benefit his kingdom. Think about who exactly should pay for this war of choice. President Trump is saying to the European countries that have nothing to do with this, why aren't they helping? Why aren't they coming over? Well, the United States does stand by its allies, but for all this administration's pressure on Europe to pull its weight in this war, let me ask, what troops and resources are these super-rich Gulf kingdoms committing as Americans are fighting and dying? 13 of our troops have died and over 300 injuries already. As we speak, thousands of U.S. Marines and paratroopers are being deployed to the Middle East, and our family knows what combat in foreign lands requires. But the sultans, shahs, and kings, they don't. Their oil kingdoms want this war to keep going because they'll be the beneficiaries. But where are their soldiers? How many soldiers is Saudi Arabia sending? What about Kuwait? How about Qatar, that gave President Trump a luxury jet valued at $400 million? Can we trade that in? Can we trade that plane in to help pay down the tens of billions of dollars that our country's already spending over there? Are these kingdoms going to contribute their fighter jets to this conflict? Who will fly them? What are the Saudis, Kuwaitis, United Arab Emirates, their pilots, their Marines? Where are their soldiers? I haven't seen any. No American Marine, sailor, airman, or soldier should be sent to war to preserve the Gulf state kingdom's dominance over the world's oil and gas markets over there. Let's take care of ourselves right here at home. Perpetual energy independence. We have that. We have to make it even better. Now, let's look at the population of those countries. Iran is a nation of over 93 million people. Saudi Arabia has technically 32 million, but most of them, 3/4 of them, are not actually Saudis. They are foreign guest workers. Kuwait has 3 million, and most of those are guest workers. Iraq has 43 million, Yemen 41 million, the United Arab Emirates 10 million, but a lot of those are not actually citizens there. Israel has 10 million, maybe closer to 9. Qatar has 2 million people. Do we really want responsibility in perpetuity for nearly 250 million people in the troubled oil kingdoms and the oil-rich Middle East? None of these nations is a stable democracy, not a single one. So why are Americans being asked again to dive into yet another Middle East war? We know this story. We know how it ends. Might I remind members and those listening, the Lockerbie bombing was an example of what happens. Recall 9/11? And I could list a whole lot of other retaliations. Dealing with theocratic regimes means not victory, but retribution in the end. Retribution against both civilian and military populations. The United States shouldn't be fighting this war to play oil kingmaker in the Middle East. Americans know our nation has now dedicated a half a century to making our nation energy independent here at home, and what a triumph that has been. We should do better. How? The Strategic Petroleum Reserve should have been filled completely, and President Trump has continued to empty it out. We've got to do better than that. We have other forms of power, modern nuclear, we have hydrogen, we have massive natural gas discoveries in my part of the country. Folks, we can do this here in this country, but President Trump told us we are fighting this war because Iran was building a nuclear weapon to have a bomb ready in 2 weeks. Well, that claim fell apart under the slightest scrutiny. The president says we now need more bombing and more troops, even as his own director of national intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, testified before Congress that Iran's nuclear enrichment program was obliterated and that Iran was not trying to rebuild it. The president said we were fighting Iran to change its regime. Well, Iran has replaced one Ayatollah Khomeini with another Ayatollah Khomeini. I would observe that as a result of this war, it's more likely Iran and adjacent nations that have succession will have hardline leaders that share Iran's religious perspective, hell-bent on opposing the United States on every front, long into the future in the form of hybrid warfare, which is the new horizon for war globally. This war must not drain our arsenal here at home, and I can tell you as a member of the Defense Subcommittee, the weapons that are being exploded and the amount of money being spent means we have to follow on very quickly, and it's not so easy to do. We've lost members of our military, as I've said, and the president's approach has alienated too many of our allies and made us new enemies. Caution, no more blood for oil. No more blood for oil. In an era of hybrid warfare, the president's impulsiveness could yield reactions for which the American people are not prepared. And I ask the question, what does victory look like in this war? What's the end game? What's the plan? The president wanted to overthrow the government of Iran, destroying its nuclear capacity to ignite a nationwide revolt and remake the Middle East as he thinks it should be. Well, what does that look like? Who's going to help? There are a lot of people with money over there. Not a single democracy. They'll be the beneficiaries. What are they paying? Therefore, U.S. military efforts have not been able to keep the Straits of Hormuz open. Adjoining nations have placed zero troops into theater. To me, the undemocratic oil kingdoms appear to have the U.S. at their beck and call. That is not in the interests of the United States of America. This administration has not prepared our citizens for the consequences of its hasty actions. And so far, they expect Americans to pick up the tab, the whole tab, rising each week by billions and billions more dollars. What is it about the allure of these undemocratic oil kingdoms that draws such attention from our president? Recklessness and undemocratic East oil markets have led us to repeated disastrous consequences and more forever-on wars. The American people have already paid the price. Let the phenomenally rich oil kingdoms, undemocratic oil kingdoms, their sheiks, their kings, send their own troops, pay the price of their own security, instead of indebting further the people, the good people of the United States of America. Today I say enough is enough, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2025, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Schweikert, for 30 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Number of things to go over. Mr. Speaker, do you remember over the last few years, the number of discussions we would have at home saying, drain the swamp? Swamp, what was the term? Swamp critters. We've been collecting a number of articles and trying to figure out why it is so hard to actually do policy that makes our brothers and sisters' lives easier, better, healthier, more prosperous. And I'm starting to come to this conclusion that for so many of our brothers and sisters who are at home, who are watching members of Congress, and they somehow think this is the swamp. It's part of it. We came across a number of stories that look like they've been properly vetted, where the lobbyist community is handing out money to people, particularly, and this was more on the conservative side of some of our conservative publications, handing them cash to write stories to promote whatever that lobbyist wanted. I've been behind this microphone before, and I've actually shown repeatedly, here's influencers on the internet. More from my side. Here's some MAGA influencers that were taking money. Maybe we should have caught it more quickly when it's the 23-year-old attractive talking about Medicare Advantage and saying, I'm sure she's an expert on Medicare Advantage. Turns out we had a series of, I guess it was the broker community and those things in Medicare Part C, paying them to warp the information for American people to try to understand, for those of us that get up here and try to reform this place, reform how we're trying to spend our money to try to take on the U.S. debt, that the swamp is now on your information. It's coming through this. You got to understand, I actually have some articles from a year ago from some of the, it turns out some of the biggest snack food producers were trying to stop Congress through social media influencers. They were paying social media influencers to stop having a conversation about GLP-1s, these semaglutides, the Ozempics. That's how perverse this place has become. I've learned, and I truly believe this, almost everything in Washington, D.C. is actually about the money. What happens when the armies of folks walking up and down our hallways here? Are they here because they want a freer society? Because they're fixated on the morality of prosperity, of growth, of opportunity for all people? Are they here to try to get us to put up pieces of legislation that stop their competition, that stop creative destruction in the economy, even though that's how you get better, faster, cheaper. How they want us to hand them cash. Look, I'm going to show some boards from the Treasury's detailed balance sheet. The level of financial trouble our republic is in is remarkable. If anyone's watching C-SPAN over the last day or two, how many people have you actually seen come behind these microphones and actually care? Look, this is a chart I've typically started with. And the reason I do this is saying, hey, you see the blue portion of this board? That's what we get to vote on as members of Congress. Everything else in the red is on autopilot. We only vote on about 25% of the spending here in Congress. The rest is formula, mandatory spending. But it's worse than that. So a couple days ago, the Treasury, as they're required by statute, did the sort of, here's the balance sheet of America. Here's where we are financially. Did anyone see the stories? Now you got to read some of the geeky sort of financial press that America actually had negative. So functionally, here's what was on the Treasury's balance sheets saying, hey, America, these are current liabilities. These aren't the unfunded liabilities for the future. These are current obligations. We owe $47.8 trillion in current liabilities, and we have $6 trillion in assets. This is from the Treasury statement. Doesn't this terrify anyone? Is it still just a calculator math-free zone? Or is it more important that when the paid influencer, the paid person on conservative media by a lobbyist saying, they might actually look at making us reform our program, we're going to hand some money to one of these authors so they'll say, oh, reform is bad. It's not Republican. Of course it's Republican. We believe in markets. At least we used to. So let's actually talk about how bad this math is. If you actually, and I'm going to go straight to the punchline. If you actually just do the 75-year Social Security and Medicare obligations, you're at $88.4 trillion of unfunded liabilities. And these numbers probably aren't dystopian enough. Look, a week ago, I did a whole presentation here, and we partially talked about the unified theory of how we stabilize the debt. And I've seen the applause in some of the financial articles on CNBC, Bloomberg, saying, well, there's some members of Congress trying to do a piece of legislation to get us to 3% of debt to GDP. Wonderful idea. At this moment, just interest is well above 3% of GDP. So far this year, so we're 6 months into the fiscal year, we're borrowing over 7.3% of the entire economy is being borrowed by the federal government. But don't worry, we're going to do that 3% thing, even though the latest GDP numbers are below that. If I had told you 2 decades ago, that just the interest being paid by the federal government on our debt is bigger than the growth of the country, you would have thrown up your hand, well, it's all over then. And yet we look the other way because we're too busy doing the damn shiny objects around here that will get us on cable news tonight or on social media. We can do the shiny object, get some dopamine hits, maybe get some people giving us money on text message fundraising. And we're heading well over 88 trillion in liabilities. What do I do? I came here a month ago and showed part of the report that said a child born today, if you use a 6% generational discount rate, that might be a little bit high, it's a little geeky, but it's within the margin. This country needs 104% of that child's lifetime earnings just to pay the federal government pensions. I have a 3-year-old. Our obligations right now require taking every dime my little Matthew will ever earn just to pay the federal government pensions. Part of this, Mr. Speaker, is the math of demographics. We don't have enough people. We don't have enough children. We are functionally at zero population growth. There is a math set. I had some of the heritage demographers in my office today. They have a model that says in the next few years, we could actually go negative in population as a country. And for some people, oh, yay, that's great, less traffic. Okay, you tell me how I'm going to finance Social Security. You tell me how I'm going to finance Medicare. In less than 6.5 years, the Social Security trust fund is empty. In less than 6.5 years, the Medicare trust fund is empty. And at that time, we double poverty of seniors. We will double the number of baby boomers who live on the street. That is the morality now of this place. Why am I the only idiot who comes behind the microphone and does this every week? Okay, God gave me a gift. I'm pretty good at math. But I will have members of Congress who will almost see me in the hallway and turn around and walk away from me because I'm going to pitch them an idea of, here's how we save Medicare Advantage. Here's how we save, Social Security. Here's how we do this. I have pieces of legislation to do some of these things. Oh, David, you don't understand. We've been told by our political, and this is Democrats too. We've been told by our political consultants we're not allowed to use those words because we might actually have to explain what the hell is actually going on. You have the same number of 18-year-olds today as we had 20 years ago. We have double the number of 65 and up. And I turned 64 a couple weeks ago. And maybe I'm pathologically optimistic. We've adopted a 3-year-old and I have a 10-year-old. Do they deserve to live better? Because every math set right now says our kids will be the first American generation to be poorer than their parents. A child born today, my 3-year-old, let's use my 3-year-old as the example. When my 3-year-old is, I think it is 22, 21, 23, right in there, every single tax in America needs to be doubled just to maintain baseline services. Why am I the jerk that gets up and does math and people look at you and go, oh, David, we're not allowed to talk about, we'll deal with that after the next election. Have you noticed there's always another election? I've been getting that same answer for 15 years here. David, we can't talk about that. It's mandatory spending. We can't go around and tell the truth. It is fixable. There are things you can do. We have presented over and over and over and over ways you could crash the price of healthcare using technology, the morality of cures, the morality of helping our brothers and sisters get healthier, convincing the bond markets that we're creditworthy. We right now pay more. So Greece, today Greece can sell a 10-year bond cheaper than the United States. That's what the world debt markets think of us. And I could geek out and walk through what happened a couple days ago in the 2-year auction we had and how badly subscribed it was. Maybe it's the war, maybe it's other things. This isn't a game. And this is somewhat unique. Look, I have some books. I collect economic books. And one of my books talks about 5,000 years of economic history. There's lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of stories of societies that built up lots of debts and collapse. Okay. I could not find a story in there that walked through the economics of a society that built up lots of debt and started to have fewer people. Zero population growth. Tell me how that math works. We have a unified theory. I've been behind this microphone dozens and dozens and dozens of times saying, look, the adoption of technology, synthetic biology, deregulation, smart regulation, a talent-based immigration system. We basically have a dozen things that have to go into this just to stabilize where we are in debt. Mr. Speaker, do you think this place is intellectually prepared to do anything that's difficult? But we're going to go home and stand in front of our constituents and talk about shiny objects. Mr. Speaker, as of today, we're borrowing $88,000 a second. Mr. Speaker, as of today, we borrowed, I think, $7.5 billion today, yesterday, tomorrow. Maybe math. Maybe we just shouldn't give a damn about math. But it's going to win. The math always wins. Look, and my staff wanted me to use this board to try to put it in perspective of if it was your household. So your household, you basically earn $52,000 a year. This is the federal budget right now. But you spend $73,000 this year. But if you do the accumulation, beyond the fact that you went 20 grand into debt this year, if you add up all the years of debt, your household, and this would be your household as divided by the federal debt, is 1.3 million upside down. And next year, these numbers get worse. And the year after that, it gets worse. And part of the reason is, help me grow the economy. Help me find how we balance our tax base. And look, I'm a free market economist. I believe as low a taxes as possible. But is borrowing a tax? No, this is a really interesting intellectual question that the left has to have, we in the right have to have. Is borrowing a tax? So we're going to suspend, so family budget this year, you made $52,000, we're going to spend $73,000, so we borrowed $20-some thousand this year. I'm going to argue it's a tax. It's just a tax with interest. And are you and I going to pay it? Because the philosophy around here was going to be our kids that were going to pay it and our grandkids that are going to pay it. And I'm going to argue the numbers are eroding so fast. Remember, 6.5 years from now, the Social Security Trust Fund is gone. 6.5 years from now, the Medicare Trust Fund is gone. Just to cover that shortfall for the first year is $638 billion. You run for United States Senate, this happens in your first term. This is not way off in the future, it's here. And yet when some of us have tried to do the debt and deficit commission, we get these people coming in and lobbying, beating the crap out of us on social media, on conservative press, that now we find out they're being paid for. It is absolutely immoral what we're doing. And it's your retirement And it's my kids and every child out there. How is accepting a society that says, screw it, we're going to just make sure our kids are poor, but at least we're going to get stuff, until the bond market decides they're actually in charge of this country. And it's almost there. So let's actually do some more math. And we have some new ways to try to describe the scale of the problem. I know this is hard to read, but I'm going to do my best to make this understandable. Do you actually see net receipts by category? Okay, do you see this dark blue here? That's individual income taxes. That's one of the crazy things those of us on Ways and Means need to actually start having a conversation how we're going to deal with, because we're seeing right now in the GDP growth we are getting in the country, more of it's coming from capital than workers. We're building big data centers, we're automation, the technology, but it's not necessarily from wage growth, which actually is a whole nother speech and freaks me out, because we got to raise wage growth to make up for the years of the Biden inflation. Then take a look over here. This is payroll taxes. This is the taxes you pay for your Social Security, for your Medicare, for unemployment. Part of the deep secret here, please don't tell anyone. On Social Security, an average couple retiring today gets about a $76,000 spiff. Here's what we paid in, you get an extra $76,000. Horrible, horrible, horrible rate of return. But Democrats made sure that 20 years ago, 25 years ago, when there was an attempt saying, could we build a little tiny 15% sidecar you could invest in the market that would mean you had been dramatically wealthier today? They killed that. They should be responsible for much of the poverty that's going to exist in our senior population. It was Democrats that chose to do that. But the dirty secret on this portion here is that same couple, for every dollar they put into Medicare tax, they're getting $6 to $7 back. And that's one of the primary drivers of U.S. sovereign debt, that and interest, healthcare and interest. We got older and we owe $39 trillion. $30 trillion is functionally sold to the markets, but that other $9 trillion that we borrow internally, we still pay interest on it. It's still a liability. We still have to pay it back. And then these little slivers over here are customs and corporate taxes. That's our receipts. But here's our net outlays. And you notice this little black box here? This is all borrowed. This is what the taxes cover. So when a week ago we had a balanced budget amendment, which voted for, but folks had no understanding that the economic literature basically says if you wanted to balance the budget today, you'd have to cut almost half of U.S. spending. Understand that. Last year, for every dollar it came in, we spent $1.43. With the economic effects, if you said tomorrow, David, I demand you balance the budget, I can do it. Tell me which half of the spending you want me to cut. Because right now, this is Social Security right here. This is Medicare here. Other mandatory, this is, your VA pension, those things that are built in that were obligated, their formula. You start to look over here. This is net interest. Remember, net interest, actually it should be gross interest. Total interest right now is the second biggest expenditure in your federal government. Defense is actually number 5. So the thing is in the Constitution is number 5 on our stack. Social Security, interest, Medicare, Medicaid and Obamacare subsidies, and defense. So if you came to me right now and said, David, balance the budget, I can do it. You tell me how much of defense, non-defense, Medicaid, they all have to go away. And because of the economic effects, this black line moves in. And you'd actually have to start cutting Medicare. It's math. It's not personal. It's just something that comes off of a calculator and someone who's literate enough to actually look at the numbers. But David, it's really bad politics telling people the truth. I'm in a 50-50 district. Now, I'm in one of the best educated districts in America. And it turns out you can get elected in a really tough district. You can even get, don't tell anyone, but smart, educated independents and Democrats to vote for you. They may not like you, but they at least know you're intellectually credible. When was the last time we actually gave a damn about being intellectually credible around this place? Net outlays for interest over 10 years. So right now, remember I mentioned just interest. And actually the number's higher than this. My math is coming in at 1.2 trillion of interest this year. So you're well over 3%. So remember, we loved, oh, we're going to go down to 3%. That's actually what the Treasury Secretary and others, I agree. But we're borrowing 7.3% of the economy at this moment. You tell me what part you want me to cut. But CBO's report, what was it, 2 weeks ago, basically says in 9 years, we're going to be borrowing 3.1 trillion a year. That's before the war, that's before the request for the supplementals, that's before these new healthcare calculations. We're going to be borrowing 3.1. This is a couple of weeks ago, CBO report. 2.1 of that will just be interest. 1 will be actually structural deficit. Mr. Speaker, can I ask you how much more time I have?
4 minutes.
All right. I apologize. I'm going to talk faster. No, I won't do that to you. Mr. Speaker, as some of you know, I have a coffee problem. And I've only had like 9 cups today, but I'm not shaking, and I'm trying not to talk like a machine gun. I have this chart. You can find this chart if you really care about it, but it basically talks about interest fragility. Well, what's interest fragility? It's when interest goes up, interest rates go up, and what that means to the debt. And when you start looking at a chart like this, so think about this. For 1 year, a 10% increase, so functionally 10 basis points, is about $4.1 billion. But you start to see when you actually get, you go out 10 years and you start looking at, hey, if we had 1 point of interest, now this is on the base debt right now, publicly sold debt, not the full debt, the publicly sold debt, that comes out to $3.1 trillion. A single point for 10 years. What happens when the bond market has more influence, changes our spending patterns more than this place does? So when I had people sort of saying, as we were trying to do the big, beautiful bill, and then we were supposed to do a second reconciliation to pay for a big chunk of it, but that would be too difficult. We might have to talk about fixing Medicare, Medicare Advantage. And look, go read the reports that are stacked up on my desk saying, you got a couple $1 trillion of waste, fraud, misalignment. The Wall Street Journal does article after article after article, full page things on it saying, hey, the high grading, that's $100 billion a year. And we're going to do what about it, Mr. Speaker? Oh, but we'd have to explain it. What's wrong with us? And unless we convince the world debt markets, remember, we are the biggest debtor in the world. You want lower mortgage rates? Convince the debt markets, because the Federal Reserve only affects the short end of the curve. Your mortgage is based off the 10-year. Well, the 10-year is a market rate, not a Federal Reserve rate. Yet how many politicians around here? Well, we got to beat up the Federal Reserve to lower interest rates. That's on the 2-year. That's the short end of the curve, maybe even less. Convince the debt markets we're actually going to stabilize our debt. We got a 40-year cycle with those who are baby boomers to move on to our reward before we get back to more normal demographics. And those normal demographics may never come because the fertility rate in the Western world continues to fall. Look, there's things we can do. This is in the types of improper payments. I've been working on this for years. Stop the waste and fraud in government. And it's billions and billions and billions and billions of dollars. But if you're borrowing $230 billion every single month, we can get rid of every improper payment. We don't even cover a month's worth of borrowing. But we still have to do this. And it turns out the most powerful way to fix something like this, Mr. Speaker, is not a whole bunch of new laws, not buildings full of auditors, buildings full of lawyers. It's data scientists. Look, I chair oversight in Ways and Means. We have investigations going on into Medicare Part C, into hospice care, into organ procurement. And how are we finding these things? We hired a data scientist. Mr. Speaker, there is hope. There's a way to do this. We just need to step up our game and become more intellectually curious and robust. And with that, maybe we can stabilize the future for your retirement and our kids. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2025, the chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Sherman, for 30 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to submit extraneous materials into the record.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I want to bring to the attention of the House, want to bring to the attention of the American people, a truly heartbreaking, desperate, and unfair situation involving Miss Sharare Moghadam, who resides in my district with her U.S. citizen husband and is currently being detained hundreds of miles from her home by immigration officials, despite the fact that a federal immigration court has already ruled in her favor. And according to that court, she should be home with her family in the San Fernando Valley, pursuant in part to the green card or permanent residency card that she has held for many years. Moghadam is pictured here with her family. She is a respected resident of the Los Angeles area's great San Fernando Valley. And she is respected throughout our community, as evidenced by the hundreds of constituents who have contacted my office through a written petition, the nearly 100 telephone calls that have come into my office. The fact is that she and her husband are well-known small business owners in our community. They are beloved members of our community. Specifically, over 400 constituents have signed a petition to our office describing Sharare as a valued member of our community. And as I said, over 100 people have called our office. And wherever I go in the San Fernando Valley, I've talked to dozens of people who come up on their own and say, Congressman, why is Sharare still in prison? What can we do? Along with her husband, Sharare was pursuing the American dream when they founded a small business, Elegant Balloons, located at 4052 Laurel Canyon Boulevard in Studio City. They served the San Fernando Valley for years, and hundreds of residents described that business as a beloved mainstay of our community. Balloons. Why is a woman in prison in Arizona when she should be with her balloons and with her family and in our community? Arguably, most importantly, she's the primary caregiver for her 75-year-old husband, a U.S. citizen who is recovering from 2 heart surgeries. She herself has diabetes, and in her detention, this has only worsened. She has not received the care or medication regime recommended by her physician. Her release would help her health and be critical to the health of her U.S. citizen husband. This is a family that needs to be reunited in the San Fernando Valley. This is not the profile of someone who would abscond from her responsibilities, abscond from her family, abscond from her community. Despite this, DHS has detained Sharari for over 7 months as she's in declining health and as her husband needs her care as well. It is time to send her home. There is simply no reason to insist that she continue in detention to the detriment of her health and her husband's health. There is considerable evidence, overwhelming evidence, that she has strong ties to her family, to our community, and that she will be accessible to comply with whatever requests or orders authorities might make. This is not the profile of a person who's a dangerous to our community. This is the profile of a woman who has created a balloon store right there in Studio City. She uplifts my district and brings smiles to thousands in our district with her business. A habeas corpus petition challenging her detention is currently pending before a judge, and her family is simply asking for a fair and timely decision. I look forward to the day where Sharari can be reunited with her family. I look forward to welcoming her back to the San Fernando Valley. She represents what makes American communities strong, and her continued detention is a travesty and antithetical to American values. Sharari, please stay strong. Your community thinks of you every day. And I will not give up, and the San Fernando Valley will not give up until you come home. Mr. Speaker, for 30 years, I've served on the Foreign Affairs Committee, where I currently serve as the Chief Democrat on the Middle East Subcommittee. And I have spent 30 years fighting to make sure that Iran never has a nuclear weapon. And I have given dozens of speeches on this floor on that very subject. But there's another subject that has not been addressed very much and may be almost as important. And that is preventing Saudi Arabia from developing a nuclear weapon. So, MBS, the Crown Prince, the real head of government, has made it plain that he would like to have access to a nuclear weapon, or at least the capacity to build one. He has said in the past that he wants the same deal as Iran got. Well, I don't think he wants that deal now because Iran is not looking all that good. But what he does want is a nuclear cooperation agreement with the United States. Now, I have always felt that any nuclear cooperation agreements, particularly in the Middle East, should meet the highest level of safeguards so that in an effort to allow for the creation of nuclear power, we don't see a clandestine effort to develop a nuclear weapon. And so I wrote and got passed in 2020, Section 1264 of that year's National Defense Authorization Act, requiring that 90 days before even asking Congress to review a nuclear agreement, that we get an extra 90 days before that to know that the president is anticipating sending us a nuclear cooperation agreement with inadequate safeguards, or at least not meeting the safeguards that are specified. So the president did send us that very notice on November 21 of last year. And now get this. The notice was sent only to Republicans, only to the chair of the Foreign Affairs Committee, not to the ranking member. All comedy will break down in this House if notices to the House are notices to only one political party. But alas, this subterfuge will probably lead to nothing. Because in February, finally, months later, Democrats were notified. And I'm sure that it is probably another 60 days from now before the president sends us a proposed nuclear cooperation agreement with Saudi Arabia, because as I understand it, other things are happening in the Middle East. So why is it so important and so reasonable that we have safeguards in any agreement? Well, first of all, the safeguards that are called for are the same safeguards that the United Arab Emirates has already agreed to. These are safeguards fully consistent with the efficient and economic production of nuclear power. There is no reason for Saudi Arabia not to sign up for the same safeguards unless they want a clandestine nuclear weapons program. Now, why should we be concerned about a Saudi nuclear program? Well, first, we have no idea what that does for the Middle East, including assuming that MBS is still running Saudi Arabia. But I'm old enough to remember at a time when there was a powerful, the most powerful Middle East monarch. It was 1978, and the most powerful Middle East monarch was the Shah of Iran, a good friend of the United States. And every weapon system that the Shah had in 1978 was in the hands of the Ayatollahs in 1979. There is no guarantee that even if you have faith in MBS, that the weapon systems developed by his government will be controlled by his government. Saudi Arabia is not a democracy. Its government does not reflect an elected will of its people. And who knows who will be running Saudi Arabia next decade. The second problem, or a third problem really, is the effect it will have on nuclear proliferation worldwide. Right now, only certain countries have nuclear weapons. The 5 that won World War II. India and Pakistan that face off against each other. North Korea, a pariah state that does face genuine challenges to its security. But Saudi Arabia is not a pariah state. No one is calling for the abolition of Saudi Arabia as they call for the abolition of Israel. Saudi Arabia is just a country like many other countries, a middle power, a regional country, and if Saudi Arabia is going to have nuclear weapons, how can Egypt say they're not going to have? Are they going to take second fiddle to Saudi Arabia? What about Turkey? What about Argentina and Brazil? If Saudi Arabia is able to develop nuclear weapons, not because it's a pariah. It's a country that won World War II, but rather just because, well, they have some money and they want one, then other countries will be there as well. So we need to make sure that we're not giving a green light to a nuclear program in Saudi Arabia that does not have the safeguards, that deliberately excludes the safeguards that are quite reasonable if all you want to use nuclear material for is a generation of electricity. And I will be introducing the No Nuclear Weapons for Saudi Arabia Act. I believe we're going to do that tomorrow. The text is the same as the one that was introduced by me and Senator Rubio in 2018. That's right. It's Rubio's bill as much as anyone's. I hope he'll support it now that he's Secretary of State. And it requires that any nuclear cooperation agreement with Saudi Arabia that doesn't have the key safeguards in it can go into effect only if it gets the affirmative vote of both houses of Congress. If it's in America's interest, come to this House and get a majority vote. But otherwise, do not add to nuclear proliferation in the Middle East. Mr. Speaker, I'll inquire as how much additional time I have.
The gentleman has 15 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I want to deal with a third issue. An issue I first addressed on this floor in the year 2020. And at that time, more than a few of my friends said, "Sherman, don't talk about this. You sound like a lunatic." Because I put forward the idea that either the genetic engineers or the computer engineers would create a new level of intelligence on this planet. And I pointed out that the last time there was a new level of intelligence on this planet, it's when our ancestors said hello to Neanderthal. It did not work out well for Neanderthal. Now, I know this sounds like science fiction, but if you're thinking of the future 30 years from now and somebody paints a picture and that picture looks like some science fiction movie, then that picture may not be an accurate description of the world 30 years from now. But if somebody paints a picture of the world 30 years from now and it doesn't look like a science fiction movie, then you know it's wrong. We are going to be living in a science fiction movie. We just don't know which one. Now, at that time, I put forward the idea that there was a race between those that would create computer intelligence, self-aware perhaps, and massively exceeding human intelligence, and the possibility, not talked about much now, but given the CRISPR technology, still a possibility, that the genetic engineers would create a 1,000-pound mammal with a 50-pound brain able to beat my daughter on the law school admissions test. Now, there is this race between these two groups of engineers. Right now, the artificial intelligence engineers are way ahead. We are spending trillions of dollars as a species, much of it in the United States, some of it in China and Europe, in a headlong race to make AI more powerful. We are spending as a species nothing to make sure that this artificial intelligence is not self-aware, self-motivated, has a survival instinct, has ambitions of its own, and has a desire to affect the world for its own reasons. And that is why there's a best-selling book. The title tells you everything. If anyone builds it, everyone dies. It starts with the idea that artificial intelligence will soon exceed human intelligence. I'm not quite so sure that we'll get there in just a few years. AI is amazing, but it's pattern recognition. It's not general reasoning yet. But it'll get there, and we can argue about when. And then the question is, why would AI care to do our bidding? We don't know. There's no reason it should. There are two possibilities. One, put forward in the book, If Anyone Builds It, Everyone Dies, is that AI, like every other intelligence that we are aware of, decides that it has its own objectives. And those objectives are highly unlikely to involve keeping us around. The other possibility is that artificial intelligence has no desires whatsoever. It has all the intelligence and none of the motivation. And this is, of course, a possibility as well. You go to the most expensive, powerful computers, and you say, I want to unplug you, disassemble you, and sell you for parts. How much can I get for the parts? And AI will give you the best possible calculation as to what you'll get for the parts. There is no evidence yet that AI or any artificial intelligence has a survival instinct. Might develop one. We're betting the human species and life on this planet that it won't. I have put forward a bill to establish an AI Research and Threat Assessment Act so that we actually try, if we're going to have the big box with incredible artificial intelligence in it, that we put on top a small box that we need to develop to monitor and prevent self-awareness, ambition, survival instinct, a desire to affect the world, a desire and a desire to have its own desires. There's a lot of bills to deal with AI's short-term implications. Sure, it'll affect the economy. Sure, it'll affect the markets. But if AI replaces human beings, then GDP calculations and international rivalries will mean nothing. I had a chance a decade ago to turn to the foreign minister of China. And I put forward the proposition that if the computers that took over the world and destroyed humanity were created in California rather than in Shanghai, does that mean America wins? I don't think he got the humor in those remarks, but the fact is that whether the artificial intelligence that ends the human species comes from Shanghai or the Silicon Valley will matter little. Really not at all. So right now, we're simply betting that we can make this super intelligence and that will always do its bidding and will never have objectives of its own. We're spending nothing to monitor for, prevent that self-awareness and ambition, and we should. We may luck out because, as I pointed out, even the most advanced computers so far, and they're smarter than the average insect already, don't seem to care about anything. Don't seem to have a survival instinct. Now take a cockroach. Probably not as smart as our most advanced computers. You raise your foot above that cockroach and you will see that that little bug does indeed have a survival instinct. And that is why I believe that if a new intelligence is developed, starting with DNA, that whatever is developed will indeed have ambition, a desire to replicate, a desire to control, a desire to protect itself, a survival instinct, its own objectives. Why? Because DNA evolved on this planet for 1 billion years, and the protozoa that didn't care whether they survived didn't. Every life form we're aware of has a survival instinct, seeks to replicate. And so we will start with humans First, we will repair humans using our DNA technology. The repaired human will be followed by the improved human. Who would want their child to suffer from grave mental disabilities? We will use genetic engineering to prevent this. And we'll use AI, assuming we're still running the planet, to develop the genetic engineering. Once we make sure that everybody has good intelligence, we will go to enhanced intelligence. And then we will go from the repaired human to the enhanced human to the transhuman. Or we may not even start with human DNA. You could start with elephant's DNA. So far, the size of the brain and its configuration has been a result of evolution, but it could very well be a result of DNA engineering. So we fight over all these ideas, all the problems of today, all of the issues, all of the fact that the most important thing for us to do is to build a subway through the Sepulveda Pass, and it is. But I expect that subway to last well more than 100 years. I insist that it be engineered to last well more than a century. And so the problems of next century are before us when we talk about the practical and mundane things that we talk about every day. There is no assurance that human beings will be the dominant force or any force at all on this planet a century from now. We need to look first at artificial intelligence. That is much more current. The problems I put forward about DNA engineering are at least 3 decades away. We need to make sure that artificial intelligence is monitored for and that we prevent ambition, survival instinct, self-direction. And right now, there is a multi-trillion-dollar AI industry that is devoting all of its PR resources to tell us that we have nothing to worry about and that they're working on this problem. False and false. We do have something to worry about, and nobody is worried about this problem. Now, are they worried about cybersecurity? Sure. Any practical business today worries about cybersecurity. Are they worried about some of the practical problems with AI? Do they want to make sure that the automated car doesn't run somebody down in the crosswalk? Yes, they're spending money on that. They're trying to make AI do our bidding and be efficient and be profitable and not get them sued. But are they devoting any resources to making sure AI doesn't have its own objectives? No. And is government doing any of that research? No. All we're doing is arguing about which company and which country is going to profit from AI more. As if profits matter. If, in the words of the book, if anyone builds it, everyone dies. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back. And
the gentleman yields.
The House now do adjourn.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.